might be this person.
We'll call to order the Stevens Point Area Public School District regular school board meeting for Monday, February 3rd, 2014. That meeting was postponed from January 27th, 2014 due to the cold weather. Roll call and verification of quorum, please.
Mr. Ebel.
Here.
Ms. Paxton.
Here.
Mr. Larson.
Here.
Mr. Presley.
Here.
Mr. Rothman.
Here.
Ms. Scott.
Here.
Ms. Shively.
Present.
Ms. Sherrick.
Here.
Ms. Totten.
Here.
All right, next order of business is the approval of the agenda. We do have a number of changes. Item 9E2, the Joe Pavelski Day proclamation, we need to move that up under 5B. We're fortunate tonight that Joe's parents, Mike and Sandy, are here to join us. We also need to move item 7C to follow item 7A. Because it does deal with some information regarding board comments. And we would also like to move items 9A, 1, and 2 to the consent agenda. Are there any other changes to the agenda this evening?
I apologize, but can you go through those again?
Sure. 9E2 is moving up to 5B. Okay. 7C will follow 7A. It'll be before board comments, not after. And 9A, 1, and 2, we're proposing to move into the consent agenda. Are there any other changes?
Well, I don't know if this would be a change, but I know we have requested, and I know there was emails that have been out about ending our board meeting at 10 o'clock. We have done it before. We have moved things around for other board meetings, board members, and I believe that our meetings are too long. I mean, and there's a good reason why. I mean, we eliminated 4 to 6 hours of committee meetings, so these meetings are going to be long, but I think we need to be on a consistent schedule at getting done at 9:30, out of here at 10 o'clock if we have a closed session, versus trying to go through some of this stuff at midnight, 1 o'clock. This is our packet for today, people. With all the changes, this is our packet. And it's outrageous. We have people that have to get up early in the morning for work, to travel, and for other issues. I believe that we need to get this done, and whatever we don't get done, we put to next Monday. And we just keep doing that. We should be able to get through it in a matter of at least 3 to 6 hours if we switch it, and do it that way. I don't know where I can use that to.
It's not on the agenda, so it can't be discussed tonight. However, if you look at 10B, 10B5, it is on a future board agenda to be discussed.
You could also move that the board adjourn at 10 o'clock.
And if there are 5 votes to adjourn at 10,
Yep.
then it can happen.
So at 10 o'clock, I can ask to adjourn the meeting. Just want to make sure that I'm. My other question is if we are approving this agenda, we're approving the closed session agenda. Not quite sure why it says approximately at 8:30 p.m. or immediately following the closed session. I think that needs to be removed, Barb, because I don't think we're ever going to be out of here at 8:30. I don't know if it's just an oversight. It's always been on there.
It's been there forever.
So I'm like, oh, good, we're out of here at 8:30 then. Super. So I will talk about that then at 10 o'clock, I guess.
Any other changes to the agenda?
I would just ask that if we're approving both, that we postpone the closed session. I had sent some emails to Terry requesting that the closed session, because I won't be able to attend if it's after 10 o'clock, and I know it's related to negotiations, and I remember a time when we didn't have a meeting because Jeff Ebel couldn't be here because it was something for SPAEA, so I would ask that the closed session be scheduled for another time.
All right, and then, so there's also a request to not have a closed session this evening.
Unless we do it before 10.
Okay. Any other additions or corrections?
Are we approving closed session right now, or do we do that in closed session?
Pardon me?
Are we approving the closed session agenda, or don't we do that in closed session?
Now, Barb was shaking her head.
It's on here. It's number 11.
Okay, so we're approving it right now. So at 9:30, can we propose to go into closed session regardless of where we're at on the agenda?
No.
Someone make that motion?
Barb?
Why don't we try getting through the first instead of wasting an hour of time talking about things.
Well, because at this point, the whole thing could get voted down, that's why, the whole agenda.
Well, I would prepare to get on to business, and if it goes beyond 10 o'clock, so be it. We'll go closed session when we get to it.
Can I propose that the board vote on their open session agenda first, and then vote on whether or not it wants to, as Renee suggested, postpone the closed session? So you approve the open session agenda and then deal with the closed session item and agenda.
Can we do that, Barb, even though the closed session is part of the open
I
session?
think that you're safe on that.
Okay, thank you.
Barb, let's do a roll call vote on the changes to the agenda.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes?
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we're on to the Pledge of Allegiance. We have...
No, we're not,
Very good.
because we
Sorry.
did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Closed session.
That's right, we have to vote on the closed session. So there's been a motion to not have a closed session this evening? Correct.
I've asked that it be postponed, is my request,
Okay.
yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Barb, roll call vote, please.
Can we have a discussion?
Sure.
Is there anything in the closed session that has to be covered tonight, that there are date timelines that are consequential?
Not immediately pending unless the board should choose to do something different in closed session. So there's no date coming up, but the board could choose to act depending on what it chooses to do in closed session.
Jeff?
If I can make the suggestion that we, at 9:30, do the closed session,
It's fine.
but you would have to amend your motion, and their second person would have to.
But then we would go back into open session after half hour, so somebody could be, if they have to do a presentation, they could be sitting here
Or you could just
hour and a half or so.
conclude the meeting,
Yeah, exactly.
if you have 5 votes.
Okay, no, I just want a clarification on that.
Chris?
You know, we have a lot of work to be done, work that affects kids, parents, the community, a lot of people in this audience, and everyone wants what they want, and I understand that. We all want to leave early. I work all day. I don't want to be here till midnight or 1. I am willing to do the work that needs to be done. If we want to put the closed session aside, that's fine. There is a lot of work here that a lot of people have done to prepare for this. And I understand that people want to leave at a specific time, but when work needs to be done, it needs to be done. And if someone can't make the closed session, let's put it off. But let's do the work. Look at the agenda.
Any other questions or comments? All right, it's been moved and seconded to postpone the closed session for tonight. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No?
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
Motion carries.
We're on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have students from McDill Elementary. Are you ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Get their things first.
Cheryl, we're going to present you with 6 certificates, and I think we also want to welcome Mrs. Jean Kepke, your principal there. Right? You know her, right? Okay. So Mrs. Faxon, who is the board vice president, is going to hand each of you a certificate, and I'm going to try to make sure I pronounce your names correctly. If I don't, you feel free to correct me, okay? So this is Shruti Subramanian. Is that right? All right. Maya Colling, Samantha Hubner, okay. I'm 1 for 3. Anna Littman. All right, and Nathan Strevler.
Yes.
There we go. All right. Okay, let's give it up for that. What we're going to do is have a picture taken by me. So now, so big smile, hold up the certificates. There you go. Okay, so we're going to start over here and have you introduce your folks.
Matt Collins.
Where's Matt? There you go. Welcome, Matt.
And AJ Ligman.
Where's AJ? There he is right there. Welcome.
Kevin Strubler.
Kevin, welcome.
Naga.
Her first name? Naga. And your brother?
My brother is Karthik.
And where are they? Right there. There we go. Welcome.
Chris. Peter.
Chris, welcome, Chris. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, parents. We really appreciate it. And so the board members would like to have your handshake. So if you want to start over here with Mrs. Scott.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys did a great job. Thanks so much.
Take that arm.
Good job. Thank you, young man. Good job. Good job. Thank you.
Nice job. Great job.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you very much.
Elbows.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
I got the elbows. There we go.
There we go. That's a new one, Renee.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Elbows. There we go.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to recognize on our monthly community partner award, Point Precision, and Joe Kinsella, who is the CEO, president, founder. Joe, are you here? You will? Come on up, Joe.
Yes.
Welcome. Mrs. Jackson, the board president, or vice president. Okay, so we're going to embarrass you and you brought your parents or your wife and children. So. Okay, so Point Precision has been a tremendous supporter of the district and continues to be into the future. Just a few things about Point Precision and what they've done for the district and the community. It was established in 1995 following the closure of the Woodward Governor. The founder, president, and CEO, Joe Kinsella, saw an opportunity to start anew and keep experienced employees within the community. Point Precision began with 94 employees in a leased building and now employs 177, and they're still recruiting additional employees in a new 60,000 square foot building and broke ground in October for a 25,000 square foot addition. Joe is currently a member of the Stevens Point Athletic Hall of Fame Commission, which helps recruit and select members of our Athletic Hall of Fame. He was a key leader of the fundraising support group for the Youth Strength and Fitness Center at SPASH, and he assisted us in raising over $500,000 for the center. Joe has served as a member of interviewing teams for various head coaching positions at SPASH. Point Precision has accepted many SPASH students as apprentices, usually 2 per year in the manufacturing area, and this is pretty significant, as Joe will talk about in a second. Point Precision has received many local, state, and national awards, and he has also been active on many community boards, Mid-State Technical College, the Stevens Point YMCA, St. Michael's Hospital, United Way, and more. And just a little known fact about Joe. Joe started his career in the late 1970s as a teacher in Rib Lake School District in northern Wisconsin. He was also a teacher in the Rib Lake School District when, there was somebody else named Joe who was a colleague. Yes, okay. Who was that?
Mike Devine.
Mike Devine.
Oh,
wow. When I was, when Mike was the head girls basketball coach at Rib Lake, Joe was his assistant coach before he moved to Stevens Point in 1981 to work for Woodward Governor. Joe remains as one of the classiest guys that Mike has ever known and worked with, and he stayed in education. He would have undoubtedly been an outstanding teacher as well. So that's an unsolicited kudos from Mike. And another person is Brigida here. Brigida Altman. Is she out in the hallway there someplace? Brigida is our new CTE coordinator, and she speaks exceptionally highly of Joe, and I know Joe, in a private conversation with me, spoke exceptionally highly of Brigida as well for the work that she's trying to do with the community. Right. So Angel has a plaque for you to receive.
in recognition of the significant and profound contributions to the district, for advancing the education of all its students, and for helping us to fulfill our mission, which is to prepare each student to be successful, with deep heartfelt thanks and gratitude.
Thank you very much.
If I may, and I apologize for having my back to you here, but I do appreciate this award. It's very important that our business supports our community, and that's one of our core values. And so we make sure that our folks are out giving of their time and talent and financial resources to help not only the school district, but our community. And we believe that's an important part. With 177 employees, there's 177 families that have students, have either had students in the district or have them in there currently today. I want to touch base just quickly on the Youth Apprentice Program, and I want you folks on the board to know that you have a shining star in Brigida Altman. She came on board with the Youth Apprentice Program and has done wonders. We've been in the program since 1997. We've had 22 students go through the program. 10 of those students are still employed with us. They graduated from SPASH, gone on either to Mid-State in the machine tool program or North Central in the machine tool program, and have come back and worked for us. 4 of those students that were in our program became engineers and are now working elsewhere. 1 of those students became a tech ed instructor and is employed at SPASH. And then we've had 1 that chose to go into the military, and then we have 2 students that are currently with us that aren't included in that count that we're working with, and then 2 that have graduated and gone on to 1 at North Central and 1 at Mid-State. So thank you for that as well, for providing that opportunity.
That's
awesome.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sarah wants to take a picture.
Tracy's. Oh, Troy.
Right, I think we're working on that.
Here's here.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
We used to call it Ed's IGA up there.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
Since I got my hug before, I'll just shake your hands.
Gotta do the elbows. Thank you so much.
Give him a hug before. All our kids work together.
Is Eleanor Andrews here? Eleanor, come on up. Eleanor, all right, you're going to turn around so everybody can see you. Very well. Eleanor's work belies her stature. She has done a tremendous amount for United Way and for Roosevelt and for the district, and that's why we're presenting her with a certificate. I think, Eleanor, you were the one who did the pennies collection, so maybe you want to explain to everyone what exactly you did do.
Well, yeah, last year I started a fundraiser for the polar bears, but this year I wanted to do it for the United Way, which we were chairs for, and so I started a penny challenge, and my teacher and my classmates helped a lot. So
What was your original goal,
$100.
and what did you end up with?
Oh my gosh, $1,137.71.
Down to the penny.
Almost 12 times the amount that she originally set out as a goal. So you're quite a role model for a lot of people. When you set goals, you can certainly go beyond an achievement. Are your parents with you tonight?
Yeah.
Can you introduce him to us?
There's my dad,
And his name is?
Ryan.
Ryan.
Then my mom is back there,
And her name is?
Erin.
Erin.
And then my grandparents and my grandmother.
And your grandparents? Introduce them.
They're back.
And what are their names?
Cheryl, and then Harley,
Okay.
and then Josh and then Riley.
Okay, so it's a family deal.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Congratulations. Okay, great. Well, we're going to take a picture right there. Okay, and one more thing. I think your family was involved with the overall United Way campaign, right? Right, so they were actually the co-chairs, I think you'd say, and reached the mark and exceeded it. And I know that you folks were recognized at the United Way luncheon last week. Congratulations to both of you and to your 2 sons and to Eleanor in particular. So thank you very much for what you've done for this community. Congratulations.
job. Great job.
Great job. Yeah, do your elbows, there we go. Thank you.
While at the Wisconsin Association of School Boards convention last week or the week before, I received 3 packets to be distributed to board members who have attained certain levels of achievement within the WASB. So I thought this would be a perfect opportunity in terms of recognition. So Angel is going to present those.
Okay, Renee Shively has reached award levels 3, 2, and 1. Lisa Totten has achieved award level 1. John Larson has received award level 1.
And our last recognition is one that's very timely. If Mr. and Mrs. Pavelski would come up to the front.
You did that without even running into each other or checking anybody. I'm very proud.
How are you? Good to see you. Pleasure. Thank you very much. So, Joe, right? Mike and Sandy are the parents of Joe Pavelski, who is an alumnus from SPASH, made his mark on the ice rink, and went on to a great college career and a great professional career with the San Jose Sharks. And he is going to participate for the second time in the Olympics. And what the board has here is a proclamation that it would like to read to you, and one to give to Joe, that we are naming Friday, February the 7th as Joe Pavelski Day. And before I say anything further, I want to give full recognition to Chris Kunkel. Chris, you want to stand up, please? Chris was on this right from the get-go. Email is a wonderful thing. She threw blankets of emails out there, and it was Chris's idea to do this. I'm assuming you had Joe as a student?
No, I did not.
Okay. But he went...
You.
Okay. But he did go to Bannock.
No, he did not. He went to Roosevelt.
Roosevelt. Well, I'm not sure the connection. But
Just ask him to prove it by
She had some rowdy boys in her class.
got it.
She got this started so the kids would be
Okay. Well, anyway, it was Chris's idea, and Chris, thank you very much for doing that. So this proclamation is the result of that.
A proclamation. Whereas Joe Pavelski is a 2003 graduate of Stevens Point Area Senior High School and attended Roosevelt Elementary School and Ben Franklin Junior High School, and whereas Joe Pavelski was a member of the SPASH 2002 Wisconsin State Hockey Championship team, and whereas Joe Pavelski continued his hockey career at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where he was named to the All-WCHA Rookie Team in 2005, was selected to the All-WCHA Second Team and the Men's RBK Division I West All-America Second Team, and whereas Joe Pavelski also starred on the University of Wisconsin-Madison team that won the 2006 NCAA Division I Men's Ice Hockey Championship, leading the team in overall points, and whereas Joe Pavelski began his National Hockey League career in 2006 and 7 season with the San Jose Sharks, where he quickly became a starting player on its roster and one of its best and most consistent young players on the squad, and whereas Joe Pavelski represented the United States on the ice, having been selected to the 2010 United States Olympic team, and whereas Joe Pavelski has been selected to represent the United States in the 2014 Olympic team for the Olympic Games in Sochi, Russia. Now therefore let it be resolved that the Stevens Point Area School District Board of Education proclaims the following: Friday, February 7th, 2014 is Joe Pavelski Day. Board, can I have your verbal approval of this, please?
We need a
Yes, yes. Absolutely.
It's a great
Got any
honor.
questions?
Don't open that door.
Great honor, and we are just so happy to be part of it, and happy to be here to accept it for Joe.
I told him that this is happening, and he's like, thanks for doing it for me, and let me know how it goes, and so we just can't wait to see the sign when he's coming to Plover. That's going to be another just a great tribute, and he's a really nice gentleman. He really turned into a nice
You guys did a good job.
This is just kind of overwhelming. How this all plays out. And like Chris says, I worked for her and she got it started and go from there.
Great.
Pretty good. So I want to take a picture so you hold that properly. Okay, I think the board members' question.
Hi. I want you to know I work with Laura Gross.
Oh,
And we watch everything that Joe does. I'm so proud of him, really.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sandy, good seeing you again. Congratulations. For sure. Congratulations.
Good people deserve good things. Good job.
Oh,
Good job.
congratulations. I got
You
the
haven't
elbows.
changed.
Congratulations.
Reese's going to give you a little pat. Just clap here.
Yep.
Shake here.
That was postponed.
It was what?
It was postponed till March 10th, I think.
I know.
All right, and before we do donations, I want to take just a moment and introduce school board candidates for the upcoming spring election. Alex Kokanowski, and I think Alex works and generally joins us a bit later. Oh, there he is. Welcome, Alex. Sam Levin, I don't think I saw Sam in the audience today. Jeff Presley is an incumbent on the board, as is Bob Larson and Chris Scott. Terry Fink. Terry's back there. Thank you. Trish Baker. I did not see Trish this evening. And then lastly, Patricia Hetzel is back there as well. So welcome to our school board candidates for the upcoming spring election. Donations, please.
Just another recognition. I apologize for my voice. I'm a little under the weather. Congratulations to Dan Kiefer, a student from McDill Elementary, for receiving the Making a Difference Award from the Kiwanis Club in December. Plover Whiting Elementary received a $500 grant from ExxonMobil to be used in the maintenance and support of math and/or science. P.J. Jacobs Junior High School Science Department Technology Fund received the following donations during the annual Penny Challenge. Mr. and Mrs. Jim Milsna donated $200. Mr. and Mrs. Dave Grabsky, $600. Mr. and Mrs. Chris Denhart, $100. A-Plus Stores, LLC, $25. Mr. and Mrs. Gary Shuda, $20. Mr. and Mrs. Gerald Iran, $25. Shi Chang Tang, $100. Jennifer Leskowski, $20. Molly Johnson, $40. Ku Zhang and Kio Vang, $20. Kelly Rowe, $50. Mr. and Mrs. James Keener, $20. We very much appreciate the donations.
Thank you. Moving on to public comments. We will be, due to the size of our agenda, we will be limiting comments this evening to 3 minutes. And again, our policy regarding public comments is printed on the agenda, and we respectfully ask that it be followed. Bob?
Do we have a lot of people sign up or just a few?
We have 2 people, but in total 2, 4, 6, 8 items.
So I just
Speaking to 8 different items.
5 minutes wouldn't be bad, though, in case they need it.
Well, we've got people that want to be out of here by 10 o'clock, and if I do the math, we've got over 30 minutes of public comment.
Well, I'd like to see the people have at least 5 minutes.
And I would agree with Bob.
If that is the wish of the board.
We're going to take a poll or vote?
We should vote. So there's been a motion and a second to allow 5 minutes for public comment?
Barb, is it something we can vote on? Is it on the agenda?
It's at the discretion of the
That's it.
chair.
Chair.
Yeah, I'd say I don't think it's something.
Terry,
so
you
it's-
can decide. You've had a request from a board member, you can decide.
Well, again, Chris?
Terry, we have a lot of work to do,
Yes, we
and
do.
I understand that public wants to make comments, and I absolutely respect that. If we're trying to keep, and this includes board member comments, let's try to keep it to 3 minutes. Then we can get a lot of work done. If board members need to really understand that there are a lot of avenues, not only speaking at the podium, emails, phone calls to board members or to the board itself. If it's a light agenda, absolutely. It's not a light agenda. It's a heavy agenda. So I'm not going to support 5 minutes.
All right, we'll stick with the 3. All right, we have 2 speakers under public comments. The first is Glenn Reindl. The second is Reed Rauschlu.
Glenn Reindl, 1024 Brawley Street, Stevens Point, co-president SBAA. Just for the sake of brevity, an email was sent to all school board members concerning the affidavit that was requested by several school board members. The original intent of speaking up here was, if those of you did not get the affidavit, it is in your mailbox. It was sent out today, an email. Just come here today. The assumption was you were going into closed session for bargaining, and I just wanted to give a public understanding, especially to potential new school board members, information, in that the last public announcement that was made said that we turned down a 0.5% and a 1.5%. And I just like to flesh out the information and people understand exactly what's true, because I think for the sake of not including a lot of things, it's not an accurate picture. I wouldn't say it's untrue, but it's not accurate. The first thing you need to understand, since 2009, 2010, no one in the district has received any additional raise as an educator. Since 2009, 2010, salary's the same, about 6 to 12% less depending upon how much you take. So the average teacher in the district has lost 6 to 12% pay with no increase, no cost, no lane, absolutely nothing. The same pay since 2009, 2010. That's just a fact that's going through. In the bargaining that we sat down and met in October 2012, it was 1% and a promise to give up absolutely everything in the contract, 35 years of contract bargaining, if Act 10, for whatever reason, is deemed unconstitutional by state law. It wasn't 1%, it was 1% and get rid of this. In July 2009, it was 0%, which is what we agreed upon working 1 year, and then an extra year was added on saying, we'll give you 2% if you take 0% the first year. And when questioned, we were told that a commitment was made to another bargaining group, and they were not going to give us more than 0. Chris, Bob, you were there. We said, okay. We filed a prohibited bargaining practice saying that's not right. We went forward and we said, look, we're not going to accept the 0%. An email was then sent from a lawyer, your lawyer, to our lawyer saying, hey, will you take a 0.5% and 1.5% if you get rid of the prohibited practice? And we said no. It was several weeks after we'd applied for mediation and the complaint had already been filed. It was never offered at the table, yet all the teachers were told that in the email. And the idea is it's not a 0.5% raise. It's a 0.5% raise on the lowest possible pay. So the teachers who make the lowest amount, the newest teachers, or those who've been here for you, they make the lowest amount, they're the ones who get a 0.5%. Everybody else on up gets 0.3, 0.2, 0.24 is the lowest they could get. It's not a 0.5%. It's not based upon it. Everybody else in the district, their raise is based on your pay, but the rules that were chosen by the bargaining group, not based upon pay. As we're moving forward, understand, just previous this year, watch the June school board meeting where the superintendent promoted the robustness, the financial robustness of our district. And then the next meeting saying, we're offering you 0%. There's much more to say. There's much more to say. The public is here to speak. That's why the 5 minutes. But I will conclude my remarks by email to say there's a lot that the public doesn't know about this bargaining session that's more than the 0.5% that you're going to be considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Reed?
And thanks, Bob, for trying to get 5 minutes, and he's exactly right. There's an example of why we need, the public needs it. And Chris, Scott, you don't want to hear that kind of stuff, see? And that's why you shouldn't be voted on this board. You know, it's time that this school board takes, accepts the responsibility for school board matters that you've abdicated to the superintendent and upon which he's failing. There's a lot of them. And some, how about these new construction issues? Let's take the Plover Whiting School issue. You remember that one? Oh yeah, he tricked you guys, coerced you guys into, putting this dinky little addition on that school, said it was going to be done, the end of January. Have any of you guys ever gone over and take a look at that? That dinky little thing won't be done for another month. And then no accountability. That's going to happen. The charter schools, he's doing all these private little deals here, keeps bringing it back. Yeah, what are you stopping me for?
On public comments, don't we have some rules?
Yes.
You better not be counting against my time.
I would really appreciate that you hold us all accountable for those rules. Please take a look at the comments that are, he tricked us, he did all of these things. Those are really not appropriate.
They are not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just lost a minute.
No, take your minute. You got it.
Oh, you can now just give it to me?
Go ahead.
Boy, lady, you really think you got a lot of power.
Reed, I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, I'm
going to ask you one last time. You will conduct yourself in a civil manner.
I am conducting myself in a civil manner.
No, sir, you are not. And if it happens again, I will not recognize you on the other items that you've signed up for. I have that authority, and I will exercise it.
You tell the whole public what I did that was so egregious.
Well, one, you used foul language, and two, you were talking about the superintendent tricking us into doing certain things. If you cannot speak in a civil tone,
is egregious.
I will not recognize you.
How about this Life Skills Center deal here, where he's now got you guys cornered, promised the world everything. I was trying to get it built in some proper spot to really help the people, and now you got to have it made like an institution. Look, and Bob, he won't tell you. I've asked you to tell you what that's going to cost you people. In an institutional look, all you had to do is look at this building. It's an exact replica of Ben Franklin. So if you're going to put that building there, it's better to have an exact replica of SPASH. And what is that going to cost you people? And this is why you people got to start getting involved in these matters, because the superintendent is leading people astray, and things aren't getting done properly that will benefit this school system. Now, whether you want to call it tricking, coercing, I don't know what words we can use. But this board had got to step up and take responsibility for these matters, and you still can with this Life Skills Center. How did that all play out? Was I giving back these a minute or 2 minutes, or how much minutes did I get?
You can have another minute. You can have another minute.
And it's disappointing, too. We've got school board members. When are we going to start hearing from these new school board members? You can sign up here. I'd like to hear, and I think the public would like to hear, what are your positions on these matters? Because when are we going to hear this? So when is the public going to be able to find out just what you people believe in? So it's important, you have an opportunity. These are important matters. And I come to these because I think it's important, but I'd like to see more people, especially new board members and old board members or present board members, so we can know who we should be voting for. Thank you.
Moving on to item 7. We have a SPASH Student Senate report, and we have Tim LaRose, not Ashley St. Alban Clark tonight.
All right, well, first of all, I'd like to recognize where Ashley is. She is competing in the FCCLA regionals in Mosinee, so Ashley, we wish you good luck. The next thing on the agenda is just sort of a recap of the musical that just happened at SPASH. If you did not come see it, it was this past weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday afternoon, and Saturday evening. I was a part of it myself, and being a part of it was just a really fun and positive experience. I feel like it was one of the best musicals that I was ever in at SPASH, and I was just very honored to be in it. Another thing that we have is we have a SPASH basketball doubleheader against Wisconsin Rapids. I think it's this Friday. Is it this Friday? I think it's this Friday. The girls are at 6 o'clock and the boys are at 7:45, so that'll be a fun event for everyone to come on. And then Joe Pavelski Day is this Friday at SPASH, and we are encouraging all people of the district to either wear hockey clothes or like patriotic clothes as an honor to him. Sophomore and junior registration is also this week. And there's also a hockey game Thursday night at 7 o'clock. It's a home game against Rapids. And then also our gymnastics team is competing Thursday night at 6:15 against Ashland too. And that is my recap.
All right, thank you, Tim. Moving on to the WASB legislative update, and until I know that there were handouts right before the meeting.
I have two items under this. One is that last night at about 6:45, we received an email from Lisa requesting that the WASB or the DOJ be contacted regarding the validity of revising agenda content of a postponed meeting. I'm not sure that the January 27th meeting was postponed, but it was not held. It was never opened. There was no quorum. There was no roll call. No business took place. It was canceled completely because of the weather. In contacting Barry Forbes at the WASB, per Lisa's request, because this particular meeting was noticed properly in advance, that agenda items from January 27th could be added to, deleted, changed, etc. While it's the second regular meeting in January, although being held on February 3rd, it's as if the other meeting was never held, so it's perfectly and legally permissible to do that. The other item has to do with the next section, board comments, and then 7E, superintendent's report. Excuse me. And in my conversation with Barry, about the previous item, I asked him about the board comments because it's been actually on my mind and troubling me quite a bit over the last couple of months since the board voted to or reached consensus on this. So what I'd like to do for the public is just read my brief memo to the board, which you have at your places. On December the 9th, 2013, the board reached consensus that under board comments of a board meeting agenda, each board member's name would be listed without a topic, so that each board member could speak to whatever subject or topic he or she chose. In addition, since my arrival in the district, the superintendent's report has either been oral or oral and written, with a copy provided to the board secretary so it may be included in the minutes of the meeting. On Friday morning, the attached email was sent by Jeff Presley. And I apologize, I didn't attach that email. Jeff I'm losing my mind here. Jeff sent an email indicating that he was going to ask, and he sent it to the entire board, that he was going to ask me directly regarding my conversations with any board member relative to the previous closed session to which I had not been invited. When talking with Barry Forbes about a query from Lisa Totten regarding the legality of adding, deleting, or changing agenda items from a board meeting that was never held to a rescheduled one, I asked Barry if he would opine about the practices noted above, that is, under background. His response was that he did not like that open-ended, ambiguous approach, and then referred me to and sent me the opinion from the Attorney General regarding generic agenda items. That email is attached. Please note the second paragraph, and in particular the following. Likewise, the Attorney General has advised that the practice of using such designations as mayor comments, alderman comments, or staff comments for the purpose of communicating information on matters within the scope of the governmental body's authority is at best at the outer edge of lawful practice and may well cross the line to become unlawful. In my further discussion with Barry, he indicated that board could be substituted for alderman and that the superintendent's report would have the same restriction. As a result, I am not providing a superintendent's report this evening, as I now know that it is most likely unacceptable given the current format, and will change it to satisfy the Attorney General's opinion. Furthermore, the recommendation below is to protect the board. As I've often said, one of my responsibilities is to protect the board from actions that it may unwittingly take. So my recommendation is that I recommend that the board suspend board comments as they are currently posted this evening, and for future meetings abide by the Attorney General's opinion, which is what we used to do, that is, have a board member's name and the topic that they wish to address. In terms of the superintendent's report, in talking with Barry, he indicated that if I had simply the topics that I was going to discuss listed under superintendent's report, I could then elucidate on those and not run afoul of the law. So I wanted to provide that to you as it was appropriate to do so under the WASB legislative report.
Terry?
Yes.
Could I sign up to speak as a community member?
Mm-hmm.
Can you put me down then?
Under?
Well, it was going to be under this, board comments, so. I mean, if I had known ahead of time, I would have signed up ahead of time and, spoke at.
We'll be meeting next Monday. But again, and just to clarify for everyone.
Point of order.
Okay.
We approved the agenda, and that included board comments.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it did.
So you can't change that unless you have a motion.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Just so that the board also knows this, I asked Barry if I were asked a question by any board member during this section, even though the agenda had been approved, in responding, would I be in violation of the law? And his response was, no, you would not be, but the person asking the question would be. And I said, well, I intend to answer any questions that are posed to me by board members, but I just wanted to seek clarification. So I just wanted to present this information to the board. It's the opinion of the Attorney General, and the board can choose to do what it wishes, but I just also wanted the board to know that I'm going to change my approach to the superintendent's report in order to comply with the law.
Renee?
I just wanted to point out, on the agenda, it says WASB Legislative Update. I was elected by the board to serve as the liaison with the WASB, so this agenda item is actually for legislative issues, not for things that directly associate with the board. So I kind of take issue with how it was used this evening. I did notify Terry when I had a diagnosis that would not allow me to serve as legislative update. I was told by Terry that he would reassign someone else because I can't fulfill those responsibilities. That has not been done, and there are things that are happening in the legislature that are affecting school boards and school districts, and I am frustrated that our board is not keeping up with that. I know we get individual things, but I would like to see the president assign someone, as I have resigned from this, at least temporarily, because I can't do this. And people could be going down and advocating on our behalf and presenting things to the board so that we could be fulfilling what the board wanted to do with legislative liaison position.
On to board comments. The program or the procedure that we'll institute for our next meeting, which will be next Monday, will be the way we used to do things. And if board members have a topic, they need to let us know the Wednesday before the packets go out, and what the topic is, and we will list it. And it's our understanding then that we will be in compliance with the open meetings law. But I do want to point out, we do have board comments on the agenda tonight, and if board members choose to speak, and they certainly may, they should understand that they are in violation of the open meetings law based on the information that we were given today. So with that,
can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
So you're demanding, do the presidency, that you're going to make that change without the vote of the board. How it was changed, we voted on the board and we made the change.
The board didn't vote, Kim.
It was a consensus agreement on a recommendation that was made by Renee.
Consensus, same thing. To me, a consensus is still a vote. We agreed as a board to make that change. So now you're stating you're going to make the change yourself. I mean, I understand. I mean, his name is usually not in any of the lawsuits or the grievances. It's always us. So I'm not quite sure why he's worried about it. It's our name anyways. So, but I think we should take a vote on it, but you have to put it on the agenda. To put it on the agenda, so you have 60 days to get that changed.
Well, we can't vote on it tonight because it is not an agenda item.
Right.
And if board members wish to comment and be in violation of the open meetings law, we're all free, white, and 21. So you're all adults.
No one's free
if that's
anymore.
what you choose to do. All right, moving on to board comments. Does anyone wish? Well, we'll take them in the order. Bob, do you wish to speak?
Not now.
Jeff Presley?
No.
I do not. Chris? Renee?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
What I wanted to bring up was I had requested from the board president, we had a board workshop that was really productive, and we had Dale Feinhauer here. It was really positive. We got a number of things accomplished, and we went into a closed session, and we wanted to meet with the superintendent, and we directed the board president to set up a meeting. The board president chose, rather than setting up the meeting, to asking Dale Feinhauer to facilitate the meeting, which was not the board's direction. And we had the board workshop on January 20th, and we have yet to have a date when the board is going to be meeting. Barb Portson, the board secretary, sent out a polling last week, and we still don't have a date. So I just wanted to articulate that I understand that according to this memo that Attila shared with us, or Dr. Wenninger, and we've been around and around this as long as I've been on the board, and everybody we had, I think we believe we had Shayna Lewis look at it, and she gave us a different opinion. So, I don't feel like it says at best it's on the outer edge of a lawful practice. So I don't believe I'm being unlawful. But the truth is as a board member, when you follow the protocol, you send the emails, and you request respectfully, and you make phone calls, and you don't get an answer, and it just keeps slowing down, it's very frustrating. I can't do my job as a board member. The whole board agreed to meet, and we have yet to have a date. Today is February 3rd. We met on January 20th. Mm-hmm. All you have to do is contact Barb Portson, have Barb poll the board, ask her what date we can meet. We respond and we meet. If you want to have a facilitator, you have to ask the whole board. You cannot poll the board when the board is not seated. And you and I have been around and around, but I believe you've been in violation of policy 141 and 161. You do not have the authority to make board decisions. So I request that we get a closed session posted and set ASAP so the board can do its work and talk with its employee. Thank you.
Kim.
And I'm also going to speak. Basically, I want to just mention briefly, hopefully, that I did attend the 93rd State Conference down in Milwaukee. Their logo was Forward Together. And while I attended over 8 different orientations, such as, and I can't say this word, demystifying. It's just the way it's spelled. Demystifying Act 32 in performance contracting, increasing achievement by improving school and community climate, the school safety checklist your Wisconsin school must have, ethic considerations in resolving conflict, teamwork, the critical component to board and superintendent relations, and the school board's role in improving students' achievements and success, and more. And as you can see, most of my orientation was based on the school board members, superintendent/administration, and staff working together and to help our students achieve. There is one thing that was repetitive throughout most of these orientations, is that you must have trust and transparency from the top down to achieve harmony or a great working environment for all. I will address one of the orientations at a later date when I do a little bit more investigating and studying, and hopefully the board will agree to look into it more, because I think a lot of the dysfunction, as we would like to call it, can be remedied with that. Regarding the school safety checklist your Wisconsin school should have, I sent an email to our superintendent, board president, vice president, BARD, via our protocol, and it was 25 questions that we were supposed to come back and ask our district to answer. While I sent the email, I did not push the issue, and I said it could wait for the information. In fact, it was a test that we were told to do. We were told that if our school was ready or had good safety plans, it would only take a few minutes to answer these questions. It has been a few days since I've emailed and still no response. And I know, Bob, I went to this orientation because you keep bringing up the security. So I kind of thought, well, hopefully we can join together with the security. And now I'm very concerned. I mean, I was before, but very concerned regarding our district security, that we need to discuss as the board our security plan, and we need to do it soon, before an incident happens. Thank you.
Lisa?
I also wanted to report on one of the sessions that I attended down at the conference in Milwaukee, and it was in regards to a Board of Education governance model. And they had issues with their board, well, the superintendent. They had 5 different superintendents in a 6-year period, so they took a different approach and established a set of executive limitations. So then all the accusations about micromanaging essentially didn't exist, because there were lists of things that would not be tolerated by the board. Failure to advise the board in a timely manner of relevant trends, facts, information. Failed to advise the board of changes in assumptions. Failed to advise the board for its consideration if in the superintendents, the board or individual members are not in compliance with board policies. Present information in unnecessarily complex or lengthy form. They were not tolerated. Those were the limitations, and I just think that maybe this board needs to consider changing the way we govern and possibly look at this. So I thought it was very interesting.
Thank you. Jeff Ebel, did you wish to comment?
No comment.
Angel? No. All right, moving on to 7D, exempt and non-exempt compensation report recommendations, and it is an action item.
I'd like to introduce Katie McCluskey, who is Charlie Carlson's assistant and colleague, and Katie's here representing Carlson Detman, and I think she has an overhead. Do you want to put those up first, Katie? Do you want us to put those up?
Sure. Can you hear me? Am I on the speaker? Okay. So we're kind of getting that ready. I can just tell you, I'm not sure how many of you have met me before. I'm Katie McCluskey. As Mr. Dr. Ringer mentioned, I have worked with Charlie for many, many years, and Charlie is in New Mexico, and so we tag time on many projects and work together on many projects. And the things that I'm going to be talking to you about here that you're going to be, we're asking you to take some action on and to give us some direction on as we move forward to keep the ball rolling here, are action items that in every study that we do, we ask the board to give us direction and on to where we're moving forward with that. So what you're looking at here, I'm going to have very small PowerPoint. It's about, I don't know how many slides it is. It's really just reflective of what you had in your packet. I haven't brought anything new to you, maybe put in those little different words, but I'll just quickly walk you through that part to get you to the point where we need to talk and I can answer some questions. So all we're talking about here this evening is the non-exempt policy decisions. So what we're looking for from you tonight are going to be...
exempt?
No. Non-exempt. So what we're looking to you tonight, so
is this...
We came to you. Let me back up and make sure that we're all on the same page.
Let me help here, Katie.
Okay.
The cover memo for the original board meeting on January 17th indicated that at the first regular January 13th board meeting, the board asked the administration to return with a more complete set of recommendations, including the non-exempt employees and exempt employees who are not teachers. So non-exempt compensation report. At the October 16th workshop, Mr. Carlson presented the board with several options from which he asked the board to choose. And these options are as follows, and there were 3 options listed there that Charlie and Katie and their group needs to have answered in order for them to proceed with the non-exempt. And then there's letter B is the exempt compensation report with the recommendations partially from Charlie and also an additional one that the board asked for regarding administrators. So the first decision that the board needs to make is in regards to the non-exempt employees. And that was asked for back in October, and they are listed on that January 27th memo, which is what I think Katie's now going to go through.
But listening
Is
to
that
the tape from last meeting, which I did, you indicated that we were only going to look at the exempt, is what you said at the last meeting. Because last meeting we had this report, and Lisa wanted them separated, and you said we were doing the exempt first.
Well,
That's what it said in the tape last meeting. I just listened to it today.
well, my notes indicate that at the first regular January 13th board meeting, the board asked the administration to return with a more complete set of recommendations, including the non-exempt employees. So I'm simply doing what I believe the board asked me to do, which was both non-exempt and exempt. And if you're saying that you don't want to deal with the non-exempt tonight, that would simply delay the work that they want to get done by the spring.
They were supposed to come back separate, the exempt and the non-exempt.
Again, if the board does not want to deal with these non-exempt questions tonight, that's the board's prerogative.
So what you're saying is you're going to have the non-exempt report and the exempt report done by March? That's what it says in here?
Yes. I talked with Charlie Carlson and Keith Williams before Keith left, and they indicated that they would be able to return in March with, you can see the recommendations, recommendation 1, to look at the non-exempt options. They would return to the board in March with its recommendation, the exempt teacher pay plan in March, and the exempt non-teacher, non-administrator pay plan in March, and then to accept the recommendation for exempt administrators retaining the currently board-approved salary bands with an annual review of it in January. So those 3 items, the exempt, the non-exempt, and the exempt non-teacher, non-administrator, would all be done by March. And Charlie agreed to do that within the scope of the contract.
I just watched the meeting, and that's not what was said, but I'm fine with going ahead.
So this has nothing to do with teachers. This
This
is,
first part is
Doesn't.
non-exempt, the second part does.
so then are we going to split the vote? I mean, because I can participate in the one but not the other, and that's why I asked for it to be separated.
Well, you can certainly sit at the table for the presentation, but when it comes down to the vote, you may vote on the non-exempt, and it's your choice to recuse yourself for the exempt teacher part.
The question the things that I'm asking you for tonight, we're going to ask you, and let me just go a little bit into that and then come back to that with that. I think that might help clarify this a little bit. I don't think it'll make it perfect, but I think it'll at least help. And I want to kind of give an example to you of what the decisions are that I'm going to be asking you for, and then maybe we can come back to that to see whether that makes sense. So the first part, Charlie was here and gave the presentation, but I was here in October and came, and he talked about the non-exempt staff. And we kind of gave you a briefing over what we were finding and where we were at. At that time, from my understanding, from what I took from the meeting, was we were to go back and we wanted to start, you wanted an idea where you were at with your teachers, and you wanted to kind of have a better picture of everything that was going on. So in order to keep the non-exempt part moving, we want some direction from you, and make sure that we are under the same understanding on some policy decisions. Whether or not you can make direction, solid direction on all 3, we'll see. But at least we want to make sure that we're at least keeping moving forward so that we can be prepared when we come back in March. So we're talking about the non-exempt, and I'm not trying to downgrade anybody's, but a lot of times, non-exempt and exempt, when we work with the Fair Labor Standards Act, it gets messed up when people are talking about it all the time. This is not unusual, and so I have to be really careful when I work in human resources, and anyone else that does, you have to be careful. So when we're talking about the non-exempt staff, or we're talking to people about people that are not exempt from the Fair Labor Standards Act. If you are an exempt employee, then you are not covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act. So the non-exempt group is a group that we talked about in October. Is this going to move forward? You want to just move it one at a time for me? Thanks. So the first thing that we need to get from you, and we want to talk to you about, is you need to, the 3 questions that are going to come up are, who do you want to compare yourselves to? How do you want to administer pay? And where do you want to place yourself in the marketplace? As in, at what level in the marketplace? So the first part here is we're going to market data for your study. This comes from the PowerPoint that we did in October, and then also as a PowerPoint in your packet talking about the sources that we used were the custom public sector survey, a Bureau of Labor Statistics, Tower Watson survey, which is a survey that we purchased. And we use the method of job classifications, matched to data, and this sample brought in hundreds of area employees. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is the group that we used for comparisons in your marketplace. We used school districts. We looked at areas where people could potentially drive in from, where you might be competing for similar positions for staff. We used additional public sector surveys for the some cities, some of the counties, that information. And then we used the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the West Central area of Wisconsin non-metro, the Central Wisconsin SHRM survey, the Towers Watson, and the Washera surveys in order to bring all that data together. So that is the first question that we need to get consensus on, and that is, who do you want to compare yourselves to? Is that a list that you are comfortable with, that you feel that is inclusive and comfortable with, that we can compare ourselves to in regards to your non-exempt employees? That's question number one. Question number two, and I'm moving these in a little different direction than they might appear in your board packet because just anticipating some of the conversation that might go on, is what type of pay structure do you want to do? Charlie talked to you a little bit about the fact, and I can talk to you about the fact that everywhere we go, the public employers across Wisconsin are moving more to performance management. That doesn't necessarily mean, when I say there's just more emphasis on that, that doesn't mean everybody is tying pay to performance, but there's definitely an emphasis on any type of movement in the pay structure, whether it be on a step basis where everybody gets it as long as you're meeting if you are meeting expectations, or whether there's variable pay based on whether you're meeting expectations. But no matter what, everywhere we go and everywhere here, there is more emphasis on at least making sure that people are meeting the expectations of their job before they get to move in a pay structure. The interest is intense in making at least some compensation performance driven. But we're not seeing that everybody is doing that. About a month ago, we approved, there was 3 pay plans approved within the same area of the state, and not one of the pay plans was exactly the same. So we had one was a step plan, one was a combo plan, and one was a merit-based plan. So everybody's in a different spot, and it kind of depends on where you're at and where you're thinking you're moving towards within the district. Next slide, please. So just to kind of go back to what I'm asking you to do is, how do you want to administer pay? Where are you at with it in regard to your non-exempt employees? We offered you 3 options. The option 1 was a step plan. So what that means is, I'm not going to just read what it says here, but somebody comes in, you're going to have a minimum and you're going to have a maximum or range. And there's going to be steps that are steps of the control point. The control point is where the market's at. When we set your market line, there's a control point, and that's that's how we go about setting that line. And so we use your benchmarks, and we set that to get a pay line. And around that pay line, you're going to have ranges. And those ranges are going to be a minimum and a maximum, and steps in between. Generally, they're usually 2.5% of the control point. So if we decide to move your structure, if we need to move your structure, we move the control point, and the steps stay at 2.5%. So you might have 87.5% might be the minimum of the step, and about 112.5% is usually the maximum of a step. It's a smaller range when you have steps in between. So the option B, you can click it, Attila, can you change to the next slide? There we go. the pros and the cons, talk about those. It's pretty simple to manage in regards to how the steps, I don't want to go through this too much for you because I know you've read it and we've been through this a couple times. Costs are predictable and controlled. Employees know what to expect. So, hey, I've come in here, this is what's going to happen. As long as I'm doing what I'm expected to do, meeting the expectations of the job, I'm going to move through the steps. The cons, it's not very flexible. The costs are fixed, and every employee is treated the same regardless of contribution. Sometimes that means that your top performers are not necessarily getting paid any differently because they are top performers. Everybody is getting the same amount. However, it does mean as long as you're requiring people to meet expectations, that you would not be meeting people through those steps who were not meeting the expectations of their job. Next. So then we have an open range plan. Whenever we do an open range plan, and this is standard compensation practice, that spread from the control point for the minimum and all the way up to the maximum is much greater. And there aren't steps in between. There's a control point that sets the policy, and then there's a minimum and a maximum of the range. And usually it's like a 50% spread. Sometimes in the public sector it's not quite as wide, but it's about a 50% spread. And then you distribute pay based on a merit matrix. So the merit matrix it would depend on based on how you're performing, what the performance looks like, and then it would also depend on where you're at in the range. So the matrix may be, for example, if you're way low in the range and turn out to be a high performer, it would be a higher, the matrix would bring up that person's pay would get up higher than perhaps someone who is at the very maximum of their range, but they were still doing well. There would be a difference in how that would work. So it's just a matrix to keep everything within that control point. So that would be an open range, so no steps. And then option C is what we consider, I haven't talked about the pros and cons, thanks. The maximum flexibility to recognize contribution differences. And we learn more and more, and I more and more that, if you want to retain top performers, if you want top performers to stay, they want to be rewarded. And it is just, if you, all the reading, everything I do, if you go through and when you have top performers and they're not being rewarded, that can sometimes lead to some retention problems. And there's not fixed costs. It's not a guarantee that you have these steps that are already built in. The cons, there's more uncertainty for employees. There's a pressure on administration and board to fund adequately and stay the course. You have to be committed that you're going to maintain this merit pay plan. And then it's more work for managers and supervisors. It's a lot more work for your first-line supervisors. That would be your all the principals, anyone who's a first-line supervisor, people are reporting to. They have to be trained and make sure that they know how to do this appropriately and how to manage performance management along the way. So there's definitely some pros and cons of a full merit range process. And then next we have a combination plan. And what a combination plan looks like is where from the spread, about 137%, where there's steps. So when you first come in, you may move, and they may be annual steps, where every year you move through the progression. So you may have a 2.5% of the control point increase for the first 5 years, provided you're meeting expectations. Any pay plan that we would recommend at this time would expect that there would be some type of annual performance review going on saying, yes, hey, this is what is expected of this job, and we are meeting expectations. The next part of the combination plan is the merit plan, which is from the control point to the maximum, and that's where the range would be an open range. So it would be open range based on performance, and then you would need to fund the merit portion of the plan in order for there to be merit to manage progression. So talking about the pros about that, it's less work and known expectations from minimum to the control point. So you get somebody who's new coming into the job, and they get some time to learn, to move up, and they kind of have some idea of where they're going over the next couple of years. And remember that control point is spent, that it's setting where you want to set your whole pay line for the market. So it's making sure that people get to the market, to get to that, what that market estimate is, get to the control point. And then after that, anything beyond that then has to be earned based on merit. The cons, again, again, pressure on administration and board to fund and adequately stay the course. And you have to make sure that employees aren't being evaluated highly just to qualify for raises. And I think that's in any situation. And every employer deals with that, and we have to put controls in place so that we make sure we're having an understanding of what all that means. So that's your second question, is where do you want to head with that? How do you want to do that? And the third question is, what position do you want to be in the marketplace? Do you have a reason to be below the market? I know that when Charlie did his original presentation, there was some consideration. Is there a reason for you to consider whether or not you should be placing your pay line at 90% of the market? And when you think about that, you need to think about that what you're doing is you're setting your pay line so that if you decide you have to do that, right, that you're not just deciding certain people are not going to be there, that the whole entire group is going to be. So we're saying your pay line, so we look at that. Or do you want to approximate the market? But say the majority of our employers say they want to approximate the market. You know, and if you have a financial reason not to, then that makes sense. Then to look at the below the market. Otherwise, the majority of our employers say they want to approximate the market. We do have some, and matter of fact, I just met with the board recently that said they would like to be a little bit above the market. They're looking at whether they want to be a little bit above the market. They can financially do it. They're in a situation where they can do it. So those are considerations that need to be made. So what I'm asking for you tonight, and the reason why we're asking is what we want to do is when we come back to you in March, we want to say, here, based on what we heard you say tonight, and that doesn't mean that this is what we kind of put together so that you have something to look at and so we can put forward and put in front of you. And I think the one, like to for sure get to the piece of, hey, are we comfortable with who we picked for comparables, and are we good with that? I think that's one question. Now, the other question is going to be is how do you want to see pay distributed? And then the third question is what position do you want to be in the market? And whether or not you can answer all three tonight, I'm not sure, but at least I can get some feedback from you about where we're headed with that, and I would like, if possible, to get at least some guidance in those areas.
Terry, could I? Chris? So could you talk for the board and for the community, could you talk a little bit about what positions, when we talk about the non-exempt, which groups are in that?
Yeah, the non-exempt are typically hourly positions, people who do not have supervisory responsibilities. So, for example, in transportation, it would be bus drivers and some of the office personnel, custodial maintenance people who are not necessarily supervisors, food service workers, our educational assistants, our at-will employees, and I'm sorry if I'm leaving anybody out, but that's the general group, hourly employees.
Okay.
Attila, the only ones, the clerical you missed?
I'm sorry, clerical.
And some support staff.
Yeah,
just because I have this and so I use it.
Yeah, I knew that I was probably busy. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question in terms of the status of
Yes.
this project?
Yes.
So you've done the job documentation for all those jobs?
Yes.
And you've done the job analysis?
Yes.
And the job evaluation?
Yes.
So you know all that information. Now where you are is looking at kind of where we're going from here. When I look at the forms, I apologize because the pages aren't numbered. But when I look at, it says issue number 2.
15.
It says, on the top of it says, issue number 2, data weights should reflect hiring. You have different things, and then the benchmark survey title. You have the food service server, and you have JE points. I take those are job evaluation points, and then you have crate. What is crate on your form here?
Oh, I wonder. I don't have it in front of me, but it's probably for the compa ratio.
I don't know.
And I will tell that is. I just want to make sure that's what it is.
Yeah.
Can I look at yours?
You can look at this one right here. It's right here. It's that chart right there. It's a chart, right, Renee?
Mm-hmm.
It's the one on the bottom part of the page?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's under slide 15.
I don't. Oh, it's the rate. It's the current rate.
Current rate. Okay.
Yeah, you threw me off there for a minute. Yeah, it's the current rate.
Okay, and then you have
That would be an average rate.
Yep.
Sorry.
And then you have
I did not
market
do this.
estimate, the public estimate, and then your supplemental estimate.
Yes.
Okay, but, so you look at those, and then when you go back to your questions that you're asking the board, I'm not sure what market segment does the board want to compare, public, private, or this, on this example here, it would appear to me that you're looking at a blended public and private?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go and we look at what does a district want to pay non-exempt compared to number one, above average, average, and below average. The challenge is that I don't know what you mean by average, above average, average, and below average. You said on those slides that if you do one of the things, it's a 2.5% step, and there's a 28% from your control point. Or if you do an open, it's 50%. So I'm not sure.
Let me see if I can explain.
I just don't know how.
No, let me just see if I can explain.
Yeah, the day.
Let me see if I can explain. So, I'll see if I can do this. Okay. So, the first thing I need you to answer is, and a very important question tonight is the comparison point. Are you good with the comparables that we picked? Do you think it's reflective of where you're attracting and retaining employees, where you could lose employees to? Does it make sense in fact who we've included in that group? That's the first question, okay? The next question that we're asking you is that the next thing when you're talking about how do you distribute pay, we're kind of looking at what the structure will look like. So you have a step plan, okay?
Yep.
And we're going to have a control point.
Yep.
Right? Have a control. All right, and there's going to be a minimum here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and there's going to be a maximum here.
Mm-hmm. And how big is that spread?
And it's generally, it would be 87.5% of the control group here, and 112.5% here, so it's usually a 40% spread.
And your control point, what is that control point? Is that what you're asking if
Yep.
it's average, above average?
This will depend on what you tell us you want to do and where you want to set your place in the marketplace. So let me back up a little bit from that, okay? So when we do our regression, okay, we're going to end up with a pay line. Let's just say, hopefully your pay line at least goes this way, okay? So that the higher your job evaluation points, the higher your thing goes up, okay? So when we set it at the marketplace, and we say average, right here, then we would say, okay, this is what based on your benchmarks, this is what the pay line would look like. This is how, based on as your job evaluation points go up, pay would go up, okay? And so, for example, let's say I'm going to use a 100-point job, which I don't, but let's say I have a 100-point job, okay? And it's right here. That job may pay, I'm going to use something really simple, just say $10, okay, per hour, all right? And that's where, if I use benchmarks, I'm going to have a pay line that looks like that. Now, if in fact I decide to say, hey, you know what, you tell me we can't afford that. We can't afford, we're financially in a situation, healthcare costs are way, we have a whole bunch of reasons we need to put our pay line, we need to reduce our pay line. Well, what you don't want to do is you don't want to say, hey, this, hey, we're going to pay you down here, you up here in regard to the pay line, we want to base it on the pay line. So if you say at 90%, we may say your pay line here, which means then a job of 100 points may then pay $8, okay? Or if you say to me, hey, we really want to maintain the best employees, we want to pay more, we want to bring people in, you may set your whole pay line here, and this 100-point, then it may pay $12. Okay? So once you get this pay line right here, will end up rendering us a control point, okay? And when you're deciding the administrative pay, so the control point doesn't change. The control point only changes based on where you decide to set yourself in the marketplace. But what does change when you're talking about how do you want to administer pay is you may have then, let's say you just say full merit. And say we decide to, we come back and we recommend to you a 50% spread, okay? So your minimum may be a little bit lower, your maximum may be higher, your maximum range is higher, so your potential, your higher performers, you can really mix them. And then the in-between, I think I said that's too high, 40, more like 25, 28%.
I thought you said 28 in your...
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. And then the combination would be 37.5% spread. So somewhere in between your minimum would be, and you'd have steps in between. And these percentages, when we do steps, we generally do steps at 2.5% of the control point. So 87.5%, 90% of the control, 92.5% to up to 100%. Does that answer?
Yeah, I understand it. The challenge is that we have 400 employees, and it's about $7 million. So while I may want to pay above average in those kinds of things, if the board indicates it wants to do something where you have, I like it where you do the automatic step to the midpoint and then performance-based above the midpoint. But then you're relying on managers to be able to manage above the midpoint. But also you're locking yourself in. So if you have 400 employees and they're at the minimum, you're going to have set costs. And when you don't have control over what the state gives you, can you afford to do this? So, you can answer these questions, what we'd like, but when you come back,
yes,
if you have something that's already established and we can't afford it,
yes, you're going to have to look at it and say, we may need to come back with you in regards to on the percentages and say, this is what this is going to cost. But I think we could still, the issue before you of, does it make sense, the comparison part? Who do you want to compare yourselves to? That would be helpful in order to have that. Have we gotten what we need to get? Is there someone that's missing? Is there anything you want to do? I think to get that first question answered would be really important.
Well, and I think with that's the market data you have. You have listed the custom public survey of educational institutions, and it looks like employers...
Yep, and then we listed all the ones that we used on the next page.
And the additional one, the public survey, I don't know if it makes sense to compare ourselves to other public employees. I don't know what that means. And then
we'd only be comparing jobs that are across the marketplace that have similar in content, and that they're going to have similarities. Where, for example, and I always put it to people this way: you're thinking about a benchmark job. You're thinking about you look at it in the paper and you say, hey, you know what? I could, that's a relative pretty good reflection of what I do. There might be some differences in what I do, but in general, I could apply for that job and have a pretty good chance of being qualified and answer that job. So those benchmarks, we'd only use jobs like that. We're not going to use benchmarks that don't make sense across the different entities.
And under the private market data, what you have acronyms here, BLS.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, and what is WSH?
It would be the healthcare. The Wisconsin Association of Healthcare. So anything where you have any nursing aides, nursing assistants, anything, or anyone like that you might have in your.
And Towers and Towers Watson. I'm very familiar with that. But what jobs are you pulling out of that?
Whichever ones would be. We wouldn't if they would have close enough geographical, or if there's some geographical ones, or if there are any ones. I'd have to go back and look exactly which ones they were.
Okay. Thank you.
So I guess the first thing that we would need to know is, are you comfortable with who we chose for, and can we move forward at least in the first question?
Chris?
I was comfortable with the choices that you went through.
Bob?
I looked over this, and I think we need to do a blended, public and private, and we need to look at the wage structure, but also the benefit package to come up with a total for where we are.
Yeah.
And let me give you an example. I'm not picking on any particular group, but I just happen to have done some work on custodians, okay? They had an article in the Buyer's Guide January 25th for a full or part-time custodian for $12.95 an hour, okay? There's a website called WorkNet.
Very familiar with it.
.gov, and you could do county wage comparisons. And looking at Portage County, the entry level for Portage County is $9.09 an hour. Stevens Point's $8.25 an hour, and the balance of the state is $8.09. Then you go to the average for Portage is $13.07 per hour. Stevens Point's 12.11, and the balance of the state is $12.05 an hour. And then for the experience level, Portage is $16. Stevens Point is $14.04 per hour. The balance of the state is $14.04. Now, currently, on average, our custodians are making $20.05 per hour, and that does not take into consideration your benefits. And I know you had a lot of school districts up on your comparison, but it's hard to compare other school districts, and the reason it is because prior to Act 10, unions impacted elected officials on the school board, which impacted wages and benefits that were paid out. So I think you really have to steer this more towards the private sector.
Yep, and I think when Charlie had some discussion about that, when we come back, we can talk a little bit more about, where we see and on overall based on the benefits and where the differences are, and those type of things. I think we would have seen prior to Act 10, we'd had a major discussion about what are people paying in regards to retirement and things like that. In that regards, things have, evened out a little bit more. But we can kind of give you a general idea, which we will have those conversations. And we did some, health insurance is the big one. It's that everybody's talking about, even without the whole, where the costs and things like that. So you need to have some relative ideas, and I think Charlie provided some of that first time. So it definitely, when we come back, we'll have some of those discussions, and you'll have some understanding. We'll have that part of our discussion. So, but I think no matter what, you still have to consider who are you competing for, who are you recruiting from, and in general, a lot of those. I think we need to make sure we have some understanding of where that is going to go. Where are you pulling your employees from?
Kim?
My question is if we pick certain studies or, our options here, if you bring it back to us and we're not satisfied, can we change our mind?
Well, yeah, I suppose you can always change your mind, but I think that the one thing we're looking for is you want to make your employees feel like you have made a very sound reason for looking at what you're looking, if it's the employees that you're looking for, right? And so if you say, this is what you don't want to do is say, you could say, okay, well, we come back, well, we'd like, it isn't what we thought it was going to be. Maybe we do want to just look at public sector. Maybe we want to look at private sector, but I don't think that you want to be picking and choosing based on what the results are. So our process has always been, and what has worked really well, is say, this is who we're competing for. This is who is in our marketplace. Prior to Act 10, and before when you were well aware of this, we weren't able to even look at the private sector and consider that at all. Wouldn't say that we weren't able to, but it wasn't part of the process, because if you took it to arbitration, it wouldn't have, the arbitrators didn't consider that as part of the whole equation when you were like in arbitration and doing those type of things. So now you can look at what is your local labor market doing, and I think it's a legitimate thing. You are recruiting from and retaining from the same group of employees.
And I guess and I apologize, can I follow up? Is getting the segment, to compare to, but, if we say, okay, compare to this, the blended, public-private, and again, that's not my side of expertise. But if we come in and say, okay, we want to pay above average, and you're going to have this structure, and we look at them like, okay, that's way above what we can afford, then we can step back and re-look at that.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to be
What we're looking for is from guidance. We're looking for guidance. Where do you want us to move? We're going to be working with we have some teams that, where are you right now? Would it, does this market make sense to you? Does the market that we chose make sense to you? And then the next question is how do you see you would like to administer pay? I'd like to hear that. If we don't have that, definite, we can look at a couple options. And then the third one is, based on the cost. Yeah, you're definitely going to want to see what the cost is. And if we come back and say we can't afford to do that, then we'll have to figure out, do we need to lower that or where we're going to be at?
So this is just guidance, and if we come, just like you guide your child, but
yes,
it's not working out for that third one.
Yeah, so we're not flying blind.
There you go. That's what I don't want to fly blind, and I don't want anything shoved down my throat and say,
I don't want you to, and I'd like to have just some idea of where we're at before we go. And the biggest one that I would like to have know is that, hey, this makes sense to me. I have no major objections to who we're comparing ourselves in the market. This seems to make sense to me. Let's go and let's see what this does.
And that is the three different groups that were...
Well, I think the first one we're doing is not exempt.
And can we vote on those? Can we vote on each one of those questions and get them out of the way?
That's exactly what the point is.
So the first question would be, who do we want to compare ourselves to?
That one right there, that's the first
Okay.
question.
Public, private, or blended?
First, you're asking, is this group?
Yeah, this is our recommendation that we use this entire group.
And this is considered the blended?
Yep.
Okay.
So is there a motion from the floor to approve under the market segment, the blended public and private, which would include all of the folks that you see in the screen?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Well, like I've mentioned in the past, I have a real hard time with this in that, we're not incorporating all the benefits, the vacation, the retirement, when I, mentally...
I think that the only thing that we're asking right now is does this make a comparison group? Is this a group that makes sense to compare to for this group of employees?
Okay.
I think that's it. Nothing more than, does this make sense?
Okay.
What you use in that study is going to be something different.
Well, no, we'll use this group of employers, but I see what you're, yeah.
Is it going to be just wages? Is it going to be benefits? Is it going to be...
We're doing a compensation wage study that will take into consideration, we'll have some understanding of benefits. It won't be a complete major benefit analysis, but we'll have some idea where, Charlie will talk to you about some idea where he sees where your benefits are, and the huge animal in the room is always where you're at in regards to health insurance. Because the other ones, you know what, when it comes down to it, you got a lot of legally required ones. You have some that may make some difference. You may give 10 vacation days opposed to 8. We can look at some things in the BLS and give you some idea from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and some other things that we know based on doing these a million times where you're at. So yeah, it does have some benefit in it. We do some qualitative analysis, but it may not be major quantitative on the benefits.
I'm fine with that, but I would like to see them add in the worknetwisconsin.gov is using that for the private sector too, to include it with the other ones.
I can look at that. I think we've been having a hard time. I'll look into that some more and see if we needed to add them on. I don't know if we can get all the way the background data, and so with the data that we use, whether or not if it's already aggregated, and all we can get is the aggregated data, and we're actually surveying, we actually get the actual data from each one of those counties and cities.
Well, this comes down by county, and it does give you...
Yeah, and so we actually get their payroll data, so it's actually even more direct than what WorkNet would have.
Okay.
So we actually have them give us 100% of their payroll data, and then take it and do that.
That's
okay.
very accurate.
I'd make a motion
I think
It's already one.
Motion and second it. Yep.
Oh, good.
Let's just do the
Boy,
vote.
I'm just spacing out here. Okay.
Any other discussion?
What was it?
The blended.
The blended.
The blended.
Can I ask a question? In your study, and the custodian maintenance group you brought up, but are you looking at custodians, are you looking at housekeepers, are you looking at facility repair workers, are you looking at, because you list the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point, and they have a different section, they have facility repair workers, which do what the maintenance workers do, which the custodians don't do, which some of the school districts has housekeepers, and their custodians do something different.
Yeah, when we do jobs, when we benchmark jobs, we only benchmark jobs that have are fairly stable in content and have likely matches in the market, and we look at those jobs and see what those jobs are. We don't just go through by job title and say, oh, this job title matches this one. How about that? We need to look and have some understanding what the concept of those jobs are.
So you're looking at, even though the title in this district is a facility repair worker or electrician, that the gentlemen do that type of work here.
Yeah, we need to see whether they're similar matches. They may not be exact jobs or whether they're similar, but no, we don't just fly by job title. That's why your employees work so hard to do all those job description questionnaires and gave us a very thorough amount on what they did so that we had some understanding. Because otherwise, anybody could do this, just fly around and do job titles, and then it wouldn't matter. But no, we do need to make sure we're not just cross-checking on job titles. Good question.
Barb, are we ready for a roll call vote, please?
We sure can be. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, the second question is, where does the district want to pay non-exempt staff, either below average, average, or above average?
And what I'd like to ask the question is, you use below the market, approximate the market, or above the market. So I would like approximate the market.
You can use that. That's the same. That we use
That's
an
what I would-
average.
So I would say approximate the
Yep.
market, which is probably average.
Yep.
I'd make a motion for that if there's a second.
I'll second that.
Discussion, Jeff?
Yeah, you are going to put together an analysis of the cost of the positions that we have based on market?
Yeah, what we'll do is set the amount, we'll use that pay line to put structure together.
Structure.
And then based on our recommendation on how you implement that, we will tell you about what that would cost you.
Okay, so we can still adjust that up or down based
Yes.
on
Yes, it's,
available funds?
yes. You could say, you know what, yeah, we could say, we want to start out where our desire would be to approximate the market. But we get there and we look at it and we look at this amount of money and go, whoa, we can't do that. Hey, we got more. Let's,
So at this time, we're looking at that.
Yes.
So we can change that.
Yes, and so I think what we're looking to is where's your mindset in that regard?
Any other, so there's been a motion and a second to approximate the market.
Or average, right?
Yeah. Can she put then /average just
Sure.
so people that don't work in that field?
Any other comments? And Barb, let's do a roll call vote on that one.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
No.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. The next one, the third question is, how will non-exempt staff receive pay increases in the future? We have automatic steps, which would be the top line. We have performance-based, which would be the middle. And then lastly, and I've got to switch pages here.
Can I?
Automatic steps to the midpoint and then performance-based after.
Can I suggest you not use the term automatic and that it be based on, or performance steps based on meeting expectation? Okay.
Bob?
Yeah, when I read this, though, the question I had is, you have some people that are union members, you have some people that are not union members. How would you do a union?
Well, there's nobody.
Wouldn't be based on performance, right? Because
Are you currently have represented employees in that group? We have had some unions where we'd actually end up negotiating, be able to do that. There's only a certain amount that they can negotiate on, and how you want to distribute pay is now your decision. But even before Act 10, we actually had some situations where we did some merit pay with some union situations. But I'd be lying to you if I was in the numerous. But but you have. But then what I believe the groups that you're able to, and I always so careful about all this because it's also touchy. But that when you're negotiating with those groups, you do total wage and a certain amount. But you have the ability to determine how you are going to distribute that pay.
That's actually been a point of negotiations. We can negotiate that with the unions.
And
we currently have non-exempt employees that are unionized are the Teamsters, the custodial maintenance group, and the educational assistants. Those are the three non-exempt unions that we have.
Which is the Teamsters? Who do they represent?
Transportation.
Thank you.
AFSCME represents the custodial maintenance, and the SPEAA represents the educational assistants.
What about the office people? Aren't they union?
No.
No.
not here, but
They were.
they decertified.
They did not seek certification.
I'd make a motion to the performance steps based on meeting expectations to the midpoint, and then performance based above midpoint.
So the combination.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Lisa?
The pro or the con to this is the additional work that's going to be required. That I think is part of why unions have gotten such a bad rap in the years past, because there were always means to discipline and remove employees, but for whatever reason, the appropriate steps, the time it took to document and whatever weren't taken. And if each supervisor is going to be expected to do these evaluations, while, in theory it's a great idea, I think there's just too much turmoil right now. I think later we could go to that. But right where we are right now, I think it would just be simpler to just go with the automatic steps.
Or do you... Okay.
Based on meeting expectations. If they don't meet the expectations, then they don't get the automatic step. But I think we're in just too much of a flux right now to put that out there.
So what you're saying is really performance steps based on meeting expectations, A.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like the automatic steps either. Okay. How do other people feel? I'm willing to...
Jeff?
Do we currently have a system for evaluating the teacher's performance?
This is not teachers.
This is not teachers.
I'm sorry.
Non-teachers.
Non-exempt.
Annual.
We do have, okay. So, yeah, okay. Good.
Yeah?
I guess my question, and it's kind of off topic, is, I'm looking through this and the data weights, and I'm just kind of thinking this out. Are we assuming the assumptions on, I'm looking at non-exempt, 75% private, 25% public, which, to Bob's point, is going to drive their wages lower compared to department heads and managers. They're 25% private and 75% public. Are we going to talk about that also? Or because that has an effect on each of those groups when it comes to the pay structure.
Yeah, we can show that to you. And I think, Charlie, in the first one, if you looked, he talked about with the weighting matters and where it shows, and that we have, and how that matters. And we can kind of show you how that plays out based on the weighting. We can include that in our presentation. But I think
Please.
Jeff, do you want this slide up there?
Yes, please.
Yeah, what we're talking about is...
Help me out here.
Yeah. One thing we're talking about is the weighting of how much you, in this, I think that's not on, I think we should talk about that. I think we can talk about that. But based on how you administer pay, I think it might be a separate issue that we can talk about. So I wonder if we should finish the administration and then talk about that one.
But this really should have been the first thing we decided.
Well, I didn't put it up there as a we didn't put it under the three questions because this is our recommendation. I think Charlie showed you in October how it weighted for different ones. There's actually a graph in the October 16th, but I can actually bring this back to you when we bring back the presentation and kind of show you what the differences are. So I can show you if you didn't weight it and you weighted it with those groups how that would look when we come back. I don't think you necessarily have to have that in order for us to. I can actually show it to you in some different ways. It takes a little bit for me just to change the numbers, and I can do that. So what we're looking at here, for those of you who are looking at that, is that we have when we go out to the group and we weight the data, how much is weighted as public and how much is weighted as private. The reason we'd come up with these numbers is based on where do the people come from when we usually are out recruiting, and where are you going to get people from. With a non-exempt group, we tend to get a much larger group from everybody's mixed together. There's more private sector because there's more private sector employers and people working in the private sector that come in, and a fewer number coming from the public sector. As we move up, it tends to be about a 50-50 split. When you go out recruiting and you bring people in, it's about 50-50. Some of them are going to say, okay, hey, I'm an accountant, and I have accounting experience in the public sector, and so I'm going to come here. But you know what? If you have a really an established finance director, they may say, hey, I just need a really good accountant, and they can come from the private sector. When we get up to the department heads, managers, the groups like a superintendent, can't really go out and hire a superintendent of schools. Usually, you might have some private sector, but in general, they're mostly going to come from the public sector. You may have some private things. A finance director. You're going to, by the time you get to those higher levels, there's very unique things that need to happen from the public sector. So we're looking more 75% public sector. I will tell you that in general, a lot of those top management jobs, if I would weight them, they would actually prefer me to weigh them the other way around, to have the private. If we brought the private up for the public and put them at 75%, it would throw you out in some of those like finance jobs and all those other type of things out of the marketplace. So what my suggestion is, I believe that when Charlie, in the board packet that you have, there from October 16th on that PowerPoint, and I'm saying this off the top of my head in memory right now, but I think when he showed you what the difference of the weighting was, it actually didn't make that big of a difference. I think the lines ended up really, really close. And so I think what we could still do is come back to you when we come back with it and say, hey, what did that look like, and make sure that you're aware of what you're doing when you're weighting them and how that's affecting the data. Yeah, they're almost exact.
Did you want to make a motion on what you were talking about?
There's already a motion, Bob.
Pardon?
There's already a motion on the table. A motion on the, yeah, but I'll withdraw mine if somebody else wants to. I'm going to withdraw my motion.
I'm not taking my second back. I can't. No, we can change it. No, I just...
Performance-based on...
I heard what Lisa said. I mean, I'd like to think we could be at doing performance-based, but I don't know if we're there yet. I'm not sure we are.
I don't like 1. I don't like 2. I don't think we're there. I don't know when we're going to be there, but at some point, performance is looked at, I think, in all the groups, and we're going to be looking at once a year. Out of the 3, it seems to make more sense.
Well, and one of the things that we heard as well, yes, I understand that with this option there may be more work. The other side of that is it is a very good way to reward and retain high performers, which I think we want as well. So
The other option we could have is you could have a pool of money that if it were available, then you could reward some performance based on that. You could have an extra pool of money or something at some point.
And the problem is while I appreciate the theory of rewarding those that have gone over and beyond, we haven't established what we consider over and beyond, what we want them to do for that. So again, I would like to make the motion that we pay them the automatic steps, that assuming they meet those expectations.
What you're saying is performance steps based on meeting expectations.
Correct.
But you have to either amend your motion, or, I know you pulled it, but
she pulled hers. I withdrew mine.
So, I just, like I said, I mean, I think, whatever.
Well, the motion and second have been withdrawn, so if you wish to make another.
Okay, so you can make it.
Well, I did, but no one seconded it.
I just want to, say it again.
That they get their automatic steps is...
Okay, I won't. I think it needs to be performance steps based on meeting expectations. Can you repeat
Why don't you say a stepped-based plan based on meeting expectations of the job?
There you have her.
I'll second
that. You have that, Barb?
Yep. Hopefully we can get down the road and do the other one.
Is there a second?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
If there's no further discussion, Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Fax?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So, Katie, just to be clear, which option was it that
Was the step-based plan, so full steps.
Technically.
Yeah, it's option A.
Option A with different wording.
Yeah, and that's fine. I know exactly what you meant.
Well, hopefully it'll be in our minutes.
Yeah, it's clear. I wouldn't make a recommendation without the meeting
I
expectations.
know, but maybe next time before we get something from the handout, you would look at it so we have the appropriate
Wording.
because it's
Understand.
important. When you're talking about a performance.
Yep.
If it gets approved a certain way, that's what
Yeah.
carries through.
I get, makes sense.
Now, are we going to the exempt?
Now are we going,
Your third question was, and you can tell me whether or not you're ready, at least you can give me some direction on how you'd like to see it put together, is where do you want to be in the marketplace? Do you want to be... Oh, you did that? Oh.
I think we said average.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He actually said approximate.
Now I'm really losing my mind, okay.
Been up to
I do a lot of these, so. All right, so I got my 3 questions answered. So those are the 3 questions that I needed to have answered to move forward.
now we're going to go to the exempt?
Okay.
Okay, so when you do the exempt, are you talking,
The teachers.
Now, the exempt, what you had on there for what was the question of just to move forward as a...
No, the exempt one was at the January 13th board meeting, the superintendent leadership team identified a number of action steps taken from the Carlson exempt employee study. Following discussion with the board at the first January 13th meeting, those action steps have been revised as follows. So number 1 is a teacher pay plan working group of 5 teachers and 5 administrators to develop a new teacher pay plan. The group will review currently existing as well as teacher pay plans under construction from other school districts. Make a recommendation to the board in March for the teacher pay plan. Charlie had said 3 and 4. We said 5 and 5. That group will also review and remedy any clear cases of teacher internal inequity and apply the corrections retroactively for the 2013-14 school year. Board member requests to discuss pay variance between existing versus new staff will be performed by the working group and included in the board recommendation along with the teacher pay plan. And then number 3, and that's it. Those 2 are for the teachers.
okay, so
Develop a working group.
the only thing we're deciding are those 2 items.
Correct.
I don't need to recuse myself for those.
My question is, I had asked you, Dr. Wenninger, for information on number 2. I wondered what the amounts were for 10, 11, 11, 12, and 12, 13.
Yeah, I asked that question, and Keith was just on his way out, and I think Jenna was on vacation. I think the number that they remembered was for 11, 12, I think it was around somewhere between 15 and 19,000, but I didn't have the data for the other 2.
That's what my recollection was.
But there were 3 different scenarios for inequity, and that was something that we need to remember. There was inequity based on hiring people for hard-to-get positions. So, for example, physical therapists now command a significantly higher
I
salary.
understand that, and the board did address that by giving them $5,000. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah.
So the first one was significantly hard to get, whether that be math, science, CTE, or in the case of physical therapists. The second one was people who were employed in regular positions with the same degree and experience that current employees had, but at a higher rate. And then there was a third one using inequity using the rubric that had been used in HR. So there are 3 different categories of inequities, which is why the request to provide that information couldn't be done when it was asked, because there's going to take a lot of time to do that. And so that's what the working group plan is going to wrestle with, were those 3 areas of inequity.
Okay. I'd make a motion for number 1, but I would change it to 10 teachers and 5 administrators. Given the administrators that you outlined in last meeting, you indicated that the administrators would be the business services director, the HR director, a principal from the high school, junior high, and elementary, and then 10 teachers that were evenly divided through the elementary, or proportionate to the numbers, elementary, junior high, and high school. That would be my motion. The group will review the current existing as well as, as it's listed there. But I would adopt it to 5 and 10.
I'll second that one.
I got it. Bob? Are we going to talk about blending private and public sectors in the teachers?
We'll come back to you when we have this
'Cause I
conversation.
want to present something tonight. So I would like to talk about it sometime before we pass all these motions.
But it's not relevant
They're
tonight.
not ready to do that until they do the work.
Well, I want to bring up something so you all have some time to think about it. Maybe you have some questions. I mean, I spent a little time on this. I'd like to take 5 minutes and talk about it.
Is it relevant to?
Yeah, it's relevant.
Okay, then.
I'm going to need the slide or the overhead.
PowerPoint or this machine?
That machine to put some paper on it.
Bob, are you going to talk about salaries?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about
But
something.
it's, Bob, it's 9:30, and
Oh, Renee,
it isn't...
I'm sorry that you're not feeling good, but you know what? We have business to address here, and I'd like to address it.
Actually, I feel really well tonight, Bob, so
Good.
thanks for your concern over my health. That's so kind of you.
Barb, you want to help me with this thing?
My question is it relevant to
No,
what?
it's not
Is it relevant to what the question is? I mean, can we even talk about that other than the questions that we are just asking? I mean, are we getting off topic?
No, you're not getting off topic.
No, it's just that it's...
The reason that I
later.
took the time to say it's important to have blended pay for public and private in the teaching thing is, number one, I want to give you some examples. The average Stevens Point median household income, and that came from Charlie, was $39,373. 2011 and 12, the district teacher's FTE average was $57,912. And I wanted to bring this out when we're talking about compensation and wages. In the private sector, for teaching, the starting salary with a bachelor's degree is $24,000, and the starting salary for a teacher with a master's degree in the Stevens Point private school area is $24,800. The highest paid salary in the Stevens Point private school, a person having a master's degree and 25 years of service, is $39,000. Besides just looking at the wages when we're talking about all this stuff, we need to look at benefits. Example, and this is information that Charlie had presented to the school board. The Stevens Point district pays an annual premium of $20,800. The district pays 87.4% of that premium, and the employees pay 12.6%. And the teachers in the private sector in Stevens Point area, they pay 38% of their medical premiums. Kaiser Health average, the annual premium an employer pays is $17,000, and the information was from Charlie. 76% of the premium is paid by the employer, and the employee pays 24%. The retirement plans that the employees at the Stevens Point School District has been recognized as probably the #1 pension in the United States. It's the only public pension in the United States that's funded at 100%. Retirement plans for teachers in private schools working in the Stevens Point area, they have a 403B retirement plan. After the employee has completed 1 year, they receive 1% automatically, and they can choose to contribute more if they wish. Their employer will match up to 2%. Now I put up here to compare from the DPI information of teacher salaries for the 2013 year, and it shows there were 445 districts listed on that document. The starting salary Stevens Point ranked 131 In high salary, they were number 56. Average salary, number 47. And their average fringe was 154. Stevens Point belongs to CISA 5. There's 35 schools in the school district, or in the CISA 5 district. Starting salary, Stevens Point was ranked number 5. High salary, number 2. Average salary, number 3. And average fringe, number 11. And I listed all the schools, and I will give everybody copies of this when I'm done. And then below it, I took, can you raise it up just, Barb? Below it there, as you can see, I took 12 schools, Neenah, Stevens Point, and Wausau, etc. The starting salary for the Stevens Point School District was ranked number 3. High salary for Stevens Point was 7. The average salary for Stevens Point was 6. And our average fringe was 6. You want to go to the next slide, Barb?
Is this the one you want next?
Yep. And then this one you'll have a copy of too. It just shows you, this was done October 29, 2012 by our human resources, where they actually called all these 23 school districts, counting ourselves, to find out what the starting salaries and the high salaries were. And you can see the average where it is, and you can see where Stevens Point is. Again, it's right up there. And then the last, there's another one there, Barb. Yeah, that one you got. Okay. This one here is interesting because I took the year 2010, state of Wisconsin, and then 2013, state of Wisconsin, to show you where the starting salary for the Stevens Point School District was. In 2010 was ranked number 65, and in 2013 was ranked 131. And in high salary, Stevens Point in 2010 was ranked 22, and in 2013 was ranked 56. The average salary for the Stevens Point School District was 11 in 2010 and 47 in 2013, and the average fringe, Stevens Point in 2010 was ranked 107th, and in 2013 154. Barb, you want to move that up just a little bit? If you look at CISA 5, again the 35 schools counting Stevens Point, starting salary in 2010, Stevens Point was 1. 2013, there were 5. If you compare high salary, Stevens Point in 2010 was 2. In 2013, they were 2. Comparing the average salary of the Stevens Point School District, 2010 they were number 1, and in 2013 they were number 3. If you look at the fringe, they were ranked number 6 in 2010 and number 11 in 2013. And if you look at the bottom of those 11 or 12 total schools that we compared, in 2010, Point starting salary was 2. 2013, it was 3. In the high salary, Point was 4 in 2010. Today, 2013, 7. Average salary was 1 in 2010, and now we're 6th. And comparing the average fringe, in 2010, we were 4. In 13, we were 6. You're probably wondering why I wanted to mention this, because I truly believe we need two things. We need to make sure we blend with the private sector, the wages, and we also need to take into consideration their benefit package. Also important to remember that before Act 10 was implemented, again, unions impacted school boards, which impacted wages and benefits. And this happened in all school districts. So when comparing other school districts, you need to keep this in mind. Another reason for talking about this is to say to the leadership team of the teachers union, yes, you have not had a base wage increase in 4 years. Yet when you compare the above data, the taxpayers of Stevens Point School District have been very generous to the SPAEA. This board has presented base wage proposals to the leadership team of the SPEAE. These proposals were based on what the district could afford. These proposals were all rejected by the leadership team of the SPAEA. This board has gone to mediation with the SPAEA. And another thing to note, the leadership team has filed a prohibited practice complaint against the Stevens Point School District. Thank you.
Colleen, I have a question. I just received an email. It does appear that you've already picked the people for the meetings, and the meetings have already been established. So you have 5 administrators picked, and you have 5 teachers that are already planned, and you have your meeting set for tomorrow, February 4th?
I was unaware of that, Renee, because I was not Keith established that before he left.
So Janet Bidwell sent this out January 21st.
I understand, Renee. I was unaware that a meeting had been scheduled and that the people had been selected. I know that Keith had been working on that. If the board takes your recommendation, then that will change.
Well, I think it's disingenuous.
Renee, I didn't know, so please...
You're in charge, and you call it the leadership
Renee,
team.
Please be careful about making accusations without grounds for them.
I'll send it to you. It's from your leadership team, and you've said the leadership team here, and the board is yet presented with something that would appear that we still have a choice. So I'll send it to the whole board.
Please don't send something to the whole board, Renee.
We wouldn't want everyone to have the information or be transparent.
They can send it to the administration, have them send it to us. You were president, you know, you should not send it to the whole board.
I know, and I sent everything out.
This is getting off topic, so I apologize. You can do this tomorrow.
Thank you.
But can we vote like on the number 1 question first?
Yeah, there's already been a motion made.
There's been, my other discussion on that was,
There's been a motion made on 1 and 2, correct, Renee?
No, I just made one.
Just one. And that was just, basically all you did was to add, instead of 5 teachers, we should do 10. And I believe that was a discussion in the past too, to make sure we have, because if we have 5 teachers, that doesn't even give us one from every, well, even 10 doesn't give us one from every building that we have.
But it's representative.
I agree, and it still is, because the morale, the communication in our school, in our staff, I just don't feel comfortable with that many administration in there, but you did say principals, correct, Renee?
I did, but it appears, and I was going based on the 5 administrators from the last meeting, which indicated the director of HR, which I understand Keith was coming back to facilitate this, one from the business services person, and then one from the elementary, one from the junior high, and one from the high school. That's what we were told.
Right.
Yes.
Is that still Stan?
Who are the ones that have been selected?
It looks like 2 junior high and 2 elementary. And I don't know, and Tom.
Okay.
But my motion would be to include the working group was outlined at the last board meeting for the administrators, and then 10 teachers throughout the elementary, junior high, and high school.
Jeff?
Barb, could you please read the motion?
I have that Renee moved and it was seconded to accept number 1, accept change to 10 teachers and 5 administrators as discussed at the last workshop.
And number 1 reads...
Okay. You need to have the people that I mentioned in there. Yes.
This one.
Yeah, number 1.
And then the reason again for wanting 10 teachers instead of 5?
More input. I've been at some WASB meetings where I sat in and watched a group of, they had some board members, they had teachers and administrators. It was a very collaborative group, and it was, some people weren't believers when they first started doing it, but through the discussion and the input, it was a way in which to arrive at something. So I just look for more input from our employees.
Okay, so it's the balance that you're concerned with, not the total number.
I want more teachers because it's a teacher's plan, so I want some buy-in from them, yes. And I think 5 and 5 is, it was just my approach to try to get some more input from the employees.
Chris?
I'm just wondering, just a question, when I go to work, if all the people in a certain group get to devise their own pay plan, an equal number says equal administrators, equal teachers, come back to the board for a discussion. I can't imagine that if there are 5 teachers, that other teachers and the union teachers will not talk to them and give their input. So it's a pay structure.
Bob?
I would have to agree with Chris and support the 5 and 5, based on what she just said.
Jeff?
At the end of the day, I gave this a lot of thought, and I know before I came to the meeting, I was actually thinking 15 people, 15 teachers, because we have such diversity of teaching within our district that it's more representative, and they're going to give more valuable input into creating these pay structures. Now, the argument that the more that you give, the more that they're going to come up with compensation, that's already controlled. The board has already decided of how that's fixed, so I don't really buy that argument. But I guess secondly, take a step back, the administrators had given us their pay grades, and we had no input, and they decided their own ranges. So I don't know, I'm not quite getting that. At the end of the day, I'll support the 10, but in all honesty, I'd really like to see 15, just because it's our opportunity in this process to come together and come up with an equitable pay structure for our teachers.
Lisa?
Actually, when I was down at the conference, a lot of my time was spent in the performance salary structure, and in addition to the other roles, and what was the other one? Empowering teacher leaders and system coaching, RTI, and what's funny about that is what they're saying, first and foremost, everything's built on trust. And if your staff doesn't trust your leaders and your administrators, which is pretty clear they don't, they did 3 votes and no confidence, there is no trust. So once the trust is there, then they had the staff and a couple administrators. So I'm not sure even 5 and 10 is going to work with this group. It's just, really? So I'm with Jeff. I would rather have more staff input, even on the non-exempt staff. Why aren't we asking them what they want? Why aren't we getting their input? I don't understand why we have to be dictators. I don't know why we have to think that coming from above down is the right way, because everything I heard down there is just the opposite. So, do we want to be successful or not?
Any other comments from the board?
Would you be interested in
I'll
changing
amend
it?
mine to 15, that's fine.
And I'll second the amendment. Amendment? That's what I wanted. The 15 teachers to 5 administration. I mean, so then you can get a pretty well-blended staff from all of our groups, all of our ages, I should say. So.
Question.
Jeff?
Yeah, how are the representatives selected for the committee?
We'd have to ask Jenna, because apparently she's in charge.
No, actually, Keith is still involved in this.
Okay.
And has he informed you of how he's selecting the teaching staff?
I haven't asked him, no.
I think that could be a serious consideration.
I just wanted to ask you a question, seeing you are the expert. What are your thoughts on 5 and 5, 10 and 5, 15 and 5? I mean, we're using you as a consultant for your expertise.
I was wanting to let you kind of work it out and talk through it, because I'm thinking this through and want to make sure that I have an understanding. We do, there are some things I don't know either, and so you just have to. But there is a meeting scheduled tomorrow that was going to be kind of a kickoff, just to get to know and probably go over a little bit about the board meeting what you went over the board meeting, and just to get a group from kind of get started. So that was just scheduled. I don't know how much of that, if any of that was, hey, we're going to be there, let's get moving, we're talking about this March date. And so I don't know what got us to there, but I do know that that's scheduled, and I was going to be facilitating that meeting. I think you want to keep it manageable. I don't think, and I do know that one of the things and that popped in my head when you mentioned this, and when you're talking about it, is that on the survey, when Charlie met with everyone, one of the things people were like, they don't want to keep getting pulled away so much. For one of the things on that concern list was being pulled away to work on other items and things like that. So whether or not you think that the people that are there are at least, like you had mentioned, are they going to have conversations and voice about what we're talking about, and how, I think one of the conversations we could have tomorrow is how are we going to move to make sure that what we're doing and where we're moving, that we're moving in the right direction. So
Meetings during the day that you're talking about pulling them away?
The one tomorrow was 8 to 9:30.
8 to 9:30. I did not schedule the meetings.
5:30. So they wouldn't affect people's teaching time.
It will not.
The first one would.
First one was.
8:30 to 9.
And why would it be scheduled during the day?
Probably because she's going to facilitate and she's staying.
I just, actually, to be honest, I had nothing to do with scheduling the meetings. I don't know. And I think the timing just worked out with Jenna being gone. And so I don't have an answer. To keep it manageable, I think if you're going to add more, we're going to wait to get started. I think the one thing that we're going to look at is that I think, we're shooting for March. I think that, I know that Charlie, and we want to get back. We know that your teachers want to have some understanding of where the pace. We want to move it forward and keep it going. I think the more you put, the more it may take a little longer to get everybody together and get moving and get the whole group. But I think as long as we keep it to a manageable amount, I think that's the biggest thing for Phil Stadium.
If the board, if the board changes the configuration, then we'll cancel tomorrow's meeting and we'll reschedule.
Yep. But then I think just look at that we may need to. It may be a little bit longer until we get back, just because in order to keep it moving. The next one's scheduled on Wednesday, next week, right?
The 12th.
Yeah.
And then the 26th. One thing I would just like to point out today, I spent quite a bit of time going back over this because I was in the HR committee when we had that. And we started talking about it back in, to March 5th of 2012. Keith presented something. And then March 11th, he was going to bring some information back. And then we had, when Charlie originally was hired, he was going to have something done already in October for the teachers. So
right, and then we came in October, and I think we would have looked for from direction. So
so this has gone on for a long time.
It has.
And there's, I think that I do think getting it done by March, when I was looking through the packet, I don't know how you get all the information and get it done so fast. Because I want to make sure it's a good program.
Yep.
And it seems like we've been, since 2012, even in 2011, the 11-12 goal for the HR committee was to get, some sort of pay schedule in place. So we've been at this for a long time.
Yeah, you have. It's a lot of decisions. Yep.
Could we vote?
Vote on the amendment first.
We need to vote on the amendment first.
I thought she pulled off her first motion.
I did. I withdrew it and changed it, and the
Yeah, it was
person
withdrawn.
seconded it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is?
15.
5 and 15.
To accept the recommendation for exempt teacher pay plan, except identifying
It was 15 teachers.
15 teachers and 5 administrators, director of HR, 2 junior high principals, 1 elementary principal, and the SPASH principal.
No, it was actually the HR director, the business services manager, the director, I might not have the title correct, and then was a principal from each school. That comprised the 5, is what we were told at the last board
From
meeting.
each grade level.
Great, yeah.
For me, it's great.
Not school.
Senior high school,
Right.
junior high
Thank
school.
you, thank you.
Yep. School level.
Together we'll get it.
Yes, please.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
No.
Ms. Faxon?
No.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
Motion fails.
I will make a motion, and it was the motion that Jeff had made, to include an additional 5 teachers and 5 administrators.
No, I thought we did that.
So you're talking
No.
10 of each?
10 altogether, 10 teachers, 5 administrators
Second.
for number 1.
Do we wish any discussion? Tim?
So is it possible to have like the board choose who is going to be like on the committee, or is that just like committee stuff only? Like for like the teachers, because there was a question on how are you going to pick the teachers, because like is it possible for the board to pick the teachers or not?
Question.
Very good question.
And we don't know at this point how the teachers were selected.
Terry, I got a question. I mean, if we could find out, since we probably have to push this now back, I mean, because I have a feeling this one's going to pass through, so we're going to have to push something back, and I would like to see how they were picked, how many teachers would like to volunteer for it, because it is time-consuming, and then maybe the board can choose from that listing. And we might have to do a special session, I apologize, to get that done sooner, and I'd be willing to come in extra time.
Jeff?
I think it should just be a good representation, a good cross-section of our teachers, so that each segment is represented appropriately.
The only issue with that is with 10, I mean, we have a lot of different types of, and I'm not sure 10's enough to represent each.
But it's better than 5.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So,
Chris?
I think we want represent. One of the reasons I said 5 versus 10 is exactly what you were talking about, Renee, and that is we've got things in motion. We've been waiting to get this in motion. The more people you add, I cannot believe that other teachers will not have input, but the more people you add to what happens here, March is going to turn into April, and it's going to be continual, because some of these things we're going to have to discuss more than just this. I mean, there's some real details that are going to have to be discussed that we're going to have to go through. It's going to take a long time. The more people you add, it's great, you've got input, but I think that will hold us back, and that's why I changed from 5 to 10. Okay, extra input, great. Keep adding, we're going to keep adding. We're barely getting through one of these items at a time, so.
Just a suggestion. What if you went with the group that you have and then added on an additional 5 and done it completely random, pick the other 5 randomly? Using there's a random.com, pick the other 5 randomly. So you'd have the people that are on there, that are on the list now, the random.com. Okay.
I'm not comfortable with that.
but thank you for the thought.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I guess I'd like to know the reasoning, how they picked these, and
Yeah.
and the random would, some teachers just can't do it with family and,
They
yeah,
didn't have
but,
a choice. They wanted
right,
to do it.
right.
Go down,
So-
they turn it down, then you go down the next.
yeah,
But I think it's important we know how the first 5 were chosen.
so.
Jeff?
I'm going to trust that the process, whatever it was fair and equitable, and that ultimately this board is going to decide whether to accept the recommendation or not. So, I mean, let's go with what we've got, what we got started. I like the idea we can select another 5 using the same criteria they used initially to get more representation. And my concern, again, as Chris said, is just the unwieldy size of a committee. You get too many people in it, and it gets really hard to get anything done.
It's been moved and seconded to have 5 administrators and 10 teachers. If there's no further discussion, Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Lively?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We then have item 2. Deal with, and that group will also review and remedy any clear cases of teacher internal inequity and apply the corrections retroactively for the 2013-14 school year. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the group will also review and remedy any clear cases of teacher internal inequity and apply the corrections retroactively for the 11-12, 12-13, and 13-14 school years. And this will include the hard-to-get positions, those that are employed with degrees and years of experience that jumped over others, and also looking at the rubric that was created in Human Resources and applied beginning with, I believe, the 12-13 school year.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Bob?
On the inequities, is there a process where we could speed that up?
That's something we asked about.
Attila?
Tilla?
I'm sorry.
On the inequities, is there a process that we could do to speed that up so we could take care of the inequities quicker?
Before March?
Well, no, I'm saying March is fine, but I mean, I don't want to drag that out.
No. This particular recommendation would come back with specifics so the board could approve that in March.
All right.
The part I don't understand about this, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that this was actually a board directive months and months and months and months ago. Why is it now coming again? Is there something that I don't know?
That was never a board directive. Here's the documentation over the past year and a half to 2 years, which shows that there was no board directive. This came before the HR committee.
Okay.
And there was never a board directive. Here are the minutes and all the agenda, and I did this just for you because you had made that statement and you sent several emails. So here's the information, Lisa.
Are there other questions or comments? Kim?
I'm going to thank Renee for making that because, if we've been talking about this since 2011-ish, again, it keeps coming up, and I'm going to use one of Jeff's sayings is the redheaded stepchild keeps getting put in the closet. So we need to get this done. So I'm in support of that.
So can we vote?
I have a question, and that is I'd like to hear from administration. The recommendation that's part of the motion is different than what we were given. What is the impact of that difference?
Monetary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the board would have several decisions it would have to make. So you'd have to first identify everybody who was employed during 11, 12, 12, 13. You already have 13, 14. Is the board going to pay people retroactively who are no longer in the district? It's one decision. Second decision is if you are going to do this, excuse me, how is that going to factor in with, for example, negotiations for teachers? That base pay would change, and then those new negotiations would alter that factor. We'd have to change our calculus in terms of giving the board information about what a 0.5%, a 1%, a 1.5%, 2%, et cetera, would be. So the ramifications are additional work to go back and get those people and then apply that. And then the second one, which is it's monetary. It's what is the board willing to do monetarily.
Thank you. There are no other questions or comments?
Well, before you asked me a question, and I'm not sure I knew the answer. Katie, in the original recommendation from Charlie, did he recommend going back to 11, 12, or did he just say 13, 14? Yeah, I'm looking at his PowerPoint right now. I don't know, and
I think that would be part of our recommendation. We'd have to look at it and would impact our
What he did originally was he talked about, I mean, this has taken so long. Originally, it was 12, 13, and I notice now it's 13, 14 is his recommendation. And what happened in the Human Resources Committee is that John Zelmer and myself did ask that it go to the board, that we address employees that have been leapfrogged for the very reason, because some people wouldn't be employed any longer, and that never came to the board. It wasn't brought forward to the board from the committee, so.
actually it did. There was as part of the documentation I provided, there was a report from Keith that indicated what we were going to do, and the board did not act on that. Charlie's recommendation was for the 13-14 school year, but there's a motion been made to go back farther. I just wanted to clear what Charlie's recommendation was.
You know, we hire the experts to give us recommendations, and whatever we do, we have to be able to sustain these increases. And we're paying a lot of money for an expert to tell us to go to 2013 and 14, and we got board members that think money comes out of the air, and we can just spend like the federal government. I think we need to respect the experts and go with the 2013-14.
And I would just like to raise a point that I asked Attila, and he mentioned tonight, 15 to 19,000 for 11 to 12. I recall 19,000. We're not talking a large sum of money here.
But that was
We're
only
talking
for
about
one
doing,
of those three categories.
Yeah, but it's about doing what's right.
I'm just trying to give you information.
I know you are, and I appreciate that.
Kim.
We're our experts, and I'm going to assume you're talking about the, and I apologize if I'm saying it, the group, I was going to use the Carlson group. Were you aware that we've been discussing this? Because you looked a little surprised when we said 2011.
No, I'm not surprised that you've been discussing it. What I was under the understanding that we were looking at tonight was whether what I was understanding we were looking for approval was to discuss that with the group that's going to be established, the teachers, come up with, so that when we come back with our recommendations, that we'll come back with a recommendation of what we think that would be a good way for a remedy for that. And whether that be for 2000, whether that includes several years back, looking at the cost, looking at the ramifications, taking all that and coming back to you then at that time and saying, hey, here's a recommendation with that input from the group for whatever years that may be. Now, maybe we'll come back and say 2013 to 14. I think I need to make a note to Charlie to say, if we're not coming back with those other ones, make sure you're going to be able to address that and explain why our decision that we had those discussions. So I think all we're asking for, I think all that was in there is so that we can have those discussions, that you realize it's going to come back a part of our recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay. Barb, would you read the motion for us, please?
To accept the teacher inequity plan, I lost it, but include 2011-12, 2012-13, and 2013-14.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
Motion carries.
Barb, just as a point of order, you might want to listen to the tape. I think the motion was a little different than what you were able to repeat, so,
Right.
yeah.
Did
Okay.
you want all of that, the detail with the
That is why I made the motion the way I did. Yeah.
And the verbiage is very important, so we know exactly what we're voting on, because that's happened before, where I was misunderstood or misinterpreted.
All right. Attila, you do not have a superintendent's report tonight because of the open meetings issue?
There's
Two more.
two more
Oh,
recommendations.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I thought We were done.
We had talked with Charlie about the exempt employees having a group. Our recommendation was exempt employees who are non-teacher, non-administrators. We'd have 3 administrators and 3 non-teacher exempt employees to develop a pay plan to be brought back in the board in March.
May I ask who's in that group, please?
It would be support personnel, I wish Keith or someone from HR were here. There is a group, no, the exempt employees who are non-teachers and not administrators. They're the support personnel in IT, the people in this building.
The 21, the support services?
Yeah. Does that say 21, Lisa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the group. And there may be a couple of others.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Anyone?
Second.
Discussion? Jeff?
Well, I know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Jeff?
Again, I would think that we want to be more representative the other direction, 6 and 3. I mean, we did it 10 and 5 for the other one, 6 and 3, so I will not vote for this.
Bob?
That was what I was going to suggest to be is what we're doing for the teachers, we should be doing the same for the other ones and make it 3-6.
If you want to go, based on percentage, I mean, we have 200, or how many teachers we have? 496, so 10, of the 496 is, what percentage of the 21 would the 3 be? You know what I mean? 6 of 21 is a much higher percentage than...
I'm just using what you said, that it's nice to have more.
Oh, no, I agree. I'm just
Well,
saying
I'm
if
saying-
you're
Like
the
saying
number's
it's
not
the
the percentage.
same.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, if you're doing for the teachers, why not do it for the non-exempt employees, the same percentage?
The percentage is different than the number.
Be less.
How about people, 6-3 versus 10-5?
Do we have a motion and a second?
Yep. Yeah.
Are you amending, are you asking for an amendment?
I'd like to have an amendment if I was able to change the 3 non-exempt to 6.
Non-teacher exempt.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I'll second your amendment.
All right. If there's no further discussion, let's vote on the amendment.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ruffman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And then item 4.
We just
voted
voted on the
Sorry.
amendment.
I'm sorry, we did the amendment, now let's do...
Ms.
Barb,
Faxon?
can you just repeat, I apologize, can you repeat the whole,
For exempt employees who are non-teacher and non-administrator, Mr. Carlson, 3 administrators, and now we're going to change it to 6 non-teacher exempt employees. We'll develop a pay plan and make a recommendation to the board in March.
thanks, Barb.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes?
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Ruffman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And I'd like to table number 4 until we get the other reports done. The board, in all good faith, did in January of 2011 go ahead and approve administrator positions, and we went ahead with their contracts. And I would just like to table this until we get the rest of our employees in place. So I wouldn't support voting for this at this time.
Is
I'll
there a
second it.
Oh.
All right. Discussion, Bob?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the part where they review annually in January for any modifications, I would think, my own opinion, that when we review, we would review all the employees on a certain time, like every 2 years or every 3 years or every one, not just the administrators yearly. That's just my thought on it.
I don't know that there needs to be a motion if there's no, I mean, unless there's a specific motion to set a deadline. If the board doesn't want to do this, there doesn't need to be a motion.
That's fine. Steve?
Yeah.
Here's my concern: if we table this, we're never going to see it again. And those wage salaries won't be looked at by our expert. And I would say at the last meeting, I made it quite clear that I will not vote for anything that does not take into consideration that we need to look at all our employees, not just certain groups. That ban that was provided to the board was from the administration. There was no input by anybody from the board or anybody outside of the administration. So I would not be in favor of tabling this. I would be in favor of having the experts do a wage analysis and make some recommendations to us to make sure that we're fairly compensating our administrators. I don't know if we're too high, if we're too low, but I can tell you the percentages that were in the report were at the 90-some-odd percentile on most of our positions that we're currently paying.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the presentation, I thought you had said, not you yourself, but your firm, that actually our administrative staff was approximately $10,000 higher than the other jobs in the area. I thought that's what he said. So I think Jeff's right. I don't think this motion or this recommendation is appropriate.
Yeah. Okay.
But I do believe we should be revisiting all groups, including this group.
Because we do have people that are outside of the range.
Yes.
And it would be nice to have advice from the experts in terms of how you address that.
Yep.
So
You got to remove.
So I'll remove mine table. I'm good at that tonight.
That's good for us.
So you make,
I'd make a motion to have the Carlson's group review the salary bands for administrators, directors, principals, supervisors, and managers, and present us with a recommendation.
In March?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Katie?
Can they do that?
I don't know if that is part of the scope of our project.
It's
And,
not.
I don't have the ability to say that we can do that by that time.
Okay.
I can bring that to Charlie and talk to him, but I don't have the ability to come in or for something on that project because that wasn't part of the original scope of our study. Not that we can't do it, just can't say that I can do that by March. And right now, we're already pushing on those other dates. With that other committee, it's gonna be pushed back a little bit. I don't know by a lot, but probably pushed back.
I'll happily withdraw the in March. Attila?
Yeah, I just want to read from Charlie's original report about exempt employees, which included administrators and teachers. This is, I can't read this, it's on slide 29, I think. The district pay is currently market competitive for teachers. The district needs a pay plan that is designed thoughtfully and collaboratively. Issues of internal inequity must be resolved. Pay for performance on hold until educator effectiveness program is implemented and stable. For administrators and non-exempt staff, pay for non-exempt staff needs realignment. Pay for administrators is currently competitive. Both groups could begin transitioning to a modified pay for performance model. I think it's in the interest of fairness and also accuracy to just to indicate what Charlie said and not to cherry pick groups and begin to pick on those. So if the board wants us to engage Carlson Detman with a study of administrative pay, I think that's a great idea, and I think we can certainly do that.
Discussion? If not, Barb, there is a motion and a second, I believe.
There is.
And what was
Can we-
The motion.
I didn't get it all. On these longer motions, if you put them in writing.
Do we make an amendment just on on March, just say to be determined, because they're never going to get it all done at one time?
Well, one of the things that we could do is to engage Charlie right away tomorrow and say, if we wanted to do a compensation report for administrators, how long would it take? And then come back to the board next week on Monday with a proposal for what that would do.
So what you're saying is table it?
I'm sorry?
Just table it till talk to Charlie?
I'm not suggesting that, I'm suggesting that that's what we could do.
Okay.
So we don't act on item 4, and
I will bring it back on Monday after I talk with Charlie to see what the timeline would be and what his cost would be to do that.
So do we,
Isn't there a motion on the floor?
there's a motion on the floor. I'll withdraw my motion, or my second.
I'm confused. I thought we had 3 different agreements with the Carlson Group. One for the hourly, one for the teachers, and then another one for the administrative staff. What were the 3?
There weren't 3. What happened was that initially it was for non-exempt and I think teachers, and then the administrator one came along. But the 3, the 3 became exempt teachers, non-exempt, and then exempt non-teachers. If you want to do the administrative one, that would be a different contract. That was not under the scope of agreement.
I've never had that.
Okay, can you repeat that? So the first one was with...
I'd have to go back and look, Lisa, at the contract, so I don't want to be in a position of a gotcha. The administrator group was not included in the original scope. That's what I can tell you.
I can't answer that over the percentage. Let us go back and let's talk to Charlie tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I'm just...
I don't want to be, I feel like I'm talking for somebody else,
Right,
so
right.
I apologize for that.
Right, and I remember at PJ's when he gave the presentation and he included,
He did
you know.
include some, so that you had some things. I don't know what that is.
Right.
all right, so what we have is Jeff's original motion, seconded by Bob, but Bob is withdrawing his second. Jeff, I'm sensing you're not comfortable.
What was your motion? Would you repeat it?
To review the salary bands for the administrators, directors, principals, supervisors, and managers.
I'll second it. You're still comfortable with your motion?
Barb, roll call
You're
vote,
not?
please. Oh, Chris.
If we don't have a contract, are we creating now a contract for them to do that? Because
I'm not sure what the motion is causing the administration to do. I would like clarification on that.
we have another, I get the gist of what Jeff's asking for, but we should find out if he can do it, timeline, money, whatever, and all that. We have a board meeting next Monday.
Can we be guaranteed it's on the board meeting on Monday?
On the agenda?
Even though if the board votes on it?
I'll guarantee you that I'll ask the president and vice president to put it on the agenda.
Well, the board
I'm
made the
on the
motion
rec-
already, but that doesn't make a difference, so, but anyways.
Sorry.
Jeff?
Yeah, I would like to have a timeline, find out what it's going to cost. I'm all for it, but I think I'd like to hear from Detman as to what they can do.
So 7D4 will be on next Monday's agenda.
We still have to vote on
Point of
this.
order, you have to still vote on this.
Yep.
We still have to vote that we're going to do it, regardless who's doing it. So we can, if I understand correctly. So we're going to vote that we're still going to hopefully do it, regardless if they're doing it or if we're going to...
If we do it internally, whatever, it still needs to be.
Still needs to be done.
You can bring back the information, hopefully on Monday, of what if we have an agreement with them.
Well, and the board would have to approve the agreement with Carlson Detman, correct?
Correct. And I would like to see the original contracts, too. I think the board needs to see those original contracts before Monday.
All right, there is a motion. Barb, I think everybody's heard it now.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrill?
Yes.
Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
No.
Ms. Faxon?
No.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
Motion fails.
Terry?
Yes.
Can I request that we have at some point a 5-minute break? And one other question. I'd like to ask, I'm sorry.
Katie?
Katie, a question if I may.
Sure.
Katie, in the presentation, there's a list here of benefits. I can show it to you if you like. The board has, I don't know, it's number 21 that shows all these benefits. And then, see how the guesstimate's here? Mm-hmm. Okay. Later on, we have this, the current district teacher pay distribution. And it's from a certain amount, 35,000 to 44, or 44,490, and then a percentage, the number of staff at that salary range, and the percentage. Would it be possible, if it's not, that's fine, but Bob was talking about salary and benefits, would it be possible, when you're looking, if it doesn't add a lot of extra work, to have a range of benefits, the same way you did this?
Yeah, I would imagine that the district probably, if it depends on what they have available, and we can find out.
I didn't know if
And
you have
well,
that information.
We have it information. I don't know if it has
Okay, if it's too much work.
But I can ask Charlie. I know what you're talking about.
Because if you're
Based
looking
on
here,
percentage of pay.
and it says 45,000 is what the salary is, but the cost is 75,000.
Yeah.
That makes a big
I think
difference.
Charlie gave something in here, but I think we
Okay.
could get
I just
something
wanted to
along that
ask.
line.
Thank you.
All right, before we break, the board did not...
Terry, you got Kim.
I'm sorry, Kim?
I would like to make a motion on bringing back to the board meeting on Monday our contracts with this firm, and open discussion of when we can set up to look at the contracts for these 5 departments. I'm going to use that word.
List in number 4.
Yes, listed in number 4. Administrator, directors, principals, supervisors, and managers. See the contracts, talk about it on Monday. See the contract, so you can get your answers, we can get our answers. And then we have discussion of when we want to set that up if they are not hired to do it already.
I'll second that.
So, as part of that, you're effectively asking administration to work with Charlie and Katie to figure out what that salary band review would cost?
No, I understand Kim's request. She's asking for the contract with Carlson Detman, and then a discussion on the board about a timeline and a scope to review administrator salaries.
Correct, and she said she will ask to see if
If it's in the
if it's in the scope of the contract, whatever.
We can see if it's in the contract.
Right, but I meant a yes or no from her would beat me reading the contract that I don't understand, so, but thank you for that. But yes, that's what, and if it's not in their contract, then let's decide if we want to do another contract, if you can give us a price prior to Monday. If you can't, then at least it's a step forward.
That was my question
Together.
to you. Do you wish for administration to find that out? Can they do it, how much and when? Before Monday, so that can be included in the discussion.
I'll work with Katie and
Okay,
Charlie to do that.
that's what I was asking.
And if it can supersede all the agenda actions and all this stuff, if it can be brought on Monday.
Yeah.
So,
So it's been moved? Was it,
I seconded it.
was seconded? Is there further discussion?
Yes, I would like to say something. Could you incorporate this slide 23 with the comparison of administrator pay where it shows the average, for example, assistant principal, the average is 84,000 and we pay 99,000. Going director of HR, the average is 115 and we pay 28. It shows that about $10,000 where we're above average. So include all that information and all the rest of the study that you've already done as far as administrative pay. Just as, you know how you have all the slides here?
Yeah.
Just have them for us again so we don't have to dig back here.
We'll just incorporate the same packet.
Okay.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Barb, would you read the motion back, please?
That it be put on Monday night's agenda, to review the contract with Carlson and open discussion on the timeline and scope to review administration.
Administrators, directors, principals, supervisors, and managers, please.
We're not reviewing contracts, we're reviewing salary bands.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the wording. That's the wording.
Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Shively.
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick.
Yes.
Ms. Totten.
Yes.
Mr. Ebel.
Yes.
Ms. Faxon.
Yes.
Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Presley.
Yes.
Ms. Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Rothman.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, we are done with 7D. We do not have a superintendent's report because of open meetings. All right. And there was a request to take a 5-minute break. This is an appropriate time.
Yeah.
Well, let's reconvene. We're up to the consent agenda, which includes the minutes of January 13th, 2014 regular meeting, the revised recommendations for employment, and the 2 items listed under 9A, the approval of the bus bid and acquisition, and the telephone system maintenance contract approval. Is there a motion to approve the 4 items listed under the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Barb, roll call
Yeah,
vote, please. Oh.
Go ahead. I'm curious as to why on the recommendations for teacher hires, why we have 2 different positions, both full-time, and one at $17,635.31 and one at $16,588.31. I mean, if that could be included in there as to, how that was calculated. It looks like they both have a bachelor's degree, and one's going to be an elementary teacher for the 2nd semester, and the other one's going to be an ELL teacher for 2nd semester.
I don't know without talking with HR.
Can you find out for us?
Oh, absolutely.
Are there any other questions on the consent agenda?
Basically, I was going to ask the same somewhat a question. I like that we're getting a little bit more information that we requested, somewhat of their qualifications. I'm not second-guessing or micromanaging their expertise on hiring somebody, but that was a question too. What throws them off their pay scale a little bit?
I'll find out.
Experience or whatever. Okay, thank you.
And you'll just follow up with an email?
I will.
All right. If there are no further discussion, Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott.
Yes.
Ms. Shively.
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick.
I just wanted to check to see if I don't have any questions on telephone. Or did we not have any information on the telephone?
You did. It's in there. Yeah, the contract was in there.
Okay. Yes.
Ms. Totten.
Yes.
Mr. Ebel.
Yes.
Ms. Faxon.
Yes.
Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Presley.
Yes.
Mr. Rothman.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, we're on to item 9B1.
Here it is, it's backwards.
The District Century Phase 2 Partnership Approval. Reed, you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, it's backwards, so.
This board has voted, not that long ago, to wait until May and this super committee that I don't know who's going to be on to make any decision that might impact Jackson School. And they're waiting for this grade realignment and facility study. And which at that time there will hopefully also, well, there will be a new board. And and as soon as you start discussing specific aspects of a large, complicated contract here, as soon as you what happens is you then are accepting basically the proposal in general, okay? And I guess you can't use trick here, but what happens is if you read this thing, you will become trapped in using Jackson School and reopening Jackson School, because on the first, if this thing is conditional on Jackson School being reopened, there lies the problem. In addition, I hope that you are going to knock off at 10 o'clock tonight, okay? So you can't be, and one of the reasons why is because you can't be making these good decisions and talking about matters when it becomes this late in the evening, okay? So you meet at another time. $103 million budget. You could meet every night of the week would be justified, okay? So, and I will continue to comment on this, but, and what happens is if this were an outright grant, there were no strings attached, no promises made by the administration to Century, and we had full school board control, if there were no strings attached, this would be one thing. But if you start reading through this thing, this is a self-serving deal. This Century's got a lot, and these other people got a lot to say about what happens here. This program gets named after. You only have to go to the third page here, and already it talks about this Technology Development Center. Okay? And Renee had some good ideas, and I thought there was some, move all of this technology into all of the schools instead of going, you've talked about not going into a tech center. And if this is what was happening on all these issues, if these were just giving you a grant, I'm all for this technology, and I think you would be too. But this school board represents the public, and when you start bringing in these private entities in all these matters, that's a whole new ball game. You're down a slippery slope here, mixing in private.
Reed, your 3 minutes is up.
So please postpone this thing or don't do it.
Reed, I said your time was up. Thank you. Brian, any comments, things you wish to add, update us on, please?
I just, before Brian talks, I just want to reiterate that it was late last week when we finally got word from Century's legal department that they didn't want to use the word partnership because to them it has some legal ramifications. So Brian went back and changed the document to read a grant agreement rather than, or agreement rather than partnership. So that's how we're going to move forward. Jeff Presley asked a series of questions relative to the infrastructure amount, and we've provided those answers in a separate document, which I believe was put at people's places prior to the meeting. So, Brian.
Yeah, so the last school board meeting, we had the presentation on the Century grant, and a very good discussion on that. What this memo before you asks to do is to move forward with the grant in all aspects except for the Professional Development Center. which would be put off until after the committee, at which time the board would be able to vote on whether that would move forward or not. But at this time, we really want to move forward with this so that we can start making the plans for next year, which includes hiring tech integration specialists and making the plans for the purchases that we need to do.
Is that a question?
There are
Yes.
there are two motions, too, as well.
And also approve the Part B, which is the upgrade, that's the addition to the Phase 1 grant, which allows us to complete the infrastructure project, which is probably one of the most crucial things that we're doing. Bandwidth is really the currency of IT. If you don't have that, whatever devices you have will not matter. And we're in the process of upgrading our infrastructure. So by approving that addendum to the end of Phase 1, we'll be able to finish that project, and we'll have the bandwidth that we need for the next few years.
Tim, did you have a question?
Yeah. When you're talking about like the action item like B1, are you talking about like approving on page 4 of the PowerPoint stuff? It talks about like each individual like grade levels. Are you talking about approving that?
You're talking about on the memo, motion to approve the Century Insurance Foundation Incorporated and Stevens Point Area Public School District Technology Grant Agreement Phase 1, Part B?
Yes.
No, that is the money that we would use to upgrade the infrastructure, the Wi-Fi, the bandwidth that you have. And the reason why it's before the board, it's an addition to the original agreement.
Okay.
Are there other questions? Jeff?
Well, since you just were talking about the $207,000 that we're seeking, thank you for putting these items together as far as response. My first question is, didn't we already update our infrastructure? We already spent this money?
We're in the process of doing that.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a very specific question. Is there an invoice pending for this work?
Yes, we have a bill for what it's going to cost.
A bill for what it's costing or a bill for the work that's already done?
We haven't paid Heartland yet, no. So,
Well, why would you pay them if the work isn't done yet?
yeah, that's correct.
So, okay, I'm going to ask the same question again. Has the work been completed, yes or no?
No.
So the invoice for $300,000, none of that work has been done?
We're in the process of doing it right now.
It's been started, it's not been completed.
Okay, how much of it, I can see how this is going to go. How much of it has been completed? Is it 50% of the project, 90% of the project? How much?
Jerry, where are we at? 50%?
Estimated 50%.
Okay, so the original invoice for $300,000, only, well, 50% of it has been completed, correct?
Yes.
Why was there no RFP done on that?
The money that is paying for this comes from the Century Grant, and this was planned about a year ago. Century, basically, we worked with their IT department, and they came up with a plan for us to upgrade their infrastructure. So there was no RFP required.
Okay, but we are a flow-through mechanism for that grant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the work was done, 50%. It was not part of the original grant, correct?
Yes.
But hang on a second. Jerry, did Heartland do any work for us in Phase 1 of the Century Grant starting 4 or 5 years ago?
They have assisted on two of the smaller projects as part of Phase 1, yes. But nothing that we're discussing right at this point.
Right.
Okay. So ultimately, my question is going to be, whether it's for you or for Attila, why was this not brought to the board for approval first before the work was started?
I believe that it was introduced to the board in 2012, and the last that I could see, it was discussed in front of the board in November of this year.
We had, to maybe answer your question, Jeff, and I'm not I don't know whether this will answer it to satisfy you or not, but we had 164,000 left over from Phase 1. Jerry, is that right? About 164,000? When Century and we began discussing the possibility of a Phase 2, Century said, essentially, what is your greatest need? And we said, upgrading our infrastructure. And they said, what do you think it would take? So we got a estimate from Heartland, I believe it was, and they said, here's what it's going to take. And Century said, we will give you the difference between the two, and we'll make it part of Phase 1. So here it is. Go ahead and do the work. So we didn't feel it necessary to bring that to the board because they tacked it on to Phase 1, and they said, go do the infrastructure work.
Now, I heard two different things. I heard that it was part of Phase 1 from you, but now I'm hearing that it wasn't part of Phase 1.
Well, it wasn't part of Phase 1 originally, Jeff. There was 165,000 left over, and Century in our conversations beginning with Phase 2 said, aside from Phase 2, we'll give you $207,000 additional dollars to finish off or to upgrade so that you can do Phase 2 because you'll have the infrastructure prepared. So the answer is, part of it is Phase 1 monies and part of it is new Phase 1 monies that Century provided.
I guess at the end of the day, I appreciate Century Foundation putting up the money. Let me make that quite clear. What I don't appreciate is the fact that this board, me personally, is making a decision after it's already been made by the administration, and it should have come to this board for a decision.
I notified the board, as Jeff outlined in the answers to the questions, several times that this is what we were going to do, and I felt it was within our purview as your administrators to prepare for Phase 2 and get this infrastructure work done because Century was providing the funds as a tack-on to Phase 1. I understand your point, Jeff. I'm just saying that in the interest of efficiency and time and moving along Phase 2, that's what we decided to do.
But at the end of the day, it takes away what this Board of Education's responsibility is. That's managing the finances of this district and deciding how those dollars are spent. At the end of the day, the board is the one that should be deciding this, because what if we didn't agree? What if, think about this. Let's kind of play this out. What if we did not agree with the Part 2 of your motion here? Now, all of a sudden, the district's on the hook for a contract that we had no knowledge of, and it's kind of, all right, we spent it, by the way, can you go ahead and prove it? That's not how this Board of Education should work. Philosophically, I have a real issue with this because this is what we were elected for or appointed. When we sit on this board, we are to make those decisions. We have another agenda item coming up as far as what we give the discretion for the administration. This falls, even with the new recommendations, well outside of that, and the board should have known. That's the issue that I have as far as that. The second issue I have, in my questions, I asked for correspondence between Century Foundation and the district. The response that I was given is, you are not entitled to those emails. I will be asking for those again officially, and if I have to get those emails, I will ask for those, and I will ask that the board hire an attorney to obtain those emails. We are a public institution. We do not hide information, whether it's a grant, I don't care what it is. We are open and honest when we make dealings. Saying that I am not entitled to emails that are to this district is incorrect. Again, I really appreciate what Century is doing, but we need to make sure that we do business as a Board of Education. And we make the decisions at the end of the day. It's not the decisions are made and then they come to the board and ask.
The only part that I will disagree with you about is that the board was knowledgeable. It's not it's not true that the board had no knowledge. The board had knowledge on several occasions.
My next question is...
Hang on. I want to respond, if you don't mind, please. Okay, the answer to your question about emails, letters, notes, invoices, RFP, et cetera, does not say that you're being denied those. What this says is that Century has very strict policies regarding the confidentiality of their email correspondence. I have not asked, first of all, I've not asked Century if they're willing to waive that disclaimer, but we can certainly make that request on the part of the board. So we'll be glad to do that.
I guess I would also just like to say, really what we're trying to do here is for the good of the students. We think that this is a crucial project, and I'm not trying to make it appear that we're doing anything underhanded. It was a complicated procedure to make this happen. We're very lucky to have a donor that's willing to give us the money. We had to work within those parameters, and I don't feel that we're trying to withhold information. I provide anything I can to you. We have to work with Century as well, though, too.
I just want to respond to that. And you're absolutely correct. It's sad that I have to talk about this because it's a great project for our students. It's a great opportunity. And I want to make sure that we have those opportunities. But again, it's a lifelong partnership with Century. I want to make sure that we do things right with Century and that we're making right decisions for our schools. You decided on which schools that technology is going to be upgraded.
It's all the schools.
Okay. And does that include Jackson?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, but again, that could have been a board decision that maybe we wanted to do Jackson. I don't know. I'm just saying. But at the end of the day, it's a sad commentary that I have to bring that up because they're great projects. They're going to push us forward. And I just want the board to do what their job is. Now, put that aside. My next question is, as far as the plan, what is our budget to train our teachers to use this technology? I didn't see it in the packet. What is that budget?
We're hiring 4 tech integration specialists.
I'm sorry, you didn't understand my question. What is the training budget for our staff to implement this technology?
You mean substitutes and...
the whole ball of wax.
Well, are you talking about if we had a training center or...
No. What would be the cost? Take the training center out of the equation. There's going to be a cost. There's going to be a base cost no matter what. What is that base cost for the district? Because here's my concern. It's a great opportunity for us. I don't want us to screw it up. And I want us to make sure that we have the dollars set aside. We know as a board, all right, it's going to cost, the district's putting up their portion, it's going to cost us $1.2 million to do all the training, the substitutes, to get this whole thing rolling. This is what the cost of the district, and then I don't want us to go through the budget process next year and say, all right, well, we got to cut 5 teachers to do the 1.2 million, or that's my concern is we have half a plan. And I don't know what the cost of this plan is going to be with Century, and I want to make sure we do it right.
As far as the training goes, without the professional development center, now we're making other plans, and I guess you would see those in the budgetary process that's coming up. We don't have figures on that yet because we don't know. That's the best answer I can give you. The investment in training is really going to come from the tech integration specialists, and there is time that we can use that won't cost the district money. We'll have to use institute days, early release, before and after school, and summer.
Jeff, or I'm sorry, Tim.
Okay, I have a couple questions too. Is this grant for just technology?
It pays, I don't know if you have the packet in front of you, or in the packet, there's a proposal, and in that it has a detailed budget or the best of where the money would be spent. It mainly pays for devices, but it also does pay for some positions, two tech support staff that help run the one-to-one program, and also 3 tech integration specialists that would be responsible for training. So it does pay some salaries as well.
Okay. What does Center have like certain guidelines of what we can and cannot spend this money on, like technology wise? Is it like just for computers and tablets, or can it be used for like other like technology resources like within a school?
There's a committee that is made up that would actually help administer the grant. So if there were changes to what we propose, then we would have to get the committee to approve those. And yeah, it's pretty strict. We're not allowed to just do whatever we want with the money. That's all in the proposal. That's our plan for how we would spend those funds.
Okay, and then so like what we have right now are like Android tablets and like Chromebooks. How long are those like projected to last? Because I don't think Chromebooks last like 6 years. Why aren't we investing this money in stuff that's going to last? Things like new microphones, or like science equipment, or gymnasium equipment, or like graphing calculators for math rooms, or like Apple, like up-to-date Apple computers for like all of our like business or like business classes and like other classes. Like I don't understand why we're putting money into like not like cheap items, but like Android tablets and Chromebooks, when we could be using it so much more efficiently to benefit other like parts of our school that has to do with technology, not just Android Chromebooks and like laptops. I don't understand why we're just putting the money into that.
Well, no computer is going to last 6 years. They're outdated every 18 months. So really, it's a game. We're really struggling to try and keep up with technology as best we can. In terms of mobile devices, we'll make them last as long as we can.
Brian, we currently have a pilot with several of those devices. You might want to mention that and what the feedback from teachers have been regarding those.
Yeah, as far as the efficacy, I mean, of using the devices, we've gotten really good feedback from the elementary schools on the Chromebooks in terms of their usefulness and for instruction. We're beginning a pilot with Android tablets. It's a very affordable device, and we're hoping that it's going to make a big impact.
So, like, there's no possible way to like change it to where we would get things that are like more beneficial for could we like potentially purchase like science equipment?
Well, I guess
in this grant?
That's the assumption that students in science are not benefiting from computers. I would really beg to differ. I would say that having computers and mobile devices really will improve what our students can do in science. I'm not saying that they should take the place of other scientific equipment, but that's not what this grant is designed to do.
But isn't it designed for like technology?
Yes.
So wouldn't like a microscope for science be considered technology?
It is, Tim, but you have to also remember that Century Insurance is providing this. They're providing the $2.7 million. So they're not going to come and say, well, you can just use this money on any technology. Lights? So I think what Century Insurance is saying, and what they said in the first one, which was very prescriptive, was we'd like to have technology infused in the classroom in the form of laptops and computer devices. And we went along those lines, except that from either the first time we presented last spring till now, we've changed the devices because we found that in the research and in what other schools have done, things such as Android tablets and Chromebooks and possibly netbooks and iPads are far more useful to elementary students than laptops are. So Century has a lot to say about that, but we work collaboratively with them in trying to get the infusion of technology K-12.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is that I think that it could be spent like much more efficiently than just buying, like, because I think like 20 new microscopes opposed to like 100 Android tablets are going to do a lot more than just other things, but that's just my thing. And then I have a question too, if we're going to get these things, we just went like, and I was even part of this group at like Century where they had this lady come in and talk about technology specialists. What about like internet safety and things like that? Is that going to be like taught in the classroom now, or?
Yes, we have plans to do that, and that's, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's one of the things we really need to do a better job on, and we have plans on doing that at all levels, K-12. Teaching digital citizenship and internet safety and all of those things.
And then just another thing, like, are the Android tablets going to have like OtterBox cases or like protective cases?
We don't know yet. We're doing the pilot on it to see. That's one of the things we want to find out about, what type of cases we'll need, and we're going to pilot a couple different devices too to find the best device that we think would work.
Because right now it's bashed, like it's very apparent that like kids don't respect like the technology that they've been given. Like they don't respect their laptops, pieces are like falling off of them, and those are like high school students. So what's to say that like younger kids aren't going to be like, oh, there went my tablet, it's on the floor, oh, it's cracked. Like, and those are like younger kids who really don't understand like the value of technology, as opposed to older kids who are already like disrespecting it. I don't know why we would spend so much money on technology if it could possibly be like disrespected, and it already is at SPASH.
A laptop, I guess, is an entirely different device than a tablet. From my own experience in technology integration, using iPads, they're not one-to-one where the students take them and put them in their backpacks and are responsible for them. They're used under the direction of a teacher, and really the damage rate has been very, very low with using very expensive iPads with really minimal covers, not an OtterBox or something that's indestructible. So from my own personal experience, I don't anticipate that being a huge problem. I guess if you just left them, and said, here you go, here's a tablet, bad things could happen. But these devices are going to be used under the direction of a teacher.
But even in like the direction of a teacher, like it could still, like, I don't know, all I'm just saying is that if kids at SPASH don't respect technology, I don't know why kids in kindergarten and second grade would like respect tablets. And then just to have them broken and have all the money wasted just doesn't make sense.
I guess if you follow that logic, then we shouldn't give them microscopes or anything else that's valuable or expensive, because they would just break it. It's a valuable thing. It's part of their education. Likewise, we give them scientific calculators. We expect them to use very precise equipment when they're doing science experiments, and it works. So I do believe that they're capable of doing it. I do believe in our teachers. I think that they're capable of supervising the students and making it work. So I guess I would respectfully disagree.
Okay, well that's all I have to say on that then. Bob?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Century Insurance Foundation Incorporated and the Stevens Point Area Public School District Technology, and change the word from partnership to grant, Phase 2 grant agreement in all aspects except those related to the Technology Professional Development Center.
Second.
Now I have a question. When I read through this agreement, it says that it's number 7, no joint venture. And it says that it's solely that the relationship between the foundation and the grantee shall be solely that of donor and donee. The program shall in no way be considered or construed as a joint venture, partnership, or other business relationship. Okay, so if this is true, I'm having a hard time understanding why, if they're donating this money, where in the top page it says for the express purpose of raising the technology skill levels of its teachers and students. Okay, if they give us that money, and Tim brought up a lot of really good points. Has anybody even brought those ideas to Century? I mean, I just can't imagine that they would be so strict in their requirements when, to me, when I read this, it should be as simple as, here, we're giving you this money to use for the express purpose of raising the technology skill levels of its teachers and students. And microscopes are technology. A pencil is technology. I mean, so when we say technology, I mean, that's pretty broad.
In my experience, there's almost never a grant that does not have some minimum I'm not even saying minimum, they usually have very detailed expectation of as to what is to be followed to receive the money.
But then it's in the agreement what the expectations are. I would agree with you. Most grants are that way.
That's in the proposal, yes.
But I don't see that here. So I'm wondering why we're implying or why we're getting the impression that we really don't have any say or any control. It's, what Century is mandating where they want it to be spent.
That's in the proposal, and that proposal is being submitted to Century. That's what we talked about with Century. That's what we worked on. Do you have it in your packet?
Well, I'm confused why it's not in the grant agreement. I mean, the agreement
The grant agreement is very specific legal language that had to be agreed upon by both sides. It doesn't detail the exact way that the grant will be executed. That's in the proposal.
But that's just it. I mean, a proposal is just that, a proposal. The agreement is what you go by, the final product or contract. Or am I missing something?
I think it would be safe to say, and Brian, check me if I'm wrong on this, that when Century and we had discussions about Phase 2, it was understood that the technologies we were talking about were similar to the technologies that were incorporated in Phase 1 and expanding those. It was not to provide lab materials, lab equipment, such as microscopes or other kinds of things, but it was computer-related devices that kids and students would use, and the technology standards that we developed are mostly for those purposes. So it was understood by both groups that when we developed the proposal, it included those items and those items alone. So the agreement is something that Century has with SPACs, or has developed with SPACs. It's similar to ours. It is meant for computer-related devices. Are smart boards included in that at all?
They're not included in this.
Okay.
Madison just recently announced a big initiative. About 3 weeks ago, I looked at that initiative. I looked at probably a dozen different districts that have technology, this big push for technology in their plans. Some key themes that I saw, number one is the integration of the LMC, the library, and a TIS combined. Because if you think about it, unfortunately in this district we don't have a library in every one of our schools, but at least in my mind, maybe we do, and we transition that position to an LMC/TIS and have a librarian in each school. Again, this goes back to budgeting and throwing out ideas. Before we accept this grant, we need to get our ducks in a row of how we're going to implement it. And because we're missing a large piece of the puzzle as far as the training portion of it, and we don't know what the cost is, my question to you is that something that's feasible within this district, given if this board decided that we want to transition that LMC/TIS, have them in our district so that they're available in every one of our schools. They don't have to call over to your office to have somebody come out. There's somebody there.
Well, the tech integration specialists are going to be in the schools. So you have one in the high school, one in the junior highs, and two for the elementary schools. Adding on to the LMS positions would be fantastic, but it's a budgetary decision. If the board decides that's something that they would like to do, to add on FTE, that's not part of my plan, but that's something that could be discussed. I don't really know what to say to that at this point.
Okay. The second thing that I noticed was most of them delayed the implementation of the technology into the teachers' hands by 6 months most of them to a year before they even said, all right, here's all your students, they get all that technology. In phase one, we did it right away.
Correct.
And why, did that work for us? Did that not work for us?
No, that's why we learned from that, and most of the research shows that if you want an effective technology integration, you have to have pre-training. The plan is to do training, and the earliest that we would get the technology in the hands of the students would probably be next spring. If the training takes longer, it may be longer than that. We do want to provide devices to the teachers earlier so they can start learning, but that's the training of the teachers, and this is going to be ongoing. So, like I said, the training plans have to be adjusted because of the Professional Development Center has been put on hold. We're going to make alternative plans and move forward as best we can, but they will not get devices until they're trained. That's very definitive. It's in the proposal. We've said that all along.
Did you have a third point, Jeff?
Well, the third is, again, I want this to succeed and then some, because it really is a great opportunity for us. But at the end of the day, again, I unfortunately am going to vote against this, at least at this point in time, because I don't know what the cost of this district is. What is the cost of that training? What is the cost of making sure that every one of our teachers who has that technology understands it, first of all, but secondly, can apply that within our rooms and teach our kids with that technology? I see what we've done in the past, and we've had some successes, but we've also had some failures. And I would like to overcome those failures and make sure that they're 99% successes as opposed to some other percentage.
I think we have a plan for that. We are hiring tech integration specialists. We are coming up with a training schedule, albeit an alternative to what we originally came up with, but we'll make it work. And if it takes longer, we'll take more time, but that is the plan. I'm confident in what we have planned for training.
Kim?
Last time we had this, I don't know if it was 2 weeks ago or whenever, we had asked you guys to ask the organizations that are donating money if they would still donate money if we don't have the technology building.
But we're not talking about that anymore because that is being delayed. So that would come back to you at a later point after we're done with the super committee, and if we want to move forward with the training center. Those funds have nothing to do with this today.
Okay, but I mean, this is still locked in with Jackson School.
No,
it isn't.
No, nothing's set at all until the board decides.
It says the motion is to accept to approve the agreement in all facets except for those related to the Technology Professional Development Center.
So if we accept this, and again, I still have the same questions that Jeff does. If we don't have all of our ducks in a row, we are going to, how did you say that, Lisa? We're going to build it, and in 2 years later, it's going to be...
We're not building the training center, though. I mean...
Right now, I know where your hope is. We sat and talked for a half hour at the convention. I know, and it would be great if we can afford it, and if we can do it, and if all of our studies come back and say, yeah, let's open Jackson School, let's do it. My goal is get this all in school, in each individual schools. And, so the teachers don't have to travel. It's right there. The staff is right there to train them. Automatically, they don't have to be running around with it.
And we are going to have to do that because we don't have a training center to do that, so we're going to have to make plans using the facilities that we have. So if the board decides at a later date that they don't want to move ahead with a training center, that's the board's prerogative. What we're asking today is to approve the other aspects of the plan so that we can have the funds to hire the positions that we need to train the staff and buy the devices. The training center is completely different.
And I have your word, because I've been asked specific questions before. I asked, and I've either misinterpreted or they misinterpret my question, and it gets blown out, and something happens where I ask that specific question. So I have your word. If I vote yes on this, it's only for the technology, not the building.
Yes, and I'm not saying that we might not come back at a later date and ask the board for its approval, but there's no plans to move ahead with that without...
In all this legal jumble, it does not say that it is attached to the technology building.
Yeah, it's very specific.
Right there, in bold letters.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, Brian, not Bob. So,
I know Bob had mentioned it, I don't know if it was the last meeting or a couple meetings ago, the question about leasing the devices versus purchasing, which would go to your concern as far as the longevity of those items. I don't see that part of this. It's just an all-out right buy. Why haven't we explored that?
I looked into the cost of leasing devices. You do get some price break on it, but really, we have a 3-year grant. We have funds for 3 years. If we extend lease payments for over 5 years, then it didn't make sense to me. We have to put money aside, and the idea behind a lease is that you rent something temporarily and you pay less over the lifespan of it, and then you can turn it back in. The prices I got for leases didn't really make a difference that much in terms of what we would get. And then one of the aspects of the plan that we do is we have those laptops and we are able to reallocate them and use them for other purposes. We own them outright. So when we have cash and the cash is coming in and we have that lump sum up front, it just makes more sense to buy the devices.
Mr. Can I call the question, please?
Has everybody had a chance to speak at least once? Then you may.
I'd like to call the question, please.
oh, he had his hand up.
But he's spoken several times. Is there a second to the motion to call the question? All right,
Second.
It's already seconded, Bob.
All right, let's vote on calling the question.
Which motion? I'm sorry, Barb, which motion?
We're calling, I'm calling the question.
Oh, I apologize.
Preston.
No.
Ms. Scott.
Yes.
Ms. Shively.
She left.
Ms. Sherrick.
No.
Ms. Totten.
No.
Mr. Ebel.
Yes.
Ms. Faxon. No. Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Rothman.
Yes.
4-4, motion fails.
All right, debate continues.
It says that Century's planning on giving us this grant for 3 years, but after that 3 years, like, what is next? Like, are they going to continuously like give us 3-year grants, 3-year grants, 3-year grants, or are they going to be like 1 year like, oh, no more grants, and then we've like had a school district that's dependent on technology, and then all of a sudden, oop, there goes the technology. Like, I'm just wondering, like, long-term goals. Like, let's look past 3 years. Let's look past all this money that they're giving us. Like, do we have, like, continuously, like, for the rest of, like, the school district's life until we have enough money to supply technology, like, on our own? Because I don't think it makes sense for us as a school district to push forward through this and only have it happen for 3 years, or maybe another 3 years, then stop. And then what do we do with all these Chromebooks and Android devices when they are so out of date that they don't work anymore and we can no longer recycle them through the schools anymore?
Bless you, Dan.
Yeah, we have a community company that's been so gracious to give us grant monies so that we can do these things. And you people, or some of you people, are beating this to death. I mean, this company, Century Insurance, has been gracious enough to give us $2.7 million so that we can increase our infrastructure, buy equipment for the children, and I just don't understand it.
I can answer your question, Tim. One of the things that we've done a number of things with technology since I arrived in the district. It's been a process of building and rebuilding a technology department area. And one of those is to put into place a plan where we can replace things and not depend on either a referendum, which is what happened years ago, or a one-time infusion, which was the first Century grant. Will this district ever have enough money in the foreseeable future to replace, for example, 1,000 laptops with brand new laptops? Probably not, because there are other issues that the board will need to decide to spend money on. But the idea is to put into place a maintenance and a repair and replacement program so that we are replacing these things more often than we have in the past. The board, upon the administration's recommendation earlier this year, upped the technology budget to $150,000, partially for that purpose. And so in next year's budget, our technology budget will have some of those pieces in it, and we hope to add to that as the years go by. So this is part of building that plan. To Jeff Presley's point earlier about, will we have enough money for professional development? We're developing that plan. Do we know the absolute cost? No. But that's something we can't afford not to do. Our strongest emphasis from the very first time we presented to the board almost 8 months ago, maybe almost a year ago, was that we wouldn't put devices in the hands of kids until teachers were trained with those devices. And that's one of the fixes that we're doing from phase one. So part of a second fix is a repair and replacement program as we move forward.
Lisa?
I actually share some of the same concerns that Jeff has. The TIS staff, I don't know what salary scale we're putting them on, what we're compensating.
It's in the budget that's in the proposal.
But is that where, so after 3 years, we're going to have to commit to those positions because we're still going to have the technology. The whole issue of of technology being obsolete so quickly. When I first came here and on the board, and there was a new influx of one-to-one laptops. At that point, I said, well, why are we doing the laptops and why not tablets or whatever? And the response was that, well, this is what Century wanted. Well, the problem is, if somebody wants to give you a skunk, okay, yeah, it's a gift, and not that this is skunk by any means. This is this is unheard of. This is an amazing gift. But depending on what strings are attached to it, sometimes it just, until you get the whole picture and you feel comfortable in your responsibilities, in your partnership, not partnership, not term, but, and what I heard prior to this was, that it was a partnership. We had to have some skin in it and, the whole gamut. And I understand now we're separating that. But I'm just fearful that we're going to be sliding down that same slope that we did with the Life Skills Center, with the Plover Whiting Edition, and the sprinklers, the whole bit, until everything is finalized in front of us, dollar amounts and contracts, everything there. I can't support it. It's great. And like I said, Century is incredibly generous, but I can't even believe that they would want us to spend their money in a way that isn't the most efficient or productive for our students. I don't understand that. So,
Brian, let me ask you a question. The Technology Steering Committee, did they have a chance to review what the Century grant was going to pay for?
Yes, we talked about it at a meeting, and I talked about it at several schools and with administration. I think I presented it maybe 4 times.
And what was the reaction from teachers and the Technology Steering Committee with regard to the devices that we were going to purchase using those funds?
They were ecstatic about the opportunity that this would give them and our students, especially the elementary schools that have virtually no technology, very little. This was a much-needed boost that would make a huge difference for them. But
okay, thanks.
Kim?
Did we have any student input other than Tim's tonight? Did you talk to students, and what was their reaction to the...
Well, we have 2 students on the Tech Steering Committee. They gave us some input. I had some listening focus groups at the schools. I didn't present the plan per se. We talked about technology, but I didn't ask students specifically about the Century plan.
Lisa?
I know we talked about doing a survey to students that have graduated and gone, to college, tech. military, the workforce, to see, what we could do better, or, whatever in our district. And I wonder if maybe, before we jump into something like this, if that shouldn't be part of that survey and find out, would a laptop or an iPad or, whatever, what would have helped you? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Jeff?
The reason I mentioned the LMC is they'll be getting, well, the administration will probably tell me, how much did LMC get this year from the state for their monies from distribution on the common fund?
I don't know.
I think it's around 300, a little less than 300,000.
Okay. The reason that I mentioned that, it would be to our advantage to look at that relationship between the LMC TIS is every year, while it's not a consistent amount, so far, every year the state has given us dollars for our libraries.
There's very strict rules about what you can and can't buy
Right.
with those dollars.
But they can buy technology, and as long as it is within their domain, potentially we could utilize that.
So are you saying we should use the $300,000 from the state and not take the money from Century?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, I wasn't sure
I'm
what you were
saying,
implying.
as far as the longevity of this program, is if you align it through the LMC, you have a secondary source of funds available. You're absolutely correct. There are very strict guidelines on how those funds can be used, and technology as it is used in the LMC, but it's a great partnership that we could look at. Again, we have a library in every school. We're looking at building a facility, or opening a facility just for training. What's more convenient, having it in your own school or traveling to Jackson to go train? Me personally, I'd rather have it in my own school. But again, that's just one of those possibilities that we haven't looked at. That's a concern. Again, great program, great money, but this board needs to see, at least in my mind, I need to see the dollars that we're willing to commit, because I don't, again, come fall, I don't want to hear that this board has to decide to cut positions just so that we have to, that we can meet our expenses in training for this program. I'm not willing to cut teachers to fund it.
Are there any other comments? I do believe we have a motion and a second. Barb, would you read that back, please?
To approve the Century Insurance Foundation and Stevens Point Area Public School District Technology Phase 2 grant agreement in all aspects except those related to the Technology Professional Development Center.
And that was moved by Bob and I believe seconded by Chris. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Morrison?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries. 3.
Would you also note that Renee left about 9? Okay, got it. For
Mr.
10:10
Rothman?
I'm sorry.
Can I what do I do to see if we can end the meeting for tonight and do the rest on Monday?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Can I just make a motion to adjourn? Okay, I'm doing it.
An hour ago.
If you let me.
I'll second.
Can we finish the Century thing at least?
Oh, I thought we were done.
No, there's a,
Oh, that's right, we had the
That's
second.
right.
two.
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm sorry.
Bob,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Century Insurance Foundation Incorporated and the Stevens Point Area Public Schools District Technology Grant Agreement Phase 1, Part B.
is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Kim?
I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So we got a lot of money in Phase 1 from Century. We had, I don't know where I wrote my numbers, $164,000 left that we didn't spend. Right there. Thank you, Ms. Taunton. Okay, so we went to Century and said, hey, we got this money left. Do you want it back? Do you want to take your employees out for have fun? No, you guys use it. Okay, what can you use it for? And it was for that infrastructure, which is the Wi-Fi and the bandwidth. Okay, I'm just trying to get my layman's terms here, so. But you said it would cost an additional $207,000. Okay, so they said, okay, we'll give you that much more money too. Okay, and I understand Jeff's grievance with it. And if it was stated to the board and we agreed to it, I guess I'd like to see those papers and how or whatever it came through. Because, I mean, this is supposed to be the through. We're supposed to be approving things. Because if it falls through, who's blamed? Not you. Not you. Us.
That's not true.
Us.
That's not true.
We get the grievance. We get the lawsuits. So anyways, I'm going to take your word for it, that this is, however, this was not approved, though, if I understand correctly, my opinion, for us to be spending this money, though we have already spent 50%.
The money comes from the grant, and so most of, or half of it is leftover funds, and Century wanted to give us the rest to make the project happen. So we went through the process. This was proposed last year in front of the board in March, and it was also discussed in November. We finally got the agreement worked out with Century as to how it would work, and
then was it brought back once the agreement was?
No, this is why we're here now, is to formalize it.
Okay.
So why didn't we
vote on it before? Because there wasn't anything to vote on, because we were talking to Century, trying to figure out.
That wasn't my
Okay.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So basically, the money that we already spent, technically, if we want to look at it, could be the $163,000.
Correct.
I know there's a bill in here
Yes.
someplace of how much the invoice was
Yes.
for. Okay, so did we spend more than the 163 at this point?
Not if you know.
Okay, so if we say, no, we don't want to do it, you can stop what you're doing, we can give the $207,000 back to Century, if the board doesn't agree with it. I mean, because I'm trying to take something from, Ms. Scott said earlier, we are still your bosses. We are still the bosses. My boss may give, I may have a client that comes and gives me $100. Well, $50 goes to his bill. Do I get to spend the other $50 the way I want to? Or do I have to come back to my boss and say, hey, here's the extra, put it in the petty cash? I mean, you just get what I'm getting at. I just have a problem with moving forward before the board is acknowledged of it, so.
Lisa?
No, my question is, why did we start the project before we had the agreement?
Because we're in such desperate need of it. We don't have enough bandwidth as it is right now. Things could come to a grinding halt, and if that happens, then we're pretty much paralyzed. These iPads that you have in front of you stop working. We can't live stream the video. I mean,
I understand need. I just don't understand.
It was a crucial need, and it took a long time to get the agreement worked out to make it work. It was presented to the board numerous times. Now we have the formalized final version of it. So I guess my intent and the intent of Dr. Winiger before me was to get this project rolling, and we tried to keep the board informed all along about what was happening.
I think it's just a matter of following procedures and policies and processes and.
The grant system is complicated. You have two accounting systems. Century has their accounting system. We have ours. You have separate accounts. It's not a very easy process to make work. In fact, that's one of the things we're looking to do with Century, is to try and simplify things so that they run a little bit more smoothly.
Jill?
I just want to make a comment and a clarification. This has been said several times tonight. I just want to clarify it. As the Chief Administrative Officer of the district, my name would actually in fact be on any lawsuit. So to say that I would not be responsible is simply not true. The comment that I would make is this. When we began conversations with Century, and they indicated, we talked with them about what would we do with the remaining funds from Phase 1. They asked us what our greatest need was, and we told them we can't go into Phase 2 without upgrading our bandwidth in all of our buildings. We're suffering now. So they said, well, go back and find out what it's going to take. they gave us pro bono individuals from Century to come in and look at our buildings to see what in fact it would take, which was another generous in-kind offer for which we didn't have to pay, and we developed a program to do that. I would have thought, I did think, that the board would be appreciative of the fact that your administration was forward-thinking, and I'm really not sure that I would agree with some of the statements that were made tonight about the need to come back to the board for this reason. The 164 was part of Phase 1. Century said, we're going to add on to Phase 1, and we want that money to be used for infrastructure to upgrade. When the board approved Phase 1 4 or 5 years ago, and I went back and reviewed the discussion and the actual agreement, there certainly wasn't this kind of line of questioning. I don't disagree that there needs to be, in fact, I agree wholeheartedly that there needs to be a professional development plan in place, but the money is coming from Century, and they added on to Phase 1, and they said, here are extra dollars for that. Again, I would think that the board would be appreciative of the fact that Century did it and that we moved forward rather quickly so that we could do Phase 2 in the fall of this year, but putting the Technology Professional Development Center on hold, or the proposal to do that, until all of the task forces are blended together. That makes some sense, but kids won't have those devices until at the earliest second semester. So it almost feels as if no good deed shall go unpunished, and it doesn't really feel like this is a good thing.
Chris?
Terry, I just wanted to say, I can't tell you where, when, or how the board was made aware of this. I specifically remember the amounts that it was added onto. It was 164, and the two. I still remember either in at a board meeting or in one of the superintendent's reports, and more than once, actually, it was mentioned. So did it come for a vote? I don't think it did. However, I'm not sure if it was part of Phase 1 and they're adding on money. We can argue whether it was or wasn't, but it was needed. They gave us the money. They offered it to continue on and do what we needed to do to move into Phase 2. I guess you can turn it into, why didn't we vote on it? I don't know. Can't tell you that. I'm not sure we should. But I think it's a good offer, and I really wish we would continue this, finish this. We have people who have been waiting out there all night long to propose something that they've been working on for over a year. So I would appreciate it if we could move forward.
Jeff?
I just want to add, I mean, nobody's questioning the validity, I don't think, of this project, and that there was genuinely a need. I think the only thing that we're questioning, or at least I am questioning, is, well, just bring it to the board. I mean, I would say that 99.9% of the time, especially a project like this, I know I would vote yes. That's all that we're asking. We're not asking that you're not being forward-thinking, recognizing those issues. In the past, the board has supported those decisions when there was a need. We just need to see it before the money's spent. That's all I'm asking. And we've already committed to this. I disagree. I think the project is 100% done, or pretty close to it, because the invoice is pending. But I will support this because our superintendent has already made that commitment, and I'll support that.
All right, there has been a motion and a second, which is printed in front of you, for the grant agreement Phase 1 Part B. Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Todd?
No.
Mr. Ebo?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shear? Yes. Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, now I'm making the motion that we adjourn. Do the rest of it on Monday.
I'll second it like I did last time.
Discussion?
Can't discuss that.
We have work to do, and
Can't.
let me finish.
I'm just saying, that's what
It's
you
not
said.
debatable.
Oh. It's not debatable?
Nope, just
We have
vote.
people sitting out here waiting hours to make a presentation, and we can't
vote.
talk about it?
Vote.
Robert's
Vote no.
Oh, it's okay, really. We would love to come back and present when you're all fresh on Monday.
Barb, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
No.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
You're presenting.
4-4, motion fails.
You're presenting.
Okay, guys.
Moving on
Rob,
to...
I'll go get the coffee.
I mean, I knew it was going to fail.
On to what?
That's part of it. They wanted to-
We are so glad.
Because it's within 3.5 minutes.
We're
You
gonna
got 3
do this.
minutes, Jen.
Oh.
Something new?
Jen,
no.
Jen and
Yes,
Connie
dear.
and Mia, Reed, you wish to speak?
You asked who the boss was. We're still the boss on that last thing. Did you read the thing? The makeup of the committee? You wouldn't be the boss of this thing, of that last thing you voted for. You guys got to start reading these things, just like with this expeditionary learning school. That's coming back again. That was voted on, that we weren't going to be talking about Jackson School and how it's going to be funded or something. It's the same old, same old. Here, 10:30 at night, probably 11, quarter to 11. Now I'm assuming who knows what they're asking you. I don't know if you're looking at the same agenda. I'm looking at the one I was given for the meeting, unless you changed it all here. And they're coming back here for the Jackson School expeditionary learning, the same old thing they had before that you voted that you weren't going to do. Okay? And, the whole idea is this funding is the major part of it. Why not just sell Jackson School to this bunch, and they can make their own school? The problem is that whole idea of these charter schools is that our present system is failing. Right? If you look on your stuff, we're supposed to be A+ schools. That's the whole idea, that we got to have charter schools because our schools are failing somewhere. Well, they shouldn't be failing anywhere. I mean, and if this is all about, this elitist bunch wants to do all this stuff, let them do it. The state will allow them to do it if they can want to open up their own school. But we don't have to pay for it. We're losing control of it. This is about the public schools, hello? And making our schools better. And you got the same people who should be talking about making our own public schools telling you basically, well, they're not doing all that great, but we're going to do this expeditionary learning charter school, and, we're going to have to got to pay for it, but we're going to do this and that, but we're going to run it. Hello? And all of you people, any of you people that vote for this, that's an automatic. These people don't get back on this school board. We're going to make our regular schools better. And I don't care what they tell you. And let's sell it to them. Let's see how eager they are to do it when you sell them Jackson School and they do it with their own money. Hello? Let's wake up here. Let's listen to what they're really saying. Read between the lines here. You people, it is too late. And then you vote not to do it. Come on, Bob. What are you doing? You want to make a marathon out of this? You got Renee's missing now, so now you got this 4-4 vote lined up because that's just what they wanted. You got Scott here and Rothman and the bunch. They're all lined up, and you're going to be that swing one, and you're going to get suckered right into this baloney. So whoever makes the motion, don't make the motion because you're going to be a 4-4, and the darn thing's going to lose. So wake up, you people. Wake up and start thinking about the students. Start thinking about the taxpayers here. Let's get some brains here.
Can you make a... Okay.
Angel.
Jen, this is in deference to you. With
Yes.
respect, I'm asking if you'd like this to be tabled until Monday.
I was just going to ask if you wouldn't mind. We have a video that we would love to share with you, but considering the lateness of the evening, we would love to have this tabled until Monday, if you would be so kind.
And have it one of the first items instead of the last. That'd be, yeah.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, that'd be appropriate.
Is there a motion to that effect, folks?
I move to move this to Monday.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Regrettably, yes.
Ms. Whoops. Ms. Sheriff?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll
Thanks
be
for
back on
coming.
Monday.
We appreciate it.
Thanks. Sorry.
All right, moving on to item 4, class size enrollment update.
Good evening, everyone. You have a memo from Bill and I as we were looking at the second semester enrollment to give you an update about what our class averages were like and where we currently stand at all of the schools. And you have that information there in front of you. As you can see with the, I'll speak quickly about the secondary and Bill can mention the elementary, but basically the class averages are all well within board guidelines. We also aren't experiencing any overages in class sizes of any of our academic content areas in our tech, nor in our tech classes. The classes that are very full, a lot of those are either standalone courses where the teachers want to make sure everyone has all the students have an opportunity to take those classes, or there might be advanced classes, things like that. So overall, our numbers look very good this semester at all of the secondary schools.
Our elementary numbers have not really fluctuated a great deal for second semester. Again, we really just wanted to give you an update. We still have 4 classrooms that are exceeding the guidelines by a small amount, and those are identified in that paragraph. We do have educational assistants who are providing instructional assistance in those classrooms. If you remember last time we did come to you with a teacher for Roosevelt School, they had reached a point where we felt we could no longer meet the teachers' and kids' needs with that, so we did add a teacher there. The other classes are doing okay with the numbers they have and with the supports we've been able to provide through educational assistance, providing instructional assistance in those classrooms. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer what you might have.
Questions for Bill and Keel? Bob?
In the future, it'd be helpful if, like you have for the elementary schools, you have a total number. It'd be helpful if you had that for the junior highs and SPASH, how many kids are in 7th or 8th, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th, the total. Because when you set the stuff out, I mean, you just have a bunch of information, but it doesn't give you a number. Like, are there 500 kids in grade 9, or,
Sure.
It's a simple thing.
Yep.
Kim, did I see a hand?
Yeah. Excuse me, yes. Couple questions. For the elementary, the only one that's really kind of sticks out in my mind is the 4th grade at McDill. I know we've talked about the other schools, and I apologize. I'm usually a night owl, but have we done anything for 4th grade at McDill?
We do have some instructional EA time that's been added there, and then also working with Gene Kepke way back in the fall. That happened to be a classroom where they're doing some collaborative teaching with some special ed teachers who are collaboratively teaching in those classrooms, so we're able to provide some support in that way also.
And I'm going to assume that you discussed back with the teachers just to make sure how that's going with all of these overflow classes.
I don't typically talk directly to the teachers. I talk to the principals who would let me know if there's something going on, and certainly the teachers will let them know if they have concerns or if they feel they have other needs, and then those get brought to us.
Okay. Who would the parents speak to? It would be the principal, correct, if they have, okay, because that's where I've been sending them. They go to the teacher and to the principal and then work your way up.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
because that's not something that I can handle.
Yep.
Thank you. My other question then, these high school classes, I found the class sizes for elementary, but I didn't for our up in high school, is there a certain minimum of students that can be in a class before we will cancel that class?
It's not a set number because it depends on the actual class offered. There are some classes like AP or advanced classes that we have students who have, essentially it's a capstone course they've worked their way into. They've perhaps been taking those line of courses for several years. And so you may have a smaller number eligible to take it, but we still want to offer it to them. So, you know, when we're looking within a department, we're essentially weighing and making decisions about what will be offered each semester based on student enrollment. So if the students aren't turning out in large numbers for a particular class, then whenever possible we'll look at collapsing that and absorbing students into other classes to get that balance across all of them. So a lot of the smaller numbers you see are going to be perhaps special education courses. They're going to be some of the other electives that we would offer that are essentially standalone courses that it's a matter of we either don't give the students the opportunity or we do, and so it's making the tough choices to run those.
Well, and I do understand some of the advanced classes. Now, just to make sure I understand, this is what's happening right now.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to pick this one out. German 1, beginning German, 7 students. Not an advanced class, so we got 7 students with 1 teacher, which I can bet you any elementary teacher would love that.
Right.
But we have this that we're kind of, it's not, you know, I thought years ago when I first got on the board that there was a limit, and I know it has to do with that third Friday count, which is always kind of a questionable count when you talk to some staff, but I would like to see which classes. Again, I don't think we can not offer them anymore because we're already into the system, but we need to find something where we're not offering, you know, and possibly look at, you know, let's say, what was one of the other ones, an AP class. Can they get it at college? Can they get it at the university or the tech school? I know it's youth options and we're still paying out money, but is it cheaper than paying a teacher to sit in that classroom for a full 45 minutes or whatever it is?
Gail, is German 1 combined with other?
I'm not positive because I don't have that list in front of me, but typically a course like that, you combine levels together. So we're showing it as German 1, but 1 and 2 might be, even 1, 2, and 3 might be offered together, and then the actual class size is larger.
We need to, for the report for the board, along with Bob's question about numbers, we should identify those courses that are combined with others. I don't think German 1 is offered at 7 kids.
Well, no.
I can't find a German 2.
Well, and it is at Ben Franklin.
Right, at Ben Franklin.
And I know when I looked at the Ben Franklin...
Could that be distanced?
It very well could be.
I think we just need to identify those in the future so it's really clear, and I think that's a good point.
I mean, because I know the 6th graders, they don't even have the option to take German. It's just Spanish and French this year. And again, I thought, somebody asked me, and I thought, well, I thought we dropped German because, unfortunately, and I'm German, so I can't speak it other than, God bless you. So, but yeah, just some of the classes are just awfully small that we're running, you know, a full-time teacher there for it, which I'm sure the teacher's probably doing an awesome job in it.
Well, it's probably misleading just in terms of the numbers that you're seeing, because there aren't going to be classes that are actually offered. You won't walk down the hallway and see 7 students sitting in a class with a teacher. We'll check those numbers to make sure that it's indicated when those are combined properly, so you know.
Yeah, and I know this is only information only, but if you're telling me that the numbers are misleading, it'd be hard for me to make a vote on it if they're misleading numbers.
I don't think they're misleading. I just think they're based on averages, and so we can provide a little bit more detail.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bob? I think one of the things that we did about a year ago was offered online courses, and all I would say is that if we get into the situation where we have 6 students on a course and nobody else wants to take it, that maybe we should put them on the online program. That's what we voted to use, was online, so we could pick up students and offer more courses.
And we do. We have many students who do take advantage of online courses.
Any other questions for you or Bill? All right,
Thank you, gentlemen.
We do need one of you for our next item. Bill, it might be you.
I think it's Bill, yep.
Yep, I think it is Bill. and that is the approval of the MOU between the district and the Boys and Girls Club of Portage County. Reed, you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I spoke to Bob today, and Bob had called up the district and got some information, and I'd like to listen to the presentation before I comment. Is that all right?
No, it's your opportunity to comment now.
Well, I think that, why can't he comment after he listens to Bill?
He's not part of a board conversation.
It might answer some of his questions.
Well, he's not part of, once Keel or Bill has made his presentation, it becomes a board discussion. So Reed, if you have something, please share it now.
And Bob, I do agree with you, because I think all of our speakers should speak after the presentation, because some of their questions could be answered in the presentation and somewhat of our discussion. So I apologize, I'm not President Reed.
You know, you're finding out now why you should have never allowed those 3 people, not the whole board, make agenda and make these calls, okay? You're finding it out now. And you're going to find out also why, you know, that a major technicality admitted to in a new handout that I didn't get, thank you, Bob, for getting it for me, that he admits, the superintendent of schools admits that he took the liberty of signing the contract because it was due by the 31st. Oh, well, and he figured it would all be all right. Well, that major technicality is a technicality. This guy can't do that. It ran out. Okay? Okay. So I shouldn't really be having to say anything. It should be a done deal. It isn't going to go. But knowing this board, you know, he'll convince you that, well, retroactively we can do it, and okay him doing that again. This is business as usual with him, okay? But what I'm getting at here is here we are, what is the Boys and Girls Club doing involved in the schools teaching our kids? We can't do that? I mean, this is what we should be doing, the Boys and Girls Club, and having them teach our schools, and then they get to pick the students. We're losing control, you know, of our schools. We should be doing this and picking the students who need the help, not the Boys and Girls Club. You know, giving grants, just give somebody, if somebody wants to give us a grant, great. Well, give us a grant. You know, they're getting stuff from the city, the Boys and Girls Club, and here they're coming over to Jefferson School and reading this stuff. No thanks. But you shouldn't, you can't do it when the technicality ran out. And the superintendent of school, he doesn't have all this authority like he says, and he gives you these speeches like, oh, you know, you should be happy that I do all this stuff. I'm the chief executive officer. This guy is the superintendent of school. He's supposed to be working for you, not making your decisions. This should have been brought to you before. And I don't care, it didn't get to you. So what? Is that going to be the end of the world? No, you teach the kids how to read yourself at Jefferson School, and you pick the kids, and you teach them if it's so necessary. I don't like and as a taxpayer, you're the board, and you're accountable, and you shouldn't be giving this, teaching our students out to all these other entities. This is not a private, you know, this isn't Pacelli. This is Stevens Point Area Public Schools. And you're accountable to the people. And don't be farming this stuff out to other entities, private people. Same with these charter schools, and getting involved in all these little contracts when you don't read them all.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Bill.
Thank you. The 2 memorandums of understanding, one from the Boys Club and one from the YMCA, are really looking at expanding programs that they really already run in our schools. The YMCA does the Great Escape program both in the morning, before school, and after school, providing child care for parents who choose to send their kids to that program. So what they're attempting to do, or what they'd like to do, is to put more of an academic component to part of the program. So both the Y and the Boys and Girls Clubs would have the school help them identify students who could use some additional help at the end of the day in either reading or math, and they would provide some tutoring time to do that. They'd be getting some feedback and information from teachers to let them know what it is the kids need help with, and then they would provide them during that after-school time. In Jefferson's case, it's the Boys and Girls Club who wants to take on that task. At the YMCA at Madison School, it's the Y who would like to do that. It's 21st Century School grant money that is available for different organizations to apply for. So again, there are already existing programs that run in our school. Both the Boys Club and the YMCA has after-school programs that run at these two buildings currently, and they're just trying to expand it to have a more academic program to benefit the kids in that school. As far as not having it to you ahead of time, we fully intended to bring this to you on the 27th, which would have met, they weren't due until the 31st of the month. So we had intended to bring it to you prior to having to cancel the meeting because of the weather. We would have liked to have had this in your hands and had you approve it on that Monday, and then we could have submitted them with signatures on by the 31st. Obviously, if the board chooses not to do this, we just let them know that we were withdrawing our half of the agreement, and the grants would not be even considered if we don't if we need to sign on and for the grants to even be considered.
I think your comment, Bill, about the timing of this is true for the Boys and Girls Club, but I think the Y came after the 27th, didn't it? Because it says addition on here. Yeah, so they came to us after the 27th board meeting.
Okay.
Or at a time when we couldn't get it on the agenda.
Okay, so my apologies. I didn't know that.
I just wanted to clarify that for the board. Yeah.
My apologies.
And just to be clear, these are before and after school programs?
Actually, they're after-school programs.
They're after-school programs.
Correct.
In two of our elementary schools.
In Madison and Jefferson.
Opportunity to help, to identify and help bring students along who are struggling and or underachieving.
Correct, in reading and math. And again, it's certainly not our intent to have them be taught by these people in place of us. It's to help reinforce instruction that they're getting during the school day. And again, there's no cost to the district other than we're providing the space for them to meet in. They're not asking us for funding to run these programs.
Correct.
Could you clarify how the kids are chosen? Is it by the district, by the principal? Who chooses who?
The teachers, the teachers would be recommending the children to go into the program, and then of course it's still voluntary. It's an after-school program. Then they would parents would be contacted to see if they're willing to have the children stay for the program. But the teachers in the buildings would help the Y and the Boys and Girls Club select students who would benefit from this.
So the Y gets to choose, and the Boys Club pick, but it's based on the recommendations
of the staff at the schools.
Okay.
Correct.
And with parental consent.
Yes.
We do have two MOUs, same program, but, oh, I'm sorry, Kim?
You did mention that the Boys and Girls Club, I mean, they're at other schools too, aren't they?
Correct.
They're at Kennedy. Are they still at Kennedy?
Yes, they still have a program at Kennedy. I don't know all the sites exactly, but I do know they're at, and I think Plover Whiting has a site that meets there for Boys and Girls Club?
No, they walk over to the Boys and Girls Club in Plover.
Oh, okay.
But Roosevelt does.
Roosevelt does. Yeah, Plover Whiting may, but Roosevelt kids walk.
And I mean, I think it's a good program. I mean, some kids go home to an empty house. Some kids go home to parents that don't take their education serious until it's too late. Because I volunteered, my volunteering always kind of gets in the way. I sat at Kennedy and read and helped kids, and even did a theater group there. So I like the program. Boys and Girls Club does a lot for our area. I don't like the way that it was, it's coming back to us again. I do understand that you said you can always, rip up the contract or whatever. It's just the thought that goes to it. We do live in Wisconsin. Maybe we can bring this forward, try to make it like a month ahead of time when things come up, unless it came up like the week before. This one here, the YMCA, that's not a question. But you said no cost to the district on either of these, other than what I'm going to say is electricity to keep the lights on a little bit later. but the janitors, custodians are there anyways cleaning, and sometimes the teachers are there. So that would be the only cost, is keeping the rooms heated and lit up.
That's correct. That's correct. Although the program, as I said, the programs are already meeting in the schools now, so I guess it could be.
But if we would say, no, it would stop. And
if we said you can't meet in our
that
schools.
light might go off a little bit sooner than in that classroom. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understand these programs. I think they're great. So, thank you.
If our students need this assistance, is there a reason we, as the school district, aren't offering it to these students? And then my thought is, you know, if we're doing it at one school, why aren't we doing it at, well, or whatever. If we're doing it to some and not all, why aren't we doing it to all?
I believe at least part of the reason when you look at the criteria for the 21st Century School grants is they tend to select students buildings that are high poverty and also have academic needs within their buildings tend to get priority in these grants. So that's why the two schools that were selected. They meet that criteria. In fact, typically, a lot of these grants tend to go to like Milwaukee schools and more inner city schools where there is high poverty rates and low academic achievement. So I don't even know that we'll get the grants. I think it's a stretch for us to get it. But the schools that best meet that criteria have the best opportunity to receive funding for those grants.
Okay. And I too have an issue with this coming to us afterwards. If this, I mean, I know how grants work. You know about them a long time ahead of time when they're due.
Yep.
So there's no reason.
Well, I want to clarify that. The Boys and Girls Club and the Y came to us. This wasn't us sitting down, waiting. They came to us. So I don't know who your comment is directed at, Lisa, but...
I didn't...
Well, you did. You said you had a problem with the timing.
Yeah, and I do.
I'm just going to ask a question on that one. So you're stating, like, because the YMCA has nothing to do with it. That's not delayed. You guys didn't sign anything, correct?
No, both of them they did.
Both of them they
The YMCA came to us after the board packet for the 27th had already been developed, and it was not. We didn't have enough time to do that. I don't know when Dave Morgan and who's the Y with?
Kevin. No, that's Boys and Girls. Is Kevin.
Morgan is the Y.
Well, yeah, Dave Morgan's Y. What school is it with?
Oh, it's Carl Banker and Madison School.
I don't know when Carl and Dave began conversations and actually developed the proposal, but it was not in time for the 27th. Bill's point earlier was that we had ample time to have the board vote on the Boys and Girls Club one, such that it would have been approved on the 27th. The grant was due the 31st.
And that's I apologize for that. I wasn't directly involved in the Madison School grant, so I just misspoke on that. I thought they had theirs in at the same time as the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, when I first looked at this, I was questioning why, when we've hired two people, or we have two people that look for grants, why we were going out and having, let me finish, the Boys Club and the Y doing it. But then I talked to Bill, and he gave me the answer was that what they're doing in the schools right now, it's coming out of their pocket. We are not spending a nickel. They're trying to expand some of their programs in these schools, and to get a grant, they need us to sign on with them and use our facilities. If the grant fails, we're back to square one where we have not as many programs as they hoped, but they're utilizing their money the best they can to do as much as they can in these schools at no cost to us. Is that the way?
Yep, well said.
Okay.
Jeff?
I too agree. I mean, we should have had these. These are two great organizations within our community. My kids have been to Boys and Girls Club, been to the Y, members of the Y, done all this. But again, we're talking about something that we shouldn't have to talk about, that we're approving a decision that's already been made without our approval. That being said, my question to you is, more towards the Y, since that is a faith-based organization, will we run into issues because they are at our school now teaching curriculum? So what's to prevent SPACs from saying, I want to come in Madison, I got this grant too, but I want to do it at Madison and teach? Would we allow that?
I don't believe, we wouldn't allow a religious curriculum to be taught in our school. I mean, that certainly we would not allow. And we're not just going to allow any organization to come into our school and teach a curriculum that they'd like to teach.
But correct me if I'm wrong, both of these, we have no say in the curriculum.
No, I think they fully intend to partner. They really want to work with school personnel to identify the students who need help and also what do they need help in. They're looking to the school for guidance and help with that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, we're not opening up the door, and somebody coming in and saying, the Lutheran schools or SPACs or whoever, that you allowed the Y to do this, now you need to allow us. Mm-hmm. That's my only concern in the back of my mind, is that we're setting a precedence here that now they're teaching curriculum in our school. Mm-hmm. Without our direct input, because it may be district personnel, it may not be district personnel by both of these grants. Right. I'm airing that concern.
Yep.
Fully for these, they're great organizations. They do a lot of good in our community.
Do we have a motion to approve the attached MOU with the Boys and Girls Club as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Further discussion? Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. All right.
Thanks, Bill.
That was
We
one.
also,
You have to
that
vote
was,
on the YMCA.
that was for the boys and girls. Now we need to vote on the YMCA. Reed, did you wish to?
And right up to what Mr. Presley was alluding to, and this one's the YMCA now, and you're really onto it, and this one you got to say no to. It's the Young Men's Christian Association. If you don't know what the YMCA stands for. And it says here, if approved, the grant would fund full-time employees to work at Manor School with the responsibility of collaborating with classroom teachers on student needs and curriculum, as well as to deliver instructions. What more do you need to hear? Okay? Fund would also fund after-school teachers to work with students. These teachers could potentially be district teachers working outside of their contracted hours. So there is where you're going here with this. Okay? Great organizations. I used to belong to the Y. I was there today working out. But that, just because you're a good organization, and just because these are good ideas, that doesn't make it right and proper in a public school. Okay? That's what this is about. And you're right. Why, if we need to be teaching these students, let's be teaching our students. If somebody would come here and spend some time on saying, here's what we need to teach our students, I think the public, may be inclined to say, hey, well, let's go get it for you. But because, this all leads into, that's the same thing with this collaborative, with this learning life skill, whatever, Jackson School, whatever you call that darn charter school they want to build. We aren't doing the job, but they're going to be able to do it. And we're not doing it after anything because these are underprivileged kids. Well, grapes, don't we have? That's the whole idea. And you're right. And you be firm on this one with the YMCA. I don't know what the background is the Boys and Girls Club. But this one here's got it right in there, what they plan on doing. And you're going to answer to the public here one of these days. Because things are good ideas that don't make it right. Well, this is the Stevens Point Public School District. We want, I expect these kids to get a public education. And I expect, and I don't know, nobody else in public here, but I believe the public expects the school board to run this school district and make decisions based on state statutes, et cetera, okay? Not on what the administration or the superintendent, who basically is the administration here. So on this one, I kindly, that one didn't make the deadline. I just say no, and they shouldn't be wearing YMCA emblems when they show up at the school.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to approve the attached services agreement with the YMCA as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion. If not, Barb, let's do a roll call vote.
I did
Chris?
come up with that question. The YMCA program, is that existing now? Or is this going to be an extension or a new program?
The before and after school daycare exists now. This would be in addition to this program.
Through the YMCA?
Chris, there's been a motion and seconded to approve the attached services agreement with the YMCA as presented, and we're in the discussion phase. Did you have any questions or comments?
Me? No, I'm great.
Any others? Barb, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Totten?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we're on to item,
Can I make a motion to table all the remaining items until Monday?
You want to adjourn?
adjourn.
Well, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Try it again. I
Can
mean, we
I
got
ask
the
a
big stuff
question?
done.
We have an action item here that might need to be taken care of.
We have a whole bunch of action items, but
Well, something like your policy, we could probably, but the employee handbook, that might need to be acted.
That's, did you read it? It's just about,
Well, it's not a debatable
oh,
motion
you're
anyway,
right.
so.
You're right. Barb, you need to speak up.
yes, you do.
Roll
Please.
call vote,
I've
please.
asked, please, so.
Mr. Ebel?
No.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley? Ms. Scott?
No.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
Motion fails.
I think I may be recusing myself and just leaving. This is ridiculous.
I'm with you. You guys can have at her.
5, 6.
Pardon?
There'll be 6 of us left. We can work.
Oh, yeah. 5 times.
To me, there's nothing on here that cannot be, that's why I asked, can I make a motion to postpone everything on here until Monday? Instead of adjourning, we're just postponing everything.
It's the same thing.
That's different. Because now, if I say adjourning, we're not moving this to the full read.
Can we ask the superintendent, are there any items that are left that need to be taken care of tonight?
He was leaving.
He was leaving.
I'm looking at the employee handbook additions, just whatever. And you got policy where there's some that are action.
There's nothing. I don't need that right away. Board voted though.
Board voted to continue.
Yep.
But I made this, did anybody second my other motion? Is to postpone this until Monday? It's different wording.
Second.
Is that debatable? Or
Sure.
Do we know what's on the agenda for next Monday other than Is it fairly full? And now that we have
It is now.
It was designed to accommodate requests to do closed session, and we have a number of items that we should be discussing. So we had an agenda that would get us to that point and probably done by 10 o'clock. That can no longer happen with the stuff that if
The
we
charter school
postpone
also?
and all this, yeah, and all the stuff that's either been tabled or pushed back. So we will have a long meeting on
So
next Monday.
Would it serve us, in your opinion, you and Angel, would it serve us better to finish this out tonight? What's on here, so that it's not added on for Monday?
It certainly would make Monday's agenda go much longer, smoother.
Well, I can tell you the purchasing policy that we're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking about a lot of things on it.
Yes, we are.
So if you got another 45 minutes just to talk about that policy, we will be talking about it.
Well, we can talk about it 45 minutes tonight or 45 minutes on Monday.
Why does it do it tonight?
It could be 45 minutes at 9 o'clock.
When
which
we
is
actually-
45 minutes at 11:30.
Do it now, let's get it done.
Is Tom still here?
It was, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, there it is.
But we have a motion.
In a second.
Failed.
No.
No, this
We haven't voted.
This is a new one.
Oh, new one.
So we have a new motion to postpone the remaining agenda, starting with the employee handbook to Monday night. If there's no further discussion, Barb, roll call vote.
Ms. Faxon?
No.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Yes. Ms. Sherrick? Yes. Ms. Totten? Mr. Ebel?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
I will be excusing myself.
Same here.
All right, should we start with the employee handbook?
Sure.
We'll keep going.
What's that, Jackson?
The recommendation is to approve the attached edits to the employee handbook, which were included in your packet. And as I recall, they were noted in red. Is there any discussion? If not, oh, Bob, I'm sorry.
I was just going to make a recommendation to approve the attached edits to the district employee handbook.
Second.
All right. And there was no...
And what policy was that for?
Section 217, I think, isn't it?
It's the handbook, it's not a policy.
No, it's
Section
the handbook.
2.17?
2 point.
Section 2.17.
Okay.
Votes have to be a quorum of the board or a quorum of the board present. We need to look that up real quick.
In policy.
Yeah, 6.
We've got 5.
I know, the question is, does the vote have to be a quorum of the board or a quorum of the board present?
Usually present, but I don't know how ours.
For voting? For voting on anything?
Present.
Yeah, I just
We've
don't...
always done it with 5, but that doesn't mean it's right, I'm just saying.
No, you're talking about a majority. What would a majority be?
Correct.
Majority is of who's present.
I just want to make sure by board policy, that's all. Barb's looking it up.
At least that's what we did in the past.
Yeah. Committees of 7, I think.
Consistent with
Yeah,
majority of the
definitely.
board's membership. Quorum of the school board's total membership shall be present at the start of and throughout a regular meeting. A quorum shall consist of a majority of the board's
There's
members.
enough there, but I need to about voting. Is there anything in board policy about voting?
It's a majority of the voters.
So you have a quorum.
More than half.
Voting methods.
At the very top.
always thought if we had 5, we had enough.
No sleeping out there.
Well, I'm going to use a little, take a break as long as you guys look at it.
Slamming. Anyway, we're getting about. No.
Too fast. Can you scroll it?
They're looking up something in policy.
I think he's taking the lead.
No, they went to get water and crackers.
Just keep scrolling. He's just-
Needs sustenance. BRB.
Okay, go ahead. This one right here. No. Right, it's easier to go the other way. Just double click.
Oh, you're so nice. Oh, man, I forgot I have a tablet that he gave us actually once for Christmas. And in it, I've got all the board.
It doesn't say.
It's in there, and I didn't bring it. So, are these the rosemary and whatever? I didn't read what it said.
Thyme, or no, basil.
Basil, yeah. How dare you sleep? Going out one by one.
It's okay.
I'm just joking.
It's okay.
Oh, wow.
Looks like Gene outlasted Point Journal.
Gee, I thought you left.
You sure?
Gene, you outlasted Nate.
Yeah. But Nate's got an article in the paper already, on the online. Yeah, the Journal's already got something out there. Unbelievable. We say it here, it happens out there.
So majority would then...
Right, a majority would be 4. It doesn't say specifically, so
We're good to go.
But I would say if we, if
Four of
it's the
6.
majority of the board is present,
Yeah.
then it's the majority of whomever is left standing.
Yep.
So
Or sitting.
if we're
Absolutely.
at 6, we need
4.
4.
Sounds like a plan.
So, is there a motion to approve?
There is one.
Yeah, there is a motion.
Oh, there was, and a second? Any further discussion? Okay. Barb, roll call vote, please, of
Mr.
those who are
Larson?
present.
Yes?
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes?
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, then moving on to second reading of policies 171.
did we skip first reading?
No, it was done,
Reverse?
it was done 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry. I was looking at the word first, sorry.
And this, this has to do with keeping the tapes, right?
Correct. That was clarifying the custody of the of the closed
And the
session
custody,
tapes.
yes.
Custody of
When,
the tape.
excuse me, the superintendent was not present, and that language went through on first reading, so is there,
So moved. And we're talking about 171?
Right.
71, yeah, okay. Yeah, it was just at the very end.
Jeff made a motion to approve 171 for the second reading as presented. I will second that.
All right, hearing no more discussion, Barb, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, moving on to 9D2A, which is the district leadership team and cabinet. That is in for a first reading. So we will be seeing it again. Any questions or comments on the language?
No.
Jeff?
I wouldn't support this for the simple fact that we're reducing our standards for cabinet members. We chose those members for a reason, and because they hold certain certifications, those cabinet members also represent our line of succession if something happens to our leadership, that potentially they can step in because they do have those certifications. So I would not support changing our certification requirements.
Any other, Bob?
I was just going to make this is the first reading, so I was going to make a motion to approve the policies for the first reading as presented.
Both?
Yeah, 230 and 672.
Second.
Well, wait a minute, okay, so we're talking about 672 also now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Can I respond?
Can we do the first one first?
Yeah. Well, his motion was to do both.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we have to do one at a time. We don't want to mix
Discuss
them
one
up.
at a time, yeah.
Just discuss one at a time.
Was it
You made a
seconded?
comment about...
Yeah, it was seconded by Angel.
Okay. So, let's go.
I think what we're, the sentence that we added there is simply to cover situations that occurred, such as occurred at the beginning of the year. If we don't have it just gives us maximum latitude to have people in positions if we have that situation. So it's not lowering a standard, it's being practical.
Is there a motion to approve for first reading policy 230, district leadership team and cabinet?
Yeah, we did that.
Okay.
Angel and myself.
I want to talk about
I'll
672
withdraw my
then.
second. Let's do them one at a time.
Okay, that's fine. I'll make a withdraw mine and do it again. Motion to approve the policies for the first reading as presented for 230, district leadership team and cabinet.
A second.
Second.
So we're on 230 only, and I think we've discussed it. Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, let's get 672, the purchasing and procurement policy. Let's get the motion and the second
So moved.
on the table. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Discussion. Jeff?
Okay. First question, what was this modeled after?
Good evening, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches.
We're doing great, thanks.
Guten Nacht.
Thanks for asking. Thanks for caring.
Prego. This was modeled after our board policy.
So the prior recommendation that you look at the county's policy just kind of went by the wayside?
No, I looked at the county's policy, and what they did made perfect sense for the
the county, and many of the concepts that are in the county policy are in this policy as well. But we function differently than the county. We have different responsibilities. We have different structures, and the way they function is not practical in terms of a verbatim analysis or conversion to what we do. But I did go through that county policy, and I did compare it to ours to see if pretty much the same functions and activities were in each, and they were for the most part, so I was pretty satisfied with that. The policy here on purchasing and procurement, I listened to the board with respect to some of their concerns. I realized there was a great deal of confusion with respect to how this policy would work. I took that to heart. Aside from cleaning up some of the titles and languages and things like that, I circulated this among several staff members, purchasing agents, administrators, and clerical staff, people in our business office, etc., to see what made the most sense. Some of this is moving language from one section to another, so it made more sense. And the culmination of it all, which many of the staff really appreciated, was the table, the chart. What it did, it took the language that's in the document and put it in a table matrix that then made it so much easier to really understand and follow. And I think the board and the staff would feel very comfortable with this in that it's clear. You can see what's here. And it lays forth basically nothing new. This is what we've been doing, but it codifies it or codifies it much clearer. It sets forth what must come to the board, what must be either bid or done with an RFP or quotes. It shows where there's latitude to either go formally if you need to or optional not to. It incorporates the practices that we've been doing for decades here, but puts it into a matrix that then makes it easier to follow, and sets forth when we should RFP, when we should quote, when we should bid, when you can do a combination of either, when it should be a formal process or an informal, and it does allow you even in the informal process to make that a formal process. So this was done with a great deal of input from a number of staff members, and I think it's improved it significantly, and sets forth what has been the practice in the district for some time. There was an added line in here I want to point out with respect to school buildings on page 3. It said bids or RFPs for new school building construction. For example, an elementary or secondary school building or other district facility of considerable similar square footage. I put that in specifically for this reason, and I want to make sure it's disclosed. At one of our prior board meetings, one board member said it had to do with this small building that was donated and built out here in the athletic field. The cost was minimal, very small, and it was all donated. And there was a comment made that one of the board members had expected that project to go through the exact same procedures as you would a multi-million-dollar school. And that's not logical. But I wanted to put this in here to address it, that if we're going to follow a procedure that is as full-fledged formal as a school building, it really ought to be of a school building and not a storage shed or a small, garage type size thing. So I want to point that out. The other thing that's completely new in here, although we've been doing it for many decades, is in the bottom of page 2. This is the regular budgetary items that are in all of the budgets, and it's like art supplies and office supplies and paper and things like that. Those have always been bid out and handled by our purchasing agent, converted to purchase orders, and then purchased as a part of the budget process. Those bids I have never come before the school board. They were very automatic, just procedural things. I identified that in policy for disclosure, and I put that in this matrix so that the board had full visibility of that as well, and you knew what was going on. Those are 2 adds that I did put in there that hadn't been discussed before. so I want to disclose that.
Okay. Tom, I do want to thank you for putting the chart together, because I've read 672 a number of times, and it was hard to ferret it all out, and frankly, it's the old "a picture's worth 1,000 words," and this, to me, clarifies and makes it much easier to find. Jeff, I know you have some questions or concern.
I noticed that it's not in red, but you're increasing the authority of the superintendent to $20,000, when I think the old policy said 5.
No, I did not change that at all.
Okay. Anything over $5,000, he was required to report it to the board.
The old policy was 20,000.
No, anything 5,000 and above, he's required in the old policy to report it to the board.
Superintendent?
Yes.
20,000.
No, he has personal authority, but he has to notify the board.
Correct.
If it's $5,000 or more that he spends under that $20,000 authority.
Jeff's talking about reporting,
Oh, right.
not
Yes.
approval.
Okay.
I knew he had authority up to 20 from memory, and then he had to report that to the board. I did not change that. That's on page 1, and that remains unchanged. I didn't change that. The superintendent may approve contracts for services or approve non-budgeted expenditures up to $20,000 per occurrence without prior board approval, and shall use his or her discretion, blah, blah, blah. Reporting board action is required. Reporting such action to the board is required.
Okay.
That's the original policy, Jeff.
But it said 5,000. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So every transaction up to his $20,000 authority, he should be notifying the board.
Contracts for services.
We're talking about contracts for services or approved non-budgeted items.
Right.
So if it's a $50 item that's in the budget, he doesn't have to inform the
Let
board.
me give you an example. The contract we had with Carlson Detman, that was about 20,000, a shade under. We reported that to the board.
Right. You took action, then reported it,
Correct.
which is you're required to do by policy, and that remains the same. I didn't change that.
Okay, but
It's not any, Jeff, I'm sorry.
the red, hang on. It's not included in here. So you did take something out. Because
No,
pull up the...
It's on page 1. It's right on page 1.
I'm looking at page 1. Pull up the old policy.
I have it right here, Jeff, if you need it.
It's on my copy on page 1 in the revised.
This is the paragraph you're talking about here.
It's the same thing.
Second from the bottom paragraph.
There's something... Then what policy has it that it's $5,000 that he has to report?
I don't know. There's a $500, but that's not what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll have to find it because I'm pretty sure it says 5,000.
Maybe it's something other than 672.
My second question is, as far as the RFP process, and just so I understand this, anything above 100,000 has to go out for RFP?
Yes, or it could be a bid, but 100,000 above it is required, either a bid or an RFP, yes.
And who decides that?
Well, the dollar threshold, what do you mean? Who decides whether it's a bid or an RFP?
Correct.
There really isn't much difference between the two. It's pretty much a word difference for the most part. Now, in some cases, in the existing policy, it said that we could use an interview in lieu of an RFP. For example, an RFP would be more appropriate when you're doing professional services, like architect, okay, or a company where you're trying to evaluate a professional service of that type of a nature, perhaps an attorney or whatever. A bid would be more practical if it's over 100,000 if you were talking about a widget, an entity.
where you can compare a like item to other like items. I don't know, let's just say a car. It's a bad example, but it's a piece of equipment, and you could compare a bus or buses or
Go into carpets.
yeah, exactly. You'd use a bid when you're talking about items. You tend to use an RFP when you're talking about services. But that's not to say you can't use an RFP for buses, because we have. But when you get into personnel services, sometimes an interview process is used in lieu of an RFP, and then you go through a very formal procedure. And that's been the existing policy for some time.
So what is the process then for, like on page, what is this, 5, item number 7,
okay?
Contracts and expenditures at or above the threshold range. Your matrix says approval authority is the board.
Yep.
But is the approval authority, the board decides that it's a request for proposal or it's a bid? That's where I don't quite get it in this policy of who decides that.
The administration would decide based on the needs of what it is that we're talking about, or whether a RFP makes more sense or a bid makes the most sense. It's really immaterial because you're going to arrive at the same point, and you have to bring it back to the board. It's required to be written, it's required to be formal in terms of the process, and the approval is made by the board. So really you're splitting hairs as to whether or not it's an RFP or a bid. That's an administrative decision based on the demands of what it is that you're evaluating.
Okay. The notification to the board, should we have a time frame?
You're back on page 1?
Yep, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Certainly up to you. There wasn't one before. I don't believe been the practice of superintendents to not report that on a timely basis. I think there would be much more of a problem in their not doing so than in delaying it. But that's your call if you want to add a time.
Is there a reason that you'd have a time frame?
To make sure that it's reported to the board in a timely fashion. I can think of one instance in the past that something wasn't reported to the board until a board member asked. And
what is that instance, Jeff, may I ask?
Not at this point in time. I won't answer that.
Well, the board never had a problem voting something down if they didn't feel they had enough time to evaluate it. So I guess we still have that authority to do that.
Yeah, but he would already, I guess you're not understanding.
No.
He gets up to $20,000 in authority. He can spend that money however he wants. The question becomes, when should he report it to the board? Should it be in 10 business days, 10 months? That's not defined in the policy, is my issue.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You could put that. You could put some language in there. I don't know that it. Imagine you have a relationship with your superintendent, whomever that might be, now or in the future, and that's part of the evaluation and your satisfaction. You could address it that way, or you could put some language in here. I don't know. Then you get into the question of, is 10 working days appropriate, or are there circumstances where...
I don't know.
And then what happens if they don't do it in 10 days?
We haven't had a problem in the past. So.
I don't know either.
Yeah, we have.
Well, that's not, I really, that's not fair. You're making a comment about me, and you're not willing to share what it is.
Your donation to the Community Foundation was not disclosed to this board until I asked the question of where the money came for these programs. It was within your authority, and the only way that it was disclosed to this board that we gave the $5,000 to the Community Foundation is because I asked the question. That's where I have a problem, is that it's not told to the board freely, and secondly, timely.
Well, if that's true, that's the only occurrence in 3.5 years. And secondly, I'm going to go back and research the weekly summaries because I do believe that I did notify the board of that in the weekly. But I will double check on that.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing that, though.
Okay.
Well, and I do want to clarify something also, Jeff. That was not a donation to the Community Foundation. That was the district's commitment to the Point in Common programming, and that group chose to work. We're essentially a pass-through and a check writer.
I'm not questioning the program itself. I'm questioning the reporting to the board.
Understand.
So,
but what I wanted to clarify, that was not a donation to the Community Foundation.
It was seed money for the programs.
Correct. The Point in Common.
But again, the board was not notified until the question was asked. And then that's my recollection of it.
Well, I'll make sure that we get clarification about when the board was notified.
My next question is, as far as the committees or the makeups of these interviews for the entities, do we need to be more specific of who that's going to be, or, certain positions?
I would say absolutely not, because that would depend wholly on what it is that we're dealing with. In some circumstances, it might involve HR. Some circumstances, it might involve technology. Some cases, it might involve principals. Sometimes I might be involved, et cetera. So the makeup would change each time. Sometimes board members would be on the committee, and sometimes not. I don't think it's possible to, in variabilities, the variables here are too widespread, Jeff. It's a good question, but I just don't think so, no.
Okay. My next question is, as far as when the board approves these contracts or whatever, the ones that come to the board for approval.
Yes, sir.
It's not defined in here, and I don't know if it's defined in any other policy. I've noticed recently that we have had contracts. It used to be the board president, superintendent, the board clerk would sign off on these contracts and memos of understanding. Now it's the entity and the superintendent.
No, typically it's the entity and the board president. Because the ones that go through my office, I almost always have the president sign. And when two signatures, the treasurer or the clerk, when there is a second signature, many of the documents, depending on their nature, require two board officers, or clerk, because we've gotten a hold of you to come in, and you've been gracious to come in and sign them, and Terry signed them. But generally, although a superintendent certainly can sign it, but if it's been a board action, the board president, I'll give you an example. Tonight you approved two contracts. The bus thing, or the buses were approved, and also the phone maintenance, which was good because it expired the 31st of the month. Those are signed by the president.
But I'm saying it's not defined. We don't have any consistency.
That's because the document defines who signs, and it differs by law as to who needs to sign that from time to time.
But it would be nice, as far as, I'm just thinking out loud here, from a board member's perspective, all right, is this the one I'm going to sign? Is this the one I'm not going to sign?
Yeah.
Who signs this one? Who's right? Who's
Generally,
wrong?
that's covered. Generally, that's covered in Statute 120, duties and powers of the board and duties of the officers, and it describes who signs what kinds of things. But the contract itself really is up to the specific contract. There are some minor contracts it doesn't make sense to have a board member sign it. They're perfunctory. So,
but again, would this be the policy where we would define that in who would sign those contracts?
Not necessarily.
I wouldn't think so. I think they'd be more under board powers, duties, and responsibilities.
Here's another example. Prior to my coming, or when I came, I discovered that there were MOUs being signed by principals, directors, managers, without ever coming to the board. So we made a consistent effort to bring all MOUs that the district had to the board. I just found out about a week ago that RSVP has an MOU with each individual school that was signed by the principal. So what we did was, we had a meeting with RSVP, we're forming an MOU that encompasses all of the schools that'll be brought to the board for its approval. So you're right, there are inconsistencies, and when we find them, we're trying to bring them all to the board and have them housed in the business office. I'm not sure that purchasing and procurement is the place for that. Probably Tom's idea is the best one in terms of duties and powers of the board.
Well, it's something. It's not a bad idea, but it's something we should discuss. I mean, it is problematic when you think, well, if you're going to put it into a board responsibility policy, and you say it is the clerk or the president, you know, if you say the clerk will sign all X, Y, Z types of documents, well, when those documents are then prepared by the attorneys and that signature is not required, what do you do? I mean, you don't have to have it there, but our board policy says it does. So we're either putting a signature on there is not required by law, or we're violating board policy, or if you don't have it on there, you know, are there grounds to invalidate the contract and create further? It's
a check.
It's something to think about. I think we would need to have some discussion with legal counsel. But it's an interesting question.
It's a checks and balances.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. At the end of the day, this process that we have, will it streamline, make things a little more efficient within? I mean, you said that you talked to a couple people about it. What things, and I know you came up with this in our conversations tonight, is there anything else that you think that you would want to add to this, other than, I could say, you know, the time frame, reporting-wise?
No, it was reviewed by several people, not just two. I mean, you know, I wasn't looking to load this up or expand powers or do anything. I was looking to try to organize it in a way, what we had existing, to make more sense. I think by the use of the table, it streamlines quite a bit. I think the feedback I got from staff was that, wow, this is great because I can look at it and I can understand the steps and what I need to do, and if I need to do something, I can understand by looking right down the line where it falls, whereas when I read the document, I was always confused. I wasn't sure what to do. So in that sense, Jeff, yeah, I think it streamlines it. At the end of the day, I think it does. I don't think there's a lot of things out there. There's nothing burning that's been brought to my attention that needs to be put in here to do it. I think the process is going quite smoothly. I think this helps clarify it in the minds of a lot of people so that they have a better understanding. I think the comfort level and the trust level will be improved by this policy because of that table especially. That's a good point.
Jeff, did you have more questions?
No, I'm done. Thanks.
Bob, you had your hand up.
I just want to thank you for being patient with the board on time-wise, and this was very good, long overdue, and thank your staff and yourself.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jeff Ebel.
I just had one question, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying that time you would like to see a time limit on that. What do you think would be reasonable?
I don't know. I mean, if 10 days is too long, 20 days, 20 business days, I think that's reasonable.
Or would you, if you're going to consider a time limit, would you say within 2 available board meetings? I don't know what kind of, if you said 20 days and all of a sudden you have school called off and it's 21 days, then what happens, you know?
Well, that's what I'm thinking too. What happens if next year the board decides to go back to committees and one board meeting a month?
Oh, yeah.
And if a meeting gets canceled because of cold weather or whatever, or it gets pushed back, we could get beyond.
But this doesn't say report at a board meeting. It says.
So it just says report.
Well, that's true, and you do it through your weeklies.
I think 10 business days is fair. 20 is. I mean, 220, that's
30
fine.
sounds wonderful.
30,
That gives you every bit of
365.
leeway, every
I can write something, if that's your pleasure, I'll be more than happy to write something.
Everybody
20
wants the
business
date.
days is
20 business days? Is that Well, I'm not running the meeting, I'll shut up, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not running this meeting anymore either, so. Is 20 business days good enough for everybody?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's coming back for second reading anyway, so.
Sure.
Right. Anything else on 672? Can there be a motion to approve?
There is a motion.
There's a motion there.
You're right, we did that in the beginning.
Yep.
All right, with the adjustment we just made, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And I think we got through it in less than 45 minutes. Good job, people. Under 9E, 1A and 2 we'll have to push off because Lisa had to leave. Item E4, board compensation, let me pull it up.
I have a recommendation on that. $1,000.
All right, is there a motion to, well, let's pick an amount and approve the level of board compensation.
Yeah, back 10%.
Just leave it the way it is.
No. I want to, can I make a comment, or you want to do a motion in a second? First.
If you want to make a comment, go for it.
Okay. This was put into place to be discussed in December.
Correct.
By Elmer. And the reason he did it is because he felt like if people were going to run for the board, they should know if there was compensation and what it would be. Since it's past December, and we have a new board possibly starting, unless the board wants to just keep it as it is, so no one will be surprised, we could wait until we had the new board seated. So it's just an idea. I'm happy to make a motion to keep it the way it is.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to keep board compensation where it is, which is $3,780. Is there any discussion? Barbara, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we also have, we're running out of things, folks. A request for board member participation in cabinet-level interviews. We will, over the next number of months, be conducting 2. So, are there board members here who wish to be part of those cabinet-level interviews? I think, Bob, you've done at least one. Mm-hmm. I've done one. They're very, I was in Brian's. They're very interesting. They generally take place during the workday. Is that correct?
Yes.
I
So
can't do it.
we need, people who are interested and have some flexibility in their schedule.
It's done after 4 o'clock. I can do it, and I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
But other than that, I won't be able to.
I'm flexible.
Angel?
I would just need to know in advance to request time.
Sure. And I have flexibility in my schedule. Jeff Ebel? Do you have flexibility in yours, or you?
Yes, somewhat,
Okay.
yeah.
And you'd be interested in doing it as well?
Yeah, sure.
To make you work.
No.
You get to ask
Never
questions.
mind, no.
Jeff Presley, you?
I don't have flexibility, I work during the day.
Okay. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 5 of us.
Well, and Barb, you make sure she has the names down. Chris after 4, Jeff Ebel, yes.
I'm yes.
Yes. Angel, if you have advance notice, and Bob, yes.
Right, and generally, we get noticed a day or so ahead of time.
Well, it'll be more than that, because we'll schedule the first round interviews, and then the cabinet interviews will be scheduled typically a week later.
Joe?
Since we are missing 3 board members, I think they should still be eligible if they want to participate.
Barb, you can just, do you want to call the 3 of them?
Not a problem.
You do see some future agenda items here. The very last item before we adjourn is...
Hang on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On item 10B, appointment of new legal counsel, that's beyond the 60 days. That should be at the March 10th meeting.
Okay.
And with that, I'm just going to ask that you include all the legal bills for the last 2 years for counsel, and the opinion that was given for the last decision with the DA's office up in Marathon as part of the public packet.
You have all that?
Yeah, when you say 2 years, what's 2 years? You're talking about full calendar years?
Two calendar years from, yeah.
Are you including 13, 14?
From today's date back 2 years.
And what are we going to accomplish by doing all the paperwork?
We can't discuss that.
Whatever.
Future agenda item requests by board members. Bob, you had sent an email, and we'll figure out how to word this, Barb, but all board members should have their board packets delivered electronically. That's the gist of...
Yeah, that's it.
So I'll write something.
If they want a packet, come on in and pick it up. I hear so much about cost savings. Well, that's a big expense having to run out to Junction City to drop off 2 packets. Let them have an iPad, and if they want a packet, pick it up at Bliss.
Right. Are there any other requests for future agenda items? Oh, I'm sorry. Whoever's hand was up.
Jeff. No, Jeff.
I had sent out an email on January 31st. I would like that issue addressed as an agenda item, that potentially closed session information made its way out of the closed session and to our superintendent. And I think we need to discuss that as a board.
So this is help me with the dates here, 1/20/14 closed session?
Correct.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are you making that as a statement of fact?
No.
So it's your presumption that that occurred?
Well, we can't discuss it because it's not on the agenda.
Well, but you just asked to have it put on there, and I'm trying to clarify exactly what it is that you want to discuss. So is it a statement of fact, or is it an assumption on your part?
We'll discuss that.
It's transparent.
Jeff Hebel, you have?
Yes.
Thank you for your commentary, by the way.
You're welcome.
I didn't make any comments earlier because of the ruling. However, I did attend the convention, and I thought that this board might want to know at least a recap of my time that I spent there through 4 days. So I would be happy to report on my experience down there.
So you wish to be on board comments?
Sure. And I would talk about the convention.
Okay, hold on.
What is this for next week?
For Monday.
10th.
Oh, you can put me down too for board comments. I'll talk about my little tour at Martin's Machinery.
Supposed to be a good one.
Yeah.
we've got you both down. Anybody else want to sign up?
Yeah, no.
All right, is there a motion? Sure.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Barb, roll call vote.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. This August group is hereby adjourned.